Hello and welcome to Teesside Autodrome for the 4th ever instalment of the British Scooter Endurance Club 6 Hours. We are live here in the northeast of England. I am David Sullivan. It gives me great pleasure to welcome alongside me Jude Cole. Jude, welcome to Teesside.
Now then, it's very nice to be here this morning on a lovely sunny Teesside morning. So hopefully we can have a good race. I heard the last one was good, so I'm sure we're in for a blast.
Was 33 teams entered at Wilton Mill. We've got 37 on the grid here at Teesside Autodrome. Say the 4th ever instalment for the British Scooter Endurance Club. There you can see on the screen the circuit. It's a slight variant to the international layout here at Teesside, and most of the infield section removed for the scooter club. They'll run straight down then from the off the start line. They'll go round paddock down towards Rib Bend, which is the 90-degree right at the bottom of the screen there. They'll head then towards the reverse corkscrew section as the bikes make their way up, then onto the back straight, and it will be a long back straight combining the Bob Pope straight and the back straight here at Teesside. They'll miss out what is normally on the kart track, the wiggles, then hairpins 1 and 2. So when we go round South Bank, that's the looping corner on the bottom to the right hand side. Then we'll then refer to the next 2 corners as hairpins 3 and 4. However, on today's track, there will actually be the only 2 hairpins on the circuit. We'll then come through the dogleg section, back over start finish. During practice, the teams have been using the D chicane that out there on the circuit rather than running straight down. So I think that one will actually go back in for the race. We've seen it's quite a feature here at Teesside as the circuit raises up through that section. Jude, I know you're familiar with it from the karting scene.
Oh yes.
And it is it's quite a tricky corner. We've seen a number of riders in the free practice session this morning caught out there.
Well, the exhaust was getting quite close to the floor around there as well, so
they were those dog-tooth curves. There we are gridded up. I think we're around about 3 or 4 minutes away. 1 or 2 riders still to make their way up into position. The 1-1-2 there making its way into position. There is a bit of a gap in the track for that one, so we're just going to have just a quick run through of some of the runners and riders for you to look out for then here today at Teesside Autodrome. Keep an eye out for the number 6 of Hornet Racing. They've won the last 2 instalments of this race, and they will start today's race from the front of the grid.
They're all getting lined up for the Mons-style start there. Looking good.
Yep, so if you're wondering why we've got half of the field on one side and half the field on the other, that's because the riders will run across the circuit to the bike that's waiting for them. They'll then jump on, and then there'll be 6 hours of racing here at the Teesside Autodrome circuit. Looks like we were about to look like the start line marshal there was getting a bit excited. Think he was going to get them going a little bit early. We're still 1 or 2 minutes away from actually 11 o'clock. So certainly some of the riders have got one down at the back here. He's getting himself crouched down as if he's about to start the 100 metres.
Usain Bolt style, this.
To be fair, with that sort, by the time he's stood up, he's probably going to miss his bike. He might just jump the barrier.
Yeah.
I think we've got one actually, Jude, coming round.
Yeah, we have
just to join the back. So we've got one making a late exit from the pit lane area. Hopefully that'll come round and we'll be able to wait for him. So we've got a bike coming round the bottom of the circuit. I think he might actually miss the chicanes and just come straight, the hairpins, and just come straight through there. So we should be then in a position. Just a couple of other things to note. You'll notice a number of riders out there in orange high vis. They'll be novice riders, so you have to wear a high vis for the first 2 times you race in the British Scooter Endurance Club Championship. You're then still able to wear it after that, but no longer obligatory. So that final bike, it was the 207 there, just rolling itself into position. Rider jumps off and makes his way over to the other side of the circuit. It looks like we could be ready to go, Jude. Looks like we've got the marshal with the flag.
Here we go.
Down at the far end. Union Jack in hand. Union Jack is up. Union Jack is down. We're away and racing here at Teesside for the British Scooter Endurance Club 6-hour. Looks like some of the riders actually electing just to hold back.
Yeah. We have the number 47
47's got a problem, not actually managing to get away from the line. So we've got one rider still stationary on the start-finish. Not sure if we're going to get them barriers moved and have the chicane put in, but as everybody then makes their way down to the first right-hander down at the rib bend, we do have the yellow flag out already, so it looks like we may have a rider off there down at rib.
The number 47's coming into the pits there.
So the Juice mentions the 47 straight into the pit lane, so issues there for the 47. We'll have the timing will appear very shortly down the left-hand side of the screen, because then we'll have obviously got to come over the start-finish line for the first time.
We have the number 6 out the lead there. He put a brilliant lap time in quali, didn't he? I mean, not quali, practice, sorry.
Yeah, and, practice quali, yeah.
And that was a 108. I don't know what the points were, but
well, he was 2 seconds quicker than anybody else, wasn't he? In the
really good.
In that session, they have won the last two races round for this scooter club. So once obviously here at Teesside, the last one as well, back in May at Wilton Mill.
Yeah. That's them over the start line for the first time for another 6 hours.
So hopefully shortly we should get the timing will appear on the screen. You also note that the actual 6 hours didn't actually start everything until they came over the line the first time. That being because everybody actually started in front of the start-finish. So that first lap, they didn't actually trigger the timing line when they came through. The timing line is directly in front of the commentary box here at Teesside, and everybody started in front of that, so they've all come round. Then as they've come over the line, you see the 6 hours at the top of the screen there has started to count down.
But I've got to say, all in all, it's a clean start. Not much mess, really.
It was. We know down there at Rib, Rib Bender, there's a big bump on entry. I don't know whether it's quite as noticeable at the scooter speeds, but certainly when you're around cars and carts here at Teesside Autodrome, it's you're made very aware of it as you bounce over that.
You usually get some sparks, don't you, usually, some of the axles?
Yeah, you do. Thank you very much for joining us then here on the Alpha Live Productions YouTube channel. Live chat is open, so please do get in touch with us. Let us know where you're watching. Let us know if you've got any affiliations to any teams or drivers. We'll be dipping in and out of the live chat comments throughout the day here at Teesside, and we look forward to those as much as anything else, because from what Anthony and Andrew was telling me from the previous round, the live chat comment can get quite entertaining at times.
Oh, yes. Well, the 24-hour was certainly a blast, wasn't it, on the live chat?
Well, so you see there a number of riders making it round the 210. That's in a very similar livery to that 207 that we saw making a late entry towards the pit lane. So we do have 4 classes here of racing for you as the timing stacker appears down the left-hand side of the screen, and we'll just have a quick look at what they are. So the 4 classes, the pro class, the pro race class, are shown with the blue number backgrounds down the left-hand side. The race class is in yellow, the road class is in red, and then we have club, which is in green. Both road and club very similar in terms of the actual bike and the makeup of it, just that you're not allowed any drivers with a race license in your club team. So if you do have a race licensed driver, they will automatically move into the road class. Also, Jude, not a huge amount of difference between the pro class and the race class. Still very similar, but also once again, race licenses being that you can only have one driver with a rider with a race license in the race class.
Yeah, well, we've got. Is that a race? One second, let's have a look. So yeah, so it's actual race class bike in second there, and then it's a pro race in first. So I mean, it's a good mix, really, isn't it? So
it is, and the good thing that we were seeing this in practice. There is a huge speed difference between the race prep ones and the road ones. Effectively, the road ones are in a position where they should pass an MOT.
Yeah.
You know,
the road legal, I think, aren't they?
Yeah, I mean, I'm fairly sure after 6 hours round here that nobody's I can see 1 or 2 out there with the number plate still on. I don't know how many of these are going to get ridden home at the end of the day.
Yeah, I know,
but I'm fairly sure after 6 hours or so, even as a team bouncing over these bumps here at Teesside, I'm not sure how many of these riders will actually want to take these home at the end of the day.
Yeah, it'll certainly be a challenge.
Yeah, it looks like we've already starting to see the fronts starting to come through lap traffic as the 81 peels into the pits very, very early. We're only 5 minutes into this 6 hour race. We obviously already have the problems with the 47 not making it to the start line. Also the 81 United Colours of Bemberton into the pit lane already, only 5 minutes into this endurance race. Problems there for one of the club class teams. So it looks like, Jude, we saw 37 bikes out there for practice, have only actually got 34 on the timing screen. So it looks like there's a number of teams that have either had issues. We were walking around the paddock before this race. We saw
a couple of classes with, a couple of bikes with issues, didn't we? So
yeah, we saw that. Well, the 38, I believe, the SRP Race Tech, we saw them doing an engine change down there.
To be honest, I didn't believe how easy it was. At least just a couple of bolts, carry it out, and then a couple of bolts back in.
Just a case of lifting the bike up, wasn't it, off the top of the engine, putting another one underneath, dropping it back in. Although, to be fair, I believe you saw another a bike who came off actually at the D chicane right in front of the combat. I think that might have been the 38 as well. Although it did look in a slightly different colour, so it looks like we could. I know we don't have 238s out there, so it might have just been my eyes playing tricks on me on that one. But we saw at least 2 riders have fairly big offs at the D chicane. It's the riders on screen there making their way out the exit there. That's the top of the mountain section. They'll then head down towards the onto the back straight, and then it automatically joins the Bob Pope straight. Then automatically joins the back straight when the far end of the circuit joins the smaller kart circuit at the end of the lap. As we see there now, our race leader.
We've got the race leader with a fastest lap as well. Again, quicker than the practice time. So that's a 107.488. So certainly the speed's out there for him, I think.
Either holding back in practice or just that opening couple of laps where there was no traffic at all for them. See whether it's bracketed. It was bracketed on lap 2 for their fastest lap.
Yeah.
So looks like they were able to, before they started to catch up with the lap traffic, they were able to start making some fairly quick times as the rest of the field, you see, 110 down, all the way down to 134s.
I think there was a flag being held out for someone down there. I'm not sure. I think it might have been mechanical. It hasn't come up on here though, so we'll have to wait for that one.
Keep an eye out, because we've got a digital flag here as well at Teesside, and we've got the in the com box as well. We've got links into any sort of infringements out there on the circuit. We are expecting teams to be able to run towards about an hour top end in terms of fuel tank, but there is an actual limit as well on how long riders can spend on the seat at any one time.
This number 30 that's on here now, we saw him in practice. He was getting his knee down, wasn't he? He was going well.
Yeah, see that actually. I think that's the exhaust, isn't it? There, round the left-hander, what we call hairpin 4 at Teesside Autodrome. Actually getting that exhaust all the way down onto the tarmac round the left-handers. It's probably for the best as well that it's on that side rather than South Bank, because we know that as we've got a rider off there.
Can't see.
Don't know whether they've come off down at Rib Bend or whether they've had a mechanical, but they're taking that bike the wrong way up the pit exit. So if you're out there on the pit wall wondering why your bike's not come round or reappeared from the west track, it's probably because it may well be making its way back up the pit exit the wrong way. Another bike off into the paddock. We will be able to bring you some shots from the paddock hopefully later on.
It was him. I think, I don't know if it was a mechanical flag or something like that, but he got held a flag second place there, so he'll be round. He might be back out. I'm not sure yet.
Keep an eye out then for the Dukes of Essex in second. We're saying that they've had a flag as third place. RFS Tune set their personal best. So if you do actually see any of the colours down the side there with the numbers, if any of them go blue, that's a personal best for that team out there on circuit. If you see any of them go purple, which in all honesty is likely only to be the Hornet Racing at the top, they do appear to be far and away the quickest bike out there.
That's eighth place there. SR Taft Speed. There with the new lap there, 1:16.
So you can see the top 10 there, with the exception of the number 12 for the green club class entry of Danan. All the rest of them are in the pro and the race class. So Danan doing very, very well. They're getting that club bike up into 10th place overall.
You can just see the speed difference on the straight there. Look, between the lead.
You'll be able to see it here now as they come out of the reverse corkscrew section and they head down. That's the Bob Pope straight. Then they'll go straight through then onto what is actually more of a straight. The circuit there actually used to have a cut through as well. That's why it doesn't actually look as straight as it should be, although you are actually able to just follow a natural line straight down the middle of there on the bike as the 74. That was one of the bikes earlier, Jude, I think that we saw the rider had a fairly big off on, actually. I think that was the first one, wasn't it, at the D chicane that they'll be coming up to in a moment. If we can stay on this camera, you actually see how much the bikes will rise up through that D chicane section, and the negative camber it'll then get as the bike throws itself through here.
I don't think that's the exact rider that fell off. He must be doing another shift, but yeah, he came through the D chicane and it was quite a big off, actually.
Yeah,
it didn't look too...
We've seen it as well. It's more just as the bike changes direction, isn't it, over and through that curb section.
Yeah.
We see it through there. Just having a quick look. So yeah, thank you very much for joining us once again. I'm just having a see if we've got anybody.
No live chat.
No, still no live chat. Very surprised at that. I thought we'd be, but I imagine as the race starts to settle down, we'll have more people viewing in and getting in touch with us on the live chat here.
I mean, feel free if you're watching, tune into the live stream. Let us know where you are, what you're doing, who you're supporting, and who if you've got any family members racing, anything like that. So, I mean, we'll be here for 6 hours, so you might as well.
Certainly will. Non-stop coverage then on Alpha Live Productions of this fourth instalment of the British Scooter Endurance Club 6-hour race. We mentioned a few moments ago just regarding the minimum times and maximum times that people are allowed in terms of teams. So riders are allowed a maximum of 65 minutes on the bike. So that irrespective of how long the fuel tank may take the rider, 65 minutes is the maximum time that a rider can spend out there on a bike in any one single stint. There's also minimum times for the entire race that riders must be on the bike. So teams of 3 must have 72 minutes as a minimum each rider on the bike. Teams of 4, they get 54 minutes. Then teams of 5 have to have a minimum of 44 minutes. So
if you look at the leader, number 6, they've actually got the fuel tank in between the legs on that one. It's a big, I don't know if it's aluminium or steel, but it's probably aluminium. A big fuel tank in between his legs. He's just going to come past our com box here now.
Yeah, they get a. They're allowed to make certain modifications to the bike, certainly in the pro race and in the race class as well. They're allowed to be. Engines can be tuned. They can be fitted with uprated suspension, uprated brakes as well. They're also allowed to run a larger fuel tank, although, as we mentioned, in terms of actual riders being able to be out there, but if they can have that tank to sort of run a lot longer, means they're going to spend less time in pit lane because they're able to just then switch the rider without actually having to come in for fuel as well. Obviously, the thing with these is that the actual fuel, the fuel cap's going to be in a different place on each one of these carts as well, so each one of these bikes. So when they come in, they'll be. Some of them will be a lot easier to fuel than others, some of them as well.
Yeah, but we went and had a look down at the fueling station earlier, and yeah, they're all set out. Certain people have got the certain ways of doing it, I think. Some people have got stands and that. But on the live chat here, we've got Grease Monkey saying that this has quickly become my new favourite motorsport, which is good. We've got Bertie Bink saying, good morning, watching the Valley SC, lads having a go. Where are Valley SC? We'll have a look. Right, so they're
17th and 21st.
Yeah, that's all right. That
going well.
Yeah, going really well.
I think that puts at least the 207 Valley Scooter Club entry in third place in the club class,
which is a good result so far in the first opening laps. And then we've got some more, and then he was telling us the numbers there, and then we got Kevin L saying Team 70 Idiot South London. So that must be a team. We'll have a look now.
Yeah, Independent Idiots.
There we go.
Racing team.
We've got John McKeever. Come on, number 12. Give it the beans. We'll have a look for number 12. So if we look down the order here. Yeah, he's running 11th there in the club class, which is going well. And then what other results have we got here? We've got Louise Universe UK. We are watching here in Brighton, cheering on Team 347. Go Uncle Mark Greening, aka Joel. Joe? Oh no, it's Joe with an exclamation mark. I thought it said Joel then. What number is he? I'll have a look.
347 IDK Endurance Racing in the club class.
They're currently running 26th in the club class here. They're going well. And then what else have we got? Steve Bone, go on Higgsy, number 4 LLC. He's currently running.
Sorry, Jude, we've got the 87 in. Looks like they've got a problem. They'll go straight through the barriers, down through the gates. So the 87. That's one of our pro race teams, I believe. The 87. Just going to confirm that it is. It's 10-foot special. Riders Rob Overend, Dan Pearson, Craig Rowland, and John Pearson. They're 185cc Lambretta, currently running on 0cc's. Makes its way down into the paddock. Hopefully they'll come back shortly. You were right earlier as well, Jude, when you said that the Dukes of Essex, the 115 entry, I think they're the 155 entry, now in 12th place. They were running in second at the start of this race. I think you picked out that there was a mechanical flag of sorts being held out for them.
Yeah,
they've been into the pit lane. So if you are watching as well, you're actually able to, if you want to look at the live timing, you can pick that up on your phone, but if you're having a look on a laptop as well, you do get 1 or 2 extra features on there as well. Live timing can be found at live.alphatiming.co.uk/Teesside. On there, what you're able to do is the top 3 are automatically shown as gold, silver and bronze, but you can then, if you're on a laptop or a PC, you can click on 2 more teams. You're able to then highlight them in red and blue respectively, and you'll be able to follow them around the track map as well. Here at Teesside, you're also able to see the time since the team has been in the pit lane, and also the number of pit stops the team has made. So Dukes of Essex now back up into 12th. We see that they've made 1 pit stop already because they've been coming for that mechanical. They've also been out there for only...
Close over the start finishing between 2 bikes there. Can't pick up the numbers, but that was very close. Literally rubbing arm to arm over the start finish. And he got a wobble on going through the...
He did, didn't he? There we've got some
fast action.
The speed difference here, very, very akin really to Le Mans, where you have, like in the past you've either got your hypercar, your LMP1 and 2, and then down towards GTE, the actual closing speed of the bikes, very different. And really, obviously, it is the rider behind. It's their prerogative in order to get past safely. As we see the 12 making its way up and over the mountain section there.
Got Jay Smith tuning into the live chat there, saying, "Go on, Jude, lad. He's a local Minimax driver on the the Teesside sprints and some of the other tracks." Who else have we got? We've got Jessica. I don't know how to pronounce the second name. McGowan saying, "Woo, go ITR Team 70. That's my dad." Woo! That's
excitement there then.
Yeah.
So we've actually got a lot of support as well coming in from Damien McGill, as well as Lydia Marshall supporting the number 12 and the 32.
Yeah.
Both of those, the Tuath D Danan entries making their way over the water. Joining us from Ireland, we thank you very much as well. Certainly, given the current travel restrictions, with your presence here at Teesside this weekend, very much appreciated in making the effort to get over the water. And now, almost 20 minutes in, haven't seen too many issues. You see down there actually the bottom we've had at least three bikes. The 87, I think the 81 was another one that came in very early, didn't it, as well as the 47. Let's have a quick look on the timing as the 47 reappeared from their issues off the start line. That actually didn't actually see them go off the start line at all. They came straight and pushed the bike straight in. It just wouldn't start off the start line. So saw them early issues for the 47.
I can't see the number 47 on here, David.
No, so it looks like they may not have come back out and tripped the timing. So
is it 347 or? I can only see a 347.
We'll try and pick that one out later on, but certainly there was that one bike earlier that had some issues that didn't actually make it be around as we watched the number 41. It's one of the
looks like the
one
lead.
of the SRP entries. We were looking at that one earlier. I don't think they didn't do a huge amount of practice when we were down there watching the SRP 38 with their engine change. That bike was already parked up, so it looks like they were happy with that one.
Yeah.
And they are currently running in 6th place, making their way comfortably past the lap traffic there. There's the digital flag we saw on the left-hand side. So we've got a rider parked on the outside of the circuit. That looks like that bike's come to a halt.
Going to have to go back up the pit lane.
Yeah, I think that one will go the wrong way back up the pit exit, as we see another bike making its way actually down out of the pit exit. You can see like how much of a hill that is just down there towards the right-hander at Rib Bend. Let's just have a look, see whether they pick up the bump quite as much. I think the faster bikes may do. You saw the 7 there.
We'll wait for number 6 to come round.
Coming over, you can see a lot of them as well, just actually keeping to the inside, which actually sort of smooths that bump out a little bit. The bump is on the natural racing line there, around the outside. We saw the 27 coming through it. That it's a lot bumpier out there. And we've seen a lot of bikes coming down the inside. Actually, I think that the practice session this morning and a few yesterday afternoon might have highlighted just that bump to them.
Yeah. Well, like I said in the karts earlier, I mean, obviously in the karts you're sat an inch off the ground, aren't you? So usually you can feel the bumps a bit harder, but I think these scooters...
Yeah, they don't have suspension either, do they? And we've seen some of the... we were seeing some of the bikes earlier with the bodywork off, some of the the springs and the suspension set up on the back. You can obviously make a...
There was someone with brake issues earlier, wasn't they? With I think it was affecting them on track, like, so they came in. We've got some more live chat comments here. We've got Grease Monkey saying this is like an alternative universe version of Le Mans. Yeah, that sounds good. Who else have we got on here? Is someone saying this is fun? Georgie Mania, I think that's how you might pronounce it. Bertie Bink saying watching from Lancashire. And then who else have we got? Tuned in from Ireland, Linda McGrath. Linda McGrath. And then we've got a couple of others. Then we've got hashtag 12 Go Paul, Owen Curran.
Yeah.
Have a look who's hashtag 12.
Looks like the 12 is probably the most well-supported teams watching.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, we've seen quite
from over there. So got most of Ireland tuned in to watch, and I was tracking their progress. I know they were coming over. I think the furthest away they came over from Galway. Met up with some others at Belfast and made their way over. Having said that, the number 12, the entry for Tuatha De Danann has come into pit lane only 20 minutes in to the start of this race. So I'm not sure whether they've either got, because it's club class and they just it might be one of their first efforts at this, whether they're just doing a 20-minute rotation or not, or whether there are problems with that bike. So we'll keep an eye out from the 12, because the second place bike in the club class has come into the pit lane early, just as we were speaking about them on the live chat comments. They are into pit lane.
It looks like the lead has slowed down a bit there as well. His current lap times are about... oh no, has he just put a best in there?
No, he hasn't. 110, but it's...
but his lap times have slowed down, so the idea might have been go quick on the start, get a good gap, and then hold the position.
Yeah, certainly got the...
certainly got the lunge on.
Yeah, got a lap now actually on second place, Scooter Lab UK Racing, the 71. We obviously saw a number of other bikes up there. It looks like Dukes of Essex have actually dropped back down to 8th. We saw them move all the way back up to 6th place, having run as high as second early doors. There's a change there for 5th place CST. getting past Team Vespa. It's one of the pro race runners getting past the race. And this, as we mentioned, the colouring down the left-hand side, 4 different numbers. You also notice on the timing stacker on the live stream, the top 10 remain static. We then filter through the remaining field. So at least we'll be able to see everybody. Still a couple of runners still down there. Nunu Podard Twig.
As the leader comes over the line there for the 20th lap of this race.
So there's the 4G. We've got a rider in the pit lane. Looks like he was just rocking that back and forth. So I'm not sure whether we've got a bit of brake binding going on, but there's
or gearbox issues maybe, or something like that.
Also, that bike's getting run through by a gentleman with possibly one of the, I mean, I'm bald, so I'm just envious in general, but it's one of the most impressive hairs. One of the most impressive manes I've seen in a while.
Yeah. Brilliant. What have we got now then? So how far is the leader off?
Just having a quick look who that number 4 was, and just having a quick look through the programme notes of the 4 classes here to find that number 4. London Lambretta Club. Their Lambretta LI Special 240. Looks like some problems. Like it was Tony Higgs on the bike when that one was brought back in. So the 5-rider team of Tony Higgs, Andy Gillard, Matt Thompson, Jerry Sanders, and Tommy Tomlinson.
Yeah.
Whilst and to be fair, I do know that Tommy in that team has provided all the snacks for that team this weekend. So once that bike's fixed, if anybody's looking around and sees a couple of spare snacks, there will be.
Go and pop in, get yourself some digestives.
If you want to, no, not at all. But if they want to dispatch a team member to deliver some biscuits or anything to the commentary box, we don't turn them sort of things down.
No.
No. Biscuits, Haribo's, other confectionaries are all welcomely accepted.
Yeah, very much.
In any Alpha Live commentary box throughout the country, not just this one.
Yeah, but just please do.
Yeah.
Who else have we got?
So yeah, that bike looks like. Hopefully, we'll see that out. And it looks. I think, to be fair, I think that could be Andy Gillard who was running that one through the pit lane, because when he filled in his notes for his console, he just put some say. That he has the highest hair to scooter ratio of any rider, not just on the track, but probably throughout the country, in fact, as well. I think we've probably narrowed that one down. It was Andy Gillard pushing that bike back in.
Yeah, the times are still sticking. You know, kind of. I think the leader's kind of sticking with 110s, 111s currently, and that's what it looks like. Yeah, and then obviously you'll get caught up in traffic every lap, or whatever. So some of the laps will be a little bit slower. But I
mean, most of the track you're able to actually get through side by side around most of these corners, even if you are quicker. As we've got a bike off there on the outside of Rib Bend, although it looks like that one's being pushed back from the. Looks like is that the 87 again? We saw them with some.
I think that's the 87. I'll have a look now.
Yeah, it's definitely 87.
Yeah, I think it's this one here. 10-foot special.
Yeah, so we saw them out actually, didn't we, a few earlier on?
Yeah, in practice.
And that bike went back down into the paddock. Looks like it might have made it back out, but only as far as the outside of Rib Bend. Let's see whether we can actually look on page down, see where they were last in the pit lane. So they were last in the pit lane 7 minutes ago, so they might have got 1 or 2 laps in before that bike came to a halt once again. So as it stands, we currently have 10-foot special in. They'll be back in the pits. London Lambretta are in, Nunu Podard Twig, Rushden Lambretta Club and the United Colours of Pemberton all currently either in pit lane or have had some issues. It won't actually show, I don't think it'll actually show 10-foot special as being in the pit lane, because they won't naturally trigger the timing line on the way into the pit lane, because they've actually brought it in the wrong way.
Most of the breakdowns have been down there at Bend so far. It's I think it must be some kind of common spot. So
either that or the bikes have got a wicked sense of humour that they're only breaking down somewhere where people have got to push them back up a 100-metre hill.
We're going to cause a problem that makes even more problems. That's what they're thinking.
Yeah, so as we were mentioning, like generally around here, once again we see the bike there that with the exhaust and the 30, where it's sort of skimming around that left-hander. But generally everywhere around the Teesside Autodrome circuit, certainly on these scooters, you're able to go side by side, with the exception of the corner that the 30's just gone round there. It's the D chicane right in front of us. You might be able to see like a couple of riders getting a lunge down the inside, but not necessarily something that you want to do lap after lap. overtaking various other drivers. Duke's going to dip back into the live stream comments once again.
We've got someone saying, go on, Henry. Steve Bowen saying, looks like we are in the pits, #4. I think he's a bit disappointed about that. And then we've got Steve Bowen, Gillard's, I don't know.
That says Maine.
Maine. All right, yeah. We're talking about the hair. And then Kevin L saying, rocks the bike back and forth to select neutral if the bike stops in gear, in answer to your commentary. So that was a problem. There we go.
That's what we like.
Yeah, that's the live chat we need. Keep it coming. Team 333, ignition failure, spare scooter on track. So that's we'll have a look where they're currently sitting.
What I do hope Kevin L is here with the 6 hours, because if we need any technical knowledge, we're just going to throw it over to our technical correspondent to reply in the live comments.
Yeah.
And then we'll come back 10 minutes later when Kevin L has dropped the answer in for us. So
So get yourself a cup of tea, stay on the live chat, and we'll you can help us.
Dig in for the next 5.5 hours, Kevin. We've found a job for you.
And we're about a minute away from the half-an-hour mark now, so
so as they make their way through, then we'll just have a.
Must admit, time's flying, David.
It is, mate. What we'll do in a few moments at the bottom of the hour, and every hour we'll have a quick run through. What we will do though first is in the top right-hand corner, we've got a number of sponsors to just give a quick shout out to. The first one we'll run through is the top right-hand corner, and then we'll go through them throughout the day later on. So that's AME Auto in the top right-hand corner. AME is a specialist automotive parts procurement and distribution company providing a Europe-wide service of aftermarket parts and bespoke solutions. To find out more about how they can tailor their services to your needs and grow your business, visit ameauto.co.uk. That's ameauto.co.uk. We're at the bottom of the hour, and that means I've got to put Jude to work, because he's going to run through all of our runners from top down. What I will say though, Jude, before we actually start, is that number 6 has gone missing. We have missed it off cam, but Hornet Racing, who were absolutely flying at the start, some 2.5 seconds a lap quicker than everybody else, are now drifting down the timing screens like a broken ship, and they are outside the top 10, down in 12th place. They are in the pit lane at the moment, and we'll keep an eye out on them, and we'll see anybody else that's been having some issues as well, and see whether anybody is back out. Looks like actually down towards the tail end, actually, Nunu Twig and Rushden Lambretta Club. Whilst showing, looks like they have been in the pits now for some 29-30 minutes respectively, as have United Colours of Bemberton, showing as being in the pit lane. They're not adding any laps on, so looks like everybody actually from 30th down has had some specials, with Tuat D. Danan, 10-foot special, London Lambretta, and the 3 other teams we spoke about all having some issues. But at the moment then, at the top of the pile,
we've got RFS Tune in the lead now. I wonder who. We haven't got overall colours, but we'll pick up on a rider for that later. We've got SL UK Racing in second on that. One sec, let me have a quick look. On the race bike, not the pro race. So they're going really well for their class. We've got CST Pro Race in third. SRP Race Tech Pro Race in fourth. Fifth, the 41 of SRP Racetech Essex. Sixth, sorry, the number 15 of Team Vespa on the race class bike, and they've just come over the line there in front of us. In seventh, we've got the 155 Dukes of Essex, and they're doing well in their class as well. And then in eighth, we've got one of the club bikes, which are going really well in their class. Spire Tarmac Terriers, and they're obviously, like I said, in the club class. Their last lap was a 1:17, so they're going really well. And who we've got next? In ninth, we've got another pro race bike, SRP Real Taft Speed. They're currently in ninth. 10th, to round out the top 10, we've got the number 67 of TAS Race Team in the race class. And then in 11th, the 189, Gunson Baines Racing. 12th, Valley Scooter Club, sorry. on the number 207, and then the first of the road class, we've got the 55 in 13th, Team Numpties, and they're currently their last lap was a 1:22.8. Now we've got who we've got now, so 14th Team Arrett. They're also on a road bike, a road scooter. We've got Valley Scooter Club just moved down there, been overtaken by the 55 of Team Numpties.
Just going to interject there because we have had some issues actually for Valley Scooter Club, as you mentioned there. The 207 bike was having some issues there getting up the reverse corkscrew section, and looks like that is now going to be stationary on the outside. So the 207 Valley Scooter Club, that's why they're starting to drop down. So
just seeing
back
them go
over
down
to
there.
you.
And then where was I? I forgot where I was now. I think I was in, about 14th or something. And then we've got the 207. Yeah, I've said them. They've moved down. And then 15th, we've got the 112 of RFS Tune 2 on the road bike. And then 16th, we've got the 11 of Wearside Wonders SC out there on a club bike. And then 17th, we've got the 210 of Valley Scooter Club PX. So they'll, I think they're the ones that have just moved down, are they? Yeah, I think they are. And then 18th, number 8 of DC 10 Cert. 19th, the 200 of Two Sheds. 20th, the 7th of Privateer Racing. We've got number 30 coming across the line there, running his bike into the pits.
CST, I think, one in the 30.
Yeah,
they're bringing that in.
I wonder. We'll have a look if we could swap to pit.
That's the 207 as well. Actually, just bringing that one in. Yeah, it's a long walk as well from the reverse corkscrew section. Probably
it's gonna have to cross the track.
Yeah, it's the far end of the circuit to the left of the combox. The south bank being the far end from the other end. So two bikes being wheeled back into pit lane.
Yep, and then that's CST. They're going down the order still. Just coming into the pits there. And then who have we got next? We've got the 20th to round out the top 20. We've got 7th Privateer Racing. We've got there in the road class. 21st, the 56 of Foster 56. And then in 22nd, we've got the 347 of IDK Endurance Racing. 23rd, 32. I don't know, I'll say that one. Tuatha D. Denan Vespa. Denan? Something like that, something along them lines. 24th, the 88 of Team Jet Set. 25th, the number 70. 26th, number 16. And they're in the road class. Them two. And then 27th, Team Escargo. 28th, the odd mod squad. 29th is it the same? Oh no, they're not the best team. So the Tuatha D. Denan. 30th to round out the top 30. Hornet Racing on the number 6. They are on a pro race bike. So so they're working their way back up. They must have been in the pits.
They were the early race leaders, weren't they?
Yeah, they were. And
they're still in pits as well.
Yeah, so they must have some kind of problem. There's a 207 coming into the pits there, to resolve his problem. So, we'll keep an eye on that. Just keep who's coming. Quickly, the 30 in 31st, the 333, 32nd, the 4. The 30 in 33rd, the 887 of 10-foot special, and then we'll be going 50. The 35th place is 81 of the United Colours of Pemberton, and that rounds out the grid.
So at least we've managed to get one more bike out actually from the start, because we did actually have only 34. You might have actually caught on the stream there the tail end of an incident down at Rib Bend. The marshal was there picking up bits of a bike down there at Rib Bend. That one we missed actually what bike it was, but we've got we had one off down there, so it looks like that bike is another one that we'll try and keep an eye out on the timing. So
definitely,
and see whether we've got anybody anybody falling down the timing that we may well have missed. So we'll have a quick look at that one. But we did see CST coming in front of the commentary box off camera during that. They came in to the pit lane during Jude's run through of the class. So CST there, Lambretta CST Contrini.
There's 21.
Looks like this, is that a problem, or are they in for fuel? It's only 40 minutes, so there's no. It doesn't look like there's anything going into that one. Our camera op down there, just having a quick look, trying to. Looks like we are actually going to have.
I think it's a refuel there.
Yeah, I think there's a refuel. Looks like they were just sorting out something underneath. So the safety tough jug being loaded into the top there of the fuel tank for the number 21.
That sun's come out now, David. It's getting hot in the comms box here.
It's very nice.
Yeah, it's getting toasty.
Toasty in the comm box here at Teesside.
The weather's getting. I think throughout the day it's just getting better and better, isn't it?
It's been warm all morning, hasn't it? But it's been a case where it was warm, but it was overcast. Whereas now the cloud is starting to break away. The blue skies starting to.
We've got the 84 coming into the pits there.
Yeah, it's coming in quickly though, isn't it? So it looks like that's the.
Must be refueling.
It's possibly one of the first times we've seen a bike come in that hasn't come in with a problem so far with this 40 minutes in.
Yeah.
And now we're actually starting to get to the point now where teams are going to have to come in because they're starting to edge closer to that 65-minute limit for each of our teams in terms of the bikes. So if you are just joining us or you've joined us since the start here for this 6-hour British Scooter Club Endurance British Scooter Endurance Club race here from Teesside Autodrome. Riders are out there for a maximum of 65 minutes, irrespective of what the fuel tank on these bikes does, because certainly on the race and the pro carts, on the bikes, you can have a larger fuel tank. So it looks like the 84 is going to be back out, gets walked through. The rider actually goes into a brisk walk there, so he can't wait to get back out.
A paced walk, needs to get back out.
Back out onto the circuit, or at least out for his first instalment.
Was that the number 84? Was it?
Yeah, the 84 making its way back out onto track, having picked up some go-go juice from the fuel bay.
I'll be needing some go-go juice soon.
We've got a rider on, either a rider off or a bike with a problem on the top of the mountain section. We might be able to pick a number up.
Is that 77 maybe?
No, let's have a. It looks like he's actually got it going again. So even if it's not going to full power, I think we've got the 114 actually there going down the back straight.
It's a 114. Yeah, sorry.
Has a quick look over his shoulder. And, the bike, it's still moving, Jude, although it doesn't look like it's going anywhere near as quickly as it should be.
No, I don't think it is it?
No, Spire Tarmac Terriers, who were our leaders in that class earlier on. They're still the leaders, in fact, as it stands. They have a 2-lap gap back to the 210 Valley Scooter Club. But looks like they're going very slowly, and would not be at all surprised to see that 114 peel off into pit lane in a few moments' time.
That's 38, just came into the entering the pit lane there. We'll watch out for him.
Yeah, the 114 does indeed come in to the pit lane. So the class leading 114 from our club class was running up as high as 8th place for Spire Tarmac Terriers, as a 38 gets the run through the pit lane. Looks like they're either in just for a rider change. So there is an area there where you can push through, or you can come in for fuel. So the 14 looks like he's been off that bike actually, because it looks like there's something loose there to the right-hand side of the handlebars there.
There's the 210 coming into the pits here.
Yeah, that's coming in.
That's the Valley Scooter Club.
Yeah, look there, Jude. We've got a
we've got a technical
hanging
problem
off there on that one. So let's see whether it's.
Is it just a bit of tape, David?
Could be, but there's certainly at the moment no urgency with that 114 in order to get somebody back on it. I think that looks like it's some sort of that could be the throttle lever to an extent, because it's certainly hanging off. The 114 then class leading Spire Tarmac Terriers machine is wheeled off and down into pit lane. That will hand the lead in due course, I imagine, back to one of the Valley Scooter Club bikes, although it was the 207 earlier making the early running. Now it's the 210. They have just come in the pit lane, actually, the
Who's
Valley
that
Scooter
in there
Club
as well?
210.
That's the 112 in there as well.
Yeah, the cone on the left there, that's the engine start cone, so the bikes have to be pushed all the way through pit lane towards that cone before they're actually able to start their engine. So it's actually making it look like all of the bikes have got a problem because they're all being pushed out of sight.
It's quite confusing, to be honest.
From our camera, but it's more of a case that they have to go past that cone before they're able to think. So one thing we will do, Jude, because now we're heading towards the 1 hour mark, we're closing in. There's a 32.
Oh, there's 32 in the pits there.
Comes in. We're starting to see now.
He looks like he's waiting for someone to refuel in there. So,
yeah. The thing as well, just a reminder for everybody watching, is that there is no pit to bike radios in the British Scooter Endurance Club series. So there'll often be a case where a pit board is hung out, or if the bike comes in, people might not necessarily know. So if you are part of the number 32 team, you've got a rider down there who he looks a bit lost, and his arms are up a little bit. So
they're getting wet. Oh, here's the mechanics. Look,
we'll replace that with lost and angry rather than just lost. He's down there waiting for the rest of his team. So the 32 is in. Looks like we're in for some fuel as well.
That's the
that bike.
We'll have a quick look what the team is. We'll have a quick look through the papers. We've seen their team around the track quite a lot today, haven't we? With their
that's the second entry for Tuatha De Danann, with the 4-rider entry based out of Ireland, with Patrick Little, Stephen Hempinstall, Silas Anderson and Nigel Burnside.
He's given us a thumbs up there, David, I think.
Yeah, so looks like that is Silas Anderson, who lists on his commentary form as his job title as a full-time wingnut.
Fair enough.
We did have some very creative entries.
Oh, we did.
And what I will say from the British Scooter Endurance Club is that some of you have got a very vivid imagination.
Oh yeah.
Some of it bordering on disturbing.
Yeah, yeah. It was very. I think it was very close, wasn't it?
We've actually got we've got quite a some frantic action going down here on the pit wall, involving arm waving and other things, trying to get a rider into pit lane. So as we mentioned, no pit to bike radio, so riders have got to look out for their pit boards or pit signals or anything in similar. I've seen people waving orange high-vis vests around. I've seen somebody earlier who was waving an orange flag around, trying to give his team.
Yeah. That was in practice, that wasn't it?
Yeah, trying to.
We've got someone on the live stream saying this is truly race attrition. I don't get what
attrition.
Yes, don't know what that word is. And then what else is he? We've got Steve Bone on here again saying get in London Lambretta Club, take back on track. There we go. And then what else have we got? Oh yeah, and we've got him giving us tips again. No,
it's just a bit of an update. It's actually what the problem was with that London Lambretta bike.
Update regarding LLC. Number 4 bike was in pits, had ignition problems, kept cutting out. So there's the problem for number 4. What else have we got? We've got Donna Hunt supporting Crew and SRP Race Tech from down in Surrey. We've got a bike in the pits here, 189 for refueling. They've got an Alpha Live sticker on their bike. So, and also so that's I think they're only in for race fuel. I think you can see some scratch on the exhaust there. That must be where we could see it in the hairpin, mustn't it?
We're going to stick with them actually for a few moments because they've got an Alpha Live sticker on. If you're currently going around there without an Alpha Live sticker on, you would like some more coverage of your bike. Slap an Alpha Live sticker on, and we'll that's almost certainly to guarantee you at least another 10 seconds of screen time.
Definitely.
Gunson Baines Racing there then into pit lane for some fuel. Their riders, Kieran Baines, Chris Gunson, Liam Gregory and Sue Gunson, bringing that 110cc Lambretta GP into pit lane for some fuel. Let's have a quick look though, Jude, because we keep seeing them coming in.
Yep.
Who hasn't yet been into pit lane? Because they're heading now towards the 1 hour mark. We are almost 50 minutes into this British Scooter Endurance Club race. We know that 65 minutes is the top end that riders are actually allowed to stay out there on their bike before any sort of penalties are incurred.
Yeah.
And looks like as well the 200 is in, and as you see, most of the time on these ones the seat is up in order to refuel. The 8 is in as well. So as we head towards that 1 hour mark now, it looks like oh, that seat doesn't need lifting up. They've got a little
that modern, that's the tech. I wonder how old these bikes are, David. I've not seen any of that information.
Most of them are probably older than you.
Yeah, I think so.
But it doesn't take much. What that reminds me of there on that number 8 bike, you know where they've just pulled the plug out there to undo it?
Yeah.
Is do you know on the plastic thing on a kid's water pistol?
Oh yeah.
Where you take it out, but it stays in, and you just pop it back in. I really like that on that number 8 bike there.
Looks
I think
good,
as you can see now, the bikes will be walked through all the way through out of this refueling area. To the right there, you can see the cut through where riders are just coming in maybe for either a problem or a rider change.
And we need to find
So we see the 38. That was the bike earlier. That's one of the SRP
that had the engine swap. That one
that had the engine swap, where you can see the engine out at the bottom. The case was that they just put the bike on a raised platform, dropped the engine out the bottom, and put another one straight up the underside and connected it back on. You can see now really trying to get. That's London Lambretta, their number 4 bike, once again in the pit lane. Although this time, is it going for fuel or is it going down once again into the abyss of the paddock for work? Looks like it could just be fuel actually for the number 4 London Lambretta bike.
We've got Team 88 out there. We've got Linda Bedson on it, riding that bike, haven't we, David?
We do. We've got a couple. We've got a couple of good Linda Bedson stories actually.
Yeah, we have. Yeah.
So Linda's out there in on the bike, also in brand new leathers, which, as it turns out, that earlier in the week, sort of leathers for bikes, you do want to wear them in a little bit, just get used to them before you use them. She got so used to it that she fell asleep in them and woke up at 3 in the morning still wearing the leathers, which must be quite a surreal experience, really, because I imagine that, you know, whilst they do offer some sort of freedom of movement, obviously when you wake up and you've been laid down in, you know, for the best part of 6 hours under a leather blanket, I don't think that's going to, you know, it's going to be quite a surreal moment as you know. Yeah.
And we see it coming over the start and finish here now.
As you sort of, your eyes sort of break daylight and you wake up and you know not quite as much movement as you were probably expecting first thing in the morning. So. Yeah.
Who else have we got?
And it's a birthday next week as well.
Is it a birthday next week?
Yeah, birthday next week. So
brilliant. We've got a new leader, I think. We've got the 71 leading it now. It was the 111 earlier.
But the difference there is that SL UK Racing are yet to pit, whereas RFS Tune have been in the pit lane as well as the 130, the 135.
I think these bikes look amazing, mate. I think they look like too small, but they're fast at the same time. When you see them going down the back straight, it's amazing.
I know there's a lot of interest as well. So if you are interested, or you've got one, or you've got a group of friends that are into this sort of thing and think I want to go racing, I want to join this sort of endurance category, you can find out a little bit more both on the internet at www.bsec.uk. That's British Scooter Endurance Club, so it's bsec.uk.co.uk. Also have a quick look on Facebook as well. Just type British Scooter Endurance Club in, you'll find their group on there. I know that you and I this week, Jude, we've joined that group and we've found that...
I saw a lot of the team getting prepped for the weekend.
Everybody getting prepped, everybody happy to share information, advice, also happy to share their mishaps as well, to sort of, in terms of advising other teams of what to do and more so what not to do as well.
Yeah, it's a bit like some of the karting pages. You get a lot of people recommending stuff and giving you advice for certain stuff. It's really good. And in a lot of racing communities, you get you know, a lot of that kind of stuff, really good sportsmanship, and you get, you know, people helping each other. You know, if someone's bike's broke, other people will jump in and help, which is really good. We saw that in the pits earlier, didn't we? So
yeah, we saw a lot of bikes, certainly when the 38 was being done. One gentleman turned up just at the right time, didn't he? Just as they were finishing.
Yeah.
That's always the best time to. That's always the best time to turn up to a repair job. Just as the panels are being put back on it.
Yeah, nip all the bolts up, sound.
So, still got a number of teams then that are yet to pit, with just around about 12 minutes until the actual timing of the first, you know, sort of limit in terms of 65 minutes elapses. So, SL UK still out there running around at the head of the field, currently have a gap of 1 minute back to Dukes of Essex, who've now moved up into back into second place. They had them problems earlier on, so they have pitted, although we will expect to see them back in the pit lane at some point, although they are now starting to close in on SL UK. The gap is down to 1 minute, and they've actually had to come through from the back of the field, having them early issues, so we'll keep an eye out on that gap between the two leaders. SRP Racetech Essex, they've not pitted yet. Neither have Team Vespa. Taz Racing team haven't either, so there's still Team Numpties who are class leaders as well. In the road class, they're still yet to pit.
Well, we've got it looks a bit excited here. We've got some excited crowds down at Teesside today. I'm excited.
Well, I don't know. You know, obviously each team has got a you know, got a signal obviously to bring people into the pit lane. I'm not sure whether the lady from CST to our right inside the commentary box, whether the rider has to look out for her jogging on the spot as a pit lane, as an exit, or whether she's just really excited to see that bike come back into pit lane. But we'll see whether CST are back in a few moments. Looks like they've gone down. There's a couple down there actually with the 70, which I think is the Independent Idiots. They've gone down there with their board as well to signal them into pit lane. So we certainly do have runners down the bottom there. You can see at least the bottom six. Hornet Racing as well. Last time's race winners. In fact, they've won the last 2 times, and they have got a long way. We know the pace is in the bike, Jude, but if they're not out there, you're not going to win. And that is really, that's the thing, isn't it? Is that if they're not out there on the track, they can't win. That bike currently still in pit lane.
Yeah, too right.
And you know, they did say at the start of the day that they do have a target on their back, certainly because they've won the last 2. Looks like the target may have fell off very early into this 6-hour endurance.
Yeah. We've got the 38 now running in 4th position, SRP Racetech Pro Race class. They've been current. I wonder where the number 6 is. They're still in 32nd.
Yeah, they're still down there. The Hornet Racing
problem.
bike still in the pit lane, isn't it? As the 67 comes in, and it looks like that one's either that could is that the Taz Racing. They've got it is in 7th. We'll have a quick look. They may well, Jude, on that one, if they've got a fuel tank that allows them to go a little bit longer. That might just be the case that bike's obviously been pushed through for a rider change. They can do
they can do a bit longer.
They can do 2 stints in terms of riders per trip to the fuel bay, and obviously we know that it's it's a long time in that fuel bay. You're gonna lose at least a lap down there in the fuel bay, because you've obviously got to. You know, some of them, when you're having to lift the seat up, then you're having to, take the tank off, so take the cap off the tank. Then, you know, the tough jugs or the shoulder jugs, there's a limited flow, obviously, because you know, as the 30 CST
enters the pits,
machine comes in.
Hopefully we can get a pit camera to focus on what they're doing.
We'll pick up them in a few moments. Let's just have a quick look. There we are. So CST.
It's either a fuel change or maybe a mechanical. We've got the mechanic team jumping in there. No, that's a mechanical.
CST, the 30, straight down into the abyss, into the paddock. We thought that was going to be for fuel, and I'm not sure, you know, what the issue is there with that one, but taken straight by their helper, straight down into the paddock. Issues then for the 30th place. CST machine. Looks like they've only actually been out on track for around about 4 minutes, so it looks like they've been out and come straight back in with an issue.
We'll see if there's anyone on the live stream that's going to be prompting what's the problem with this. No, I don't think there is. We've got Go Team, SLUK, Go Sam, we've got a couple of other ones. But yeah, so we've got the number 70 in the pits there. I think that's just for a fuel change. We've got, might have a couple of other bikes. Just I think they were queuing up to get in there earlier actually. A couple of bikes. So they're just in the pits now. Who else have we got? We've got some comments, but then yeah. So as they're refueling, then they'll as they put the fuel caps back on, they'll exit the pit to the left-hand side of the track and come out down the bottom at Rib Bend. So there's a 55 in the pits. I think that's for a biker change, a driver change. Sorry.
Yeah, looks like.
Oh, and the exhaust is loose a little bit. I think they're just checking it there.
We're just going to have a quick look at that. Might be a case that there's a bolt's come out of that one. I think we're going to just have a quick look. That's the 155. So that's Dukes of Essex, who are currently running in second place. We were expecting them to actually move to the head of the field.
Yeah.
When SLUK came in, because we weren't expecting to see Dukes of Essex in, because they'd already been in very early on. We thought they may have fueled at that same time.
Yeah.
Let's see now whether that bike looks like it's actually going to be started up. Because
well, the exhaust bracket must just be a little bit loose, but I'm sure it won't be a big problem. So they're back out on track now. And then who else have we got? Who's in the pits?
Dukes of Essex then back out. The gap previously between SLUK Racing and Dukes of Essex was about 1 minute. So between our two leaders.
Yeah, and then that's the number 70 just going back into the pit. I think that's a rider swap there. So so they'll be having a different rider go on that bike, and then they'll be exiting the pits down towards Rib Bend, and then going out for the remaining 5 hours now. We're down to the 5 hour mark. We are.
Scooter Lab UK then continue to lead this race in the number 71. Scooter Lab sponsoring the road class here at Teesside today. And Scooter Lab for news, from news to reviews, helmets and spare parts. Scooter Lab is the place to go for the scooterist lifestyle. The online magazine forum as well at Scooter Lab UK. So that's scooterlab.uk for pretty much everything when it comes to scooters. Check them out as well. They are up there in the top right hand corner under the AME logo, and they are currently leading the way here at Teesside Autodrome. We are 1 hour into this 6 hour British Scooter Endurance Club race here at Teesside. The top 10 then as it stands, and then we'll give you class leaders as well for each one. SLUK, although they are in the pit, so we may see a change very shortly. SRP Race Tech are in second. Dukes of Essex, RFS Chew, SRP Race Tech Essex, Team Vespa, Taz Race Team, SRP Real Taft Speed, Team Numpties, AA ORT, and Gunson Baines Racing. That's complete. That's actually the top 11. Gunson Baines there running in 11th, though they may move back into the top 10 in a minute, with Numpties being in the pit lane. Class leaders then as it stands. We've got a...
that's the 38 S Race Tech out the front there. They're 1 lap behind the leader S Racing in the number 71. But they're just coming around hairpin 4 now onto the dog leg over the start and finish.
Looked like he actually took that curb a little bit too tight there. The supporting his knee looked like he caught that curb. They are the two main ones here at Teesside down there, what we call hairpin 3 and 4.
Yeah.
The dog tooth curbs, and they are quite painful actually if you want to get your knee over that. So your class leaders as it stands out at the front, we've got a race class team leading the way. Whereas obviously you'd normally expect to see the pro race out the front just because they're additional power on their machines, and obviously all riders sort of being limited in terms of race licenses as well. So Dukes of Essex then leading the race class, the pro class being led by SRP Race Tech. Then down the left side, Team Numpties currently leading the road class. And then in club, we've got now IDK Endurance leading the way. They're in 13th overall. There's not many teams actually in that club class so far, Jude, that haven't had a go at leading that one. We've had IDK now leading the way. I think we've had Valley Scooter Club, both of their 207 and 210 entries as well. We had issues with Spire Tarmac Terriers, who are still shown being down there in 30th, still in the pit lane.
Are they still in the pit lane? They are.
Yep, still in the pit lane. They've... it's currently showing that they've been in the pit lane for an hour, but they certainly haven't. They were leading the way around half an hour in to this British Scooter Endurance Club race.
So now we're past the 5 hour So now we're past the 5-hour mark. We're now at 4 hours 57 minutes. That's the time remaining. We'll be covering it for the next the remaining time. So please stay tuned. You know, we'll keep you updated with all the you know, the action on track. We'll tell you other little bits as well. So yeah, on to you, David.
Yeah, no, I'm just having a quick look at some of the comments as well. I do like it when they start interacting with each other. It almost bypasses us.
Oh yeah, there we go.
We become a
we're
side thing. We're just having a quick look as well. Tab Wash has been on, just saying that people can sort of do this with a road prep bike. You most certainly can. The road class and the club class, the scooter must be to a normal MOT standard. And we see a number of the actual bikes going around have actually still got the number plate on the back. The club class being the most popular class here today at Teesside, with it being the entry-level class. Scooters as well, they'll still have the lights on, although they will be taped up at the front for safety. We see the 84 come past. There's a 74. They've got something over the front of the light to actually stop it as well. But
I think it's tape, isn't it? You know, like the rallycross cars do to if any smashes right up and you don't end up with glass all over the track. So, but like we were saying earlier, David, we're wondering how many people are going to drive their Vespers, the Vespers home tonight with their registrations on.
Yeah, I mean we'll be packing down, but I imagine at least I might overtake at least one on the A66 back out of Middlesbrough later on this evening. So yeah, as you mentioned here. Road bikes as well. These machines can be used. Just having a quick look at some more, just the details in terms of the regs. So the scooter, they can be modified a little bit, but like I say, it must still meet a current MOT standard as the 111 comes in, and that sounds a little bit sick, Jude. But
yeah,
it's sort of like going in and out. It's almost as if that's sort of
fueling.
It's gone all the way down to the bottom of the fuel tank on that one, and it's coming in on fumes.
Yeah. We'll see if we can get a pit shot. There we go, in the pits there.
So let's see whether that one's just going to get pushed through. It is. He's elected not to go to fuel. So it looks like that we may have been incorrect there in terms of what the issue was with that bike.
It might have just been standard 2 stroke bogging out every now and then. So.
Yeah, so it looks like we'll see whether that one comes straight back out in a few moments' time. But certainly looked like it was having some issues on entry into the pit lane. And the 111 of RFS Tune with Justin Offland, James Lancaster, Paul Fitzgerald and Alex Larman. Their 200cc Lambretta looked like it was having some issues. We'll see whether it makes a reappearance in the.
We'll watch the time in here and see. We've got the number 4 in the pits there. I think
once again,
just getting another fuel change. Well, we're coming to the hour mark, so you can kind of expect a lot.
That's only just been. They've had some issues with that London Lambretta machine, haven't they? Because it looks like there's once again trying to get it started. That bike got pushed back down through.
It's getting pushed down again there, David.
It is. Last time's winners then in the road class, the number 4 London Lambretta, have going once again back into pit lane. Now, the thing is, Jude, with these bikes is that you are actually able to change the bike if you have a problem during the race, but it will cost you 20 laps, I believe.
Really? Jesus.
So you can change the engine, that's perfectly fine. You can do that in your own time, or if you feel that you can do that quicker. Teams are allowed to run a spare bike in the regs. The only difference being is that when the spare bike comes back out, it must have an A next to the number. So I'm going to use it as an example, but 15's just gone past. If anything was to happen, then it'd need a 15A.
And then obviously they'll go back out.
Naturally, because we've mentioned it and because we're commentators, we've cursed that bike now for the rest of the race. It's probably already broken down at Rib Bend. It's only gone 100 metres past us, but because we've spoke about it, will
be our fault.
Yeah, it'll certainly be our fault.
Yeah,
we certainly have strong powers from the commentary box to stop some of these machines.
Yeah, it's weird. But what was I going to say there? I was going to say something I forgot now. We've got the 74 in the pits there, Taft Speed. I wonder what they're. I think
looks like that could just be fuel as well.
Yeah, or they're dipping something in it or taking something out. So, but then I think they're going to go do a rider swap as well there. They're going to take that through, and I think another rider's going to jump onto it. So we'll see how they get on.
See whether it goes through that there. Yep, for the.
There we go. There's another rider getting on it. He's going to jump on. Then he's going to go and do his stint of riding on this course today.
Gleefully waiting there.
Yep. I've forgotten my facts, David. I forgot how long the track is. I have.
Well, this one will be a bit different, won't it? Because we're going straight down the back straight.
Normally
it's around about 2,000 metres, but with the
with all the extras took
with
out.
us missing out that middle part of the chicane, you know, the infield section.
Well, I'm sure it'll be somewhere near maybe 1,800 maybe.
Yeah, I think there's probably 300-400 metres in that middle section. So around about. I don't know. To be fair, at the start, I think Darren might have had it on there, but I think it was the number 12 of Danan come in again for some fuel. They were an early class leader as well.
Yeah, there's the number 12 in the pits there, getting a refuel, so there's no wrong with that bike, so they're obviously going well. We'll have a look where they stand on the grid.
Yeah, is there anybody that's not been in yet, Jude? There should be, because we're currently
I don't know how to tell.
Almost there. It looks like Team
right,
Vespa are pushing the envelope out.
They've got, does that say 5 minutes there until they have to go in? Yeah, so they've got 5 minutes until they come in.
Yeah, they've been out there for they're pretty much on the border now of what is the limit. So we've certainly got two teams that are yet to pit. Team Vespa, the 15, and looks like that is DC10 SERT are yet to pit. At the moment, they'll need to be coming in very, very soon, because as we mentioned before, the maximum ride time without a change is 65 minutes.
They're getting very close to that there, aren't they?
I think the timing at the top certainly shows beyond that. Although they may well, this is the thing as well, is that they're not showing as being in the pit. So I was about to say, some of these teams will come in, like at the moment they're Dukes of Essex, they're showing as they've been in the pits twice, but the first one was for that very early mechanical issue. Which didn't seem to hamper them too much. They went straight back out, so I don't know whether it was either if somebody's got something loose hanging off their leathers or off their suit or something like that, they'll be brought in under a mechanical flag to have that rectified, obviously for safety reasons. So not had any penalties up yet on the messages part of the screen, and the fact that it's showing as a false start, but I think that's just because of where everybody started in front of the timing line at the start. But we've not seen anything come up yet, so it looks like everybody's riding well, everybody's following the I know what you've pointed to.
Yeah, number 6.
Number 6 is back out.
That's the first time I've seen him since the start, actually. I've not seen him for a while. He's currently running in 33rd, so he's kind of stayed there for the past half an hour or so since he came into the pits with I think it was a problem.
Running in 33rd, 33 laps down as well, so we'll keep an eye on that, because we know that they've got some pace.
Well, we saw it at the start, didn't they? They got out at the front and they got a really good gap. But I tell you what I like how everyone goes down the back straight and they're absolutely on it. They're just behind the bars and they're proper going for it, and it looks brilliant.
Yeah, we saw when practice opened up this morning at 9 o'clock, the first rider that went out.
As
soon as he appeared, we couldn't even see his head, could he? He pretty much had it between his legs down the back straight, trying to minimise the airflow. The airflow over the body, and obviously how much it's hitting you.
Yeah, definitely.
Trying to get his head down. And I imagine it makes a huge amount of difference, in terms of just how much you can, increase the power of these bikes.
Yeah. Well, they're not like a normal. There's someone off here, David. At the D chicane.
You're not wrong. We've got a rider off on the outside of the D chicane. Then Marshall making his way over to make sure that rider is all right. There we are. Let's see if we can pick a number up off that, although at the moment
it's quite hard to see, isn't it? There's a yellow flag out there, so the rider's taking caution as they come past the accident. I think the handlebars broke off that, David. Yeah,
we've got some issues there, and I think that was number 7.
Yeah, number 7,
Let's have a quick flick through, and that's Privateer Racing with Mark Bennett, Paul Thompson, Nigel Slightholm and Viv McCann. Issues there for that machine, and as you rightly say,
the handlebars have come off it. That's going to be a pit job that they're going to
need some remedials.
So
the machine makes its way back in, and
as it enters the pit, the yellow flags will, they'll go down in a second. Soon as I think this might be still a bit of debris on the track. So
I think Marshall's just going to pick 1 or 2 bits up and clear the track, which I think's. We saw the 111, didn't we, in practice with a puncture? Yeah,
we did actually. Yeah, it came in, and the pit crew quickly sorted that out, and they were back out.
You don't want to be going over too much metal, and we saw that there's a fair bit of that to be collected. Although the marshal's actually walking back with at least 5% of that Lambretta in his hand.
Yeah, there's a little bit in his hands there, like so. we'll say good luck to the team,
to be fair,
team.
Looking at that, I wouldn't even bother handing that back to the team.
It looks a bit of a mess.
That'll go into the scrap barrel and that'll get weighed in at the end of the month.
Yeah, that's exactly what happened.
Not sure that one's getting reattached back to the bike. I think it's those handlebars, their racing days are done.
Hopefully they've got some spare. Hopefully they've got some spare in the box. So
I imagine they will, and if not, I imagine somebody else will oblige, and hopefully we'll see that number 7 machine back out. So as we mentioned, you know, it is a race of attrition. You do have to stay upright. You do have to keep your bike in one piece. Just having a quick look now. Hornet Racing are
there's 111, David. 111 is just coming up.
That was the bike that we saw earlier that was coming in, wasn't it? They're the team that had the puncture early in practice as well. Yeah. But we also saw that bike was coming in earlier. We thought it was coming in for fuel because it looked like it was spluttering, and there
must be some kind of mechanical problem with that. So
we're about to actually catch it there. In the background as it comes in. So the 111 machine.
Hopefully we can get a pit view of that as he comes in.
RFS tune looks like that bike has had some issues and has been pushed in from down towards South Bank. There is a gap in the barrier, so they don't have to then push it all the way around the 2 hairpins. And looks like the 111. And I'm surprised that was actually been pushed through the fuel bay and taken the shortcut down into the paddock, but. Also, if the rest of his team don't know that he's bringing it in, but if you're part of RFS Tune and the 111, your rider is pushing that bike back through pit lane, you may want to go and meet him because that bike's been actually pushed from South Bank. So I imagine that
we've got a different rider out on that 88 now. Just come past our comms box. I don't think it's Linda Benson still.
No, change of rider then
change of rider for them.
The 88.
We've still got a speedy rider on that number 6, hopefully working his way through the grid. I'll have a quick look now. I can't see them on there, so they must have moved up. Oh no, they're still in 33rd there.
They've got 5 laps to close up onto the
30 seconds,
CST in front of them. Although CST are in the pits still after that issue earlier on. They've been in pit lane now for 22 minutes.
Yeah.
Then they've got another couple of laps actually then to get onto the back of Rushden Lambretta. So we do expect to see Hornet Racing making their way through. However, they have 33 laps to close up. We know that they've got the speed in general to do it, but it's a case now of it's really as much of a race against the clock as to how far they can come back through.
We've got the 189 there, GB Racing, with a lap board out there saying L2 on it. I don't quite know what that means, but there's a lap board out for them.
Two laps for them to come in. Yeah.
Let's see where they are. Yep. Well, I think 111. They must still be in the pits. It'd be good if we could get a pit view on them, but we'll see. I think our roaming cameraman was a little bit further up actually because he was picking up that issue earlier on with the 7 who'd come off. Yeah. So we'll might pick one up, but the 38 is now coming round hairpin 4. He's currently running second on the what class is that? I think it's pro race. So he's running he's first in class, but second overall. We've got S Racing in first on that race class bike or scooter, sorry. So they'll be, they're going really well. So they'll be. I think 38. I think it's catching them there because when I looked a second ago, it was on about 40 seconds gap between them, but now it's moved down to 26. So S Race Tech, I think they're certainly catching them up, like so.
Yeah, one thing I'm noticing, certainly from this view with the camera mounted, that's the same camera view we use at the British 24 up on the reverse corkscrew section on the mountain, is that there's bumps that you don't necessarily notice in a kart, but you're noticing on bikes and vice versa. There's some bumps that aren't affecting the bikes in the same way that it does those karts that are a lot closer to the ground. Really interesting actually just to see the different dynamics, how riders are sort of like developing into the circuit, how they've sort of like deciding to take different lines based on the actual circuit features. We see there the 38 once again going really tight to them dogtooth curbs on the inside. And that bike
you can see
is now only 26 seconds off the lead closing in then on the back of Scooter Lab UK.
You can see the rider of that just coming out of hairpin 4 and just feeding that throttle in, just absolutely on the edge of getting the maximum speed out of the corner, which is really good. So as he overtakes down the inside, going down to the rib bend.
Yeah, so SRP Race Tech then, riders Zach Tingle, Tom Shaw and Jason, whose surname is almost unpronounceable, so I won't actually try it because they explained what it was earlier and I just said I'd call him Jason. So Jason is out on that bike. See,
we've got Steve Edwards in the live chat saying keep it going LLC, 6 hour sofa endurance, I'm with you. So I'm sure you'll be having fun.
Well, they are going to they're going to need your support because they've spent a lot of time down in the abyss here at Teesside in the paddock, having work done on that bike. As the 12 of Teesside Autodrome is back in,
and I've just seen the number 6 actually come into the pits there, the leader of the race at the very start. So I don't know if that's a mechanical or not. So we'll try and see what the problem is for that one. But I'm sure it'll be hopefully it's just fuel. So we'll see as we're going on.
Teesside Autodrome then into the pit lane, the number 12. Lambretta, Ernest DC, Paul DC, Gavin Gray and Paul Doherty bringing that bike in, and it's in with issues and has gone through the thing. Actually, I think I've just seen a couple of their team members jogging in, so problems then for that bike.
There's 32 just coming to the pit, so we've got someone on the live stream saying, well, it's Steve Bone again. Update on #4LLC. In practice, they had an exhaust stub bend, emergency repair just before race. Then in race, Tony first stint, but had to pit 3 times with ignition problems. I don't know, he said fixed question mark, not sure what now. We've got Steve Bone saying Steve-O, and then Owen Curran saying #12 looking good Paul. Tim Hollins, Team Vespa have been in U Donuts.
First of all, we'll have a quick chat regarding the number 12. It was looking good until about 5 minutes ago when that came back in.
Yeah.
Tim Hollis is on. He has mentioned donuts.
Yeah.
I like donuts.
Yeah, bring some down here.
I mean, I don't personally like being called a donut. It's not my most. It's not it's not my most affectionate. Playful insult and all that. What I will say is, on the live timing, it hasn't actually picked up then.
No, I don't think it has.
That Team Vespa have been in the pit lane. It hasn't picked up either that DC10 Cert have been in the pit lane either. So it may well be that if they have come in, that they've not tripped the pit lane here.
We've got a fella with a lap board for number 21 saying in for fuel, so the number 21 will shortly be coming into the pits for fuel.
Expect them in as we see the 32 being pushed through. They came in around about 5 minutes ago and then got reversed back in for fuel as well. So as we see, I think that was
that's 111.
I think that was the 38 as well, down the back straight. See there, getting his head down and then just pops up from behind. Still closing in as well. We're going to have unless
17 seconds now.
Unless either of these two pit, we're going to have a battle for the lead in around about 4 laps time as the
that will be very interesting.
Yeah, as Race Tech are closing in. On the previous lap they were 3 seconds quicker, as you'd certainly expect to an extent the pro race bikes to be. They are very similar in specification to the race bike, the only difference being, although we actually see the one there, he's just had a quick wave and he's come in, that could be the Race Tech machine there coming in. We'll have a quick talk. It is the number 38, so
it is,
just as we were talking up a potential
maybe
lead battle, the number 38 bike has come in. It looks like they're going to once again have some selection issues. That's why they just rocking it in just to pop that bike into neutral. And the number 38 machine will be fueled up here and sent back out, and it had closed the gap in on Scooter Lab UK to from around about a minute when it first went out to around about the 16-second mark. It looked like there we were having some issues as that bike was pushed once again, where it sort of locked itself in gear.
So we've got someone saying, where's the Mako or Meso? We'll have a look. What team was that again, David?
I think that's the bike, isn't it? So
is that number 77 that we're looking at earlier? It might have been. Yeah, it is. Are they not on the grid order? We'll have a quick look. So, no, I don't. 1 sec.
No, we saw issues with that earlier. The engine was on the floor.
Yeah, the engine was on the floor and they're taking the head block off. So I don't know if there's been some kind of issues with that piston-wise or whatever, or ignition.
I've just been given the cutthroat signal from a gentleman out the right-hand side of the commentary box. So
might not have been.
Teesside Autodrome mobile chicane, which isn't.
It blew up.
Well, to be fair, it isn't.
I think we've just. I've just been told there that I think the engines blew up on that 77 bike.
It's not very mobile, and therefore it's not very chicaney either.
No, I don't think so.
So I was looking forward to that one because I had to Google the translation of Teesside Autodrome mobile chicane.
It's two riders, 71 and 55, coming down the main straight there. Yep. Very racy alongside each other.
So that explains as well why at the start of the day we had 37 runners, and now we're down to 34 or 35 at the start of this race.
I think we've got 36.
Looks like we've got another one that's actually come back out.
So that's 111 back out on track. And we were saying earlier, David, it looks like the old Brawn colours, doesn't it? The Brawn GP colours.
Yeah, very yellowy and greeny. It looked like that, didn't it? So
I think it looks cool.
So it looks like SRP Race Tech have managed to get back out then. We were unsure whether there was issues with that bike. There's the 21 in. So the AAORT machine is in and receiving some fuel. Looks like as well the 11 has just managed to make it into the pit lane, although the rider did get off that one very, very early in the let's push it rather than roll that bike into pit lane.
So the 111 there, David, that is currently sitting in 16th place. That's the RFS Tune bike on the pro race class. It's 11 laps down from that pit stop, I think, and plus a couple of others. So it'll be interesting to see how that class gets on through the race. But number 6, they're still down in 33rd with 37 laps
that
to try and get
RFS
back.
Tune, though, they are 16th, but they're 4th in class. Only 2 laps as well behind Gunston Baines Racing for the final step on the club class podium. Yeah,
there they are on the live stream. So we'll be keeping a close eye on them and seeing, when they work back up the order. So there's what else have we got on here? The Hornet Racing is actually still holding the fastest lap of the race from them first couple of minutes from the race.
Yeah, it's lapping a lot slower now though, Jude.
Yeah, they are.
It looks like they are actually back in the pit lane. So that last lap of a 1:21 sees them back in the pit lane as well. So the number 6 Hornet Racing machine, it was out for. It's the only bike that's not actually giving us a thing. Yeah. So we were noticing there as well. It's still not showing both Vespa and DC10 Cert as being in, although we have been reliably informed in the comments section.
We've got to thank gents from Mark Freer for updating him on where the 77 bike has been. But I think we should be thanking the gentleman outside for telling us the engine blow up sign. So
didn't. But we were looking at that when we were commenting on what type of the type of engine it looked. Obviously, I know you've got like quite a karting background, but looking back towards like the karts of the 90s, it looked like a. I know that a lot of the bikes out in Italian, but it looked a lot like a Pirelli kart engine.
One
the
of the
top
old
end of it with the fins over the top of it.
The big V engine type thing.
It looked like the old 125cc Pirelli engine, didn't it, on the top? I imagine a lot of them, given the how compact they are anyway, they'd be perfect for something like this.
Yeah, they would be. Yeah. We'll have a quick look through what else have we got in the comments. No, there's not much really. No new comments, but the timing says here that who have we got? We've got Valley Scooter Club PX just moved up a place there. The Odd Mod Squad, they've just moved up a place as well. We've got quite a lot of position shifting around. We've got the number 32 going slow down the back straight. So he's obviously got a technical problem.
Yeah, issues with 32.
I'm sure he'll be coming into the pits soon. He's still managing to go on. He's slowed down now.
Yeah.
So that one will be needing pushing back to the grid.
Yeah, and that is the second of the Tuatha De Danann machines, the number 32. The first one we saw the number 12 already come into pit lane. That one he's actually taking it up onto the grass out of the way.
So that'll need a pit crew when they get back.
Both of their machines, the Teesside Autodrome, the 12, we've already seen that come down into pit lane. Not sure if that one's come back out, but the 32 will be rejoining its compatriot in the pit lane. The machine being wheeled round high up on the grass round the South Bank corner. Luckily down there's a gap in the fence, so they'll be able to come straight through.
Yeah, I'm sure the marshal will guide him through the middle of the barriers, and then he'll be able to push it back
towards
to the pits.
Pit lane. Let's see, Teesside Autodrome looks like they have actually come back out, so as soon as one machine has vacated the pit bay, the sister bike will be joining that one in pit lane in a few moments' time. Yellow flag is out down there then at hairpin 3, just because there's that bike being pushed from the outside of the circuit. We expect it to come past us, but there is quite a large bush towards our right side.
Yeah, so you can't really see them.
Hides a bit of certainly anybody walking down the grass.
Yeah. So we've got a fella at number 55 coming down the pits there. I've apologised and giving him a little pass sign or something, just as he goes down the main straight there. We've got quite a good crowd here today. Obviously a lot of them will be, probably supporting their own teams, but there's a lot of people come out to watch. There's even people that have camped up on the sides from last night, so they'll obviously be supporting their family.
It's a spectacle, isn't it? Certainly if you are near the circuit, not that we want to shed viewers, but if you want to come down and have a quick walk round,
we're
around the paddock,
if you're local,
we were seeing, there was a lovely, I took a shine towards that Volkswagen Beetle earlier that I saw.
That was nice.
You took a shine to the camper van.
There was a nice camper van down bottom of the paddock, and that was really nice. But there was also a lovely old Volkswagen Beetle, right old thing.
I think it was on an F plate, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was really nice. So not only is there lovely bikes here today, there's lovely cars. So that'll be something to, as you're walking around the pits. There is a yellow flag out.
I think that's just waiting the 32 of Autodrome.
Just to get it back up here.
It's just about now making its way up. I mean, he is having to push it along the grass, which is probably using twice as much energy as pushing it down the tarmac.
Now he's going to come down.
In fact, I think he's got a right idea with this one.
Yeah.
He's going to take it off the track through the emergency entry gate.
Yeah, there we go.
Is he going to take it through there and try and get it down the front here? But then he's going to have to take it over the gravel, which is going to be bad for morale for him down there. I think he might end up just taking it down the grass back as the 347 of IDK are in for some fuel. And the difference here, see the use there of the tough jug rather than up on the shoulder for that one. It's
we've got the number 70 coming into the pits there. That'll be coming in either for refueling or maybe a problem. We'll hope. I think it's refueling. It doesn't look like they've got a problem.
Yeah,
so
looks like they're in for that one. The 32 is still being pushed down the front. So
he's just coming past the comms box now. So he'll probably come into camera view in a sec.
Yeah,
but he'll probably go into the mechanic.
What I will say about that one, Jude, is that seat doesn't look that comfortable.
It doesn't, does it?
I don't know whether he's lost the seat.
Yeah, or
whether that's intentional, but it does look like there's no padding there at all.
To be honest,
on that bike,
if I was a rider doing a 1.5 hour stint, I wouldn't want to be sitting on a bit of plywood.
It's a Vespa PK, and it looks like it's a 133cc, but it looks like there wasn't actually any padding there for the rider to sit on. I'm not quite sure that his posterior is going to thank him too much for that, but I don't know whether it's just that he's lost the thing that's on it or not, but, or whether but he's walking that one back from South Bank. There's his team member in the yellow and green behind.
Yeah.
So in the space of around about 10 minutes, both the Teesside Autodrome bikes, the 12 and the 32 respectively, have had issues and have had to go into pit lane.
We've still got SL UK racing out the front. 38, they're currently, I think they're going to, how far are they off them? So they're 1 minute 13, but that was after their pit stop, so obviously that would have drawn them back a little bit. But
what I will say is that they are starting to fall away, though. When they came out of the pits, I think they were around about 1 minute and 4, so they are starting to slip.
They are.
Lap times are certainly a lot slower now, actually, Jude, from the actual bests early on.
Yeah.
I think because the temperatures come up, obviously the bike's not getting as much air through them.
No.
And when we say air, we mean the optimum temperature is.
So I only know from karting really, but with the bikes, with the karts, basically you need to keep the engines at like a certain temperature. Obviously you can't overheat them because then they start to stress, and they'll basically chuck the guts out and they won't want to go any further. And if they're too cold, the fuel doesn't run through the engine as well, and they usually end up bogging out, and that's basically 2 strokes for you.
Yeah, once you've got the engine temperature, it's all right. But ideally, you want to get the engine temperature up, and then take the bike out about 1 in the morning where it's nice and cool. You've got all that cool air coming through the engine.
That's the lovely.
You know, you'll certainly feel a little bit more.
It's always lovely turning up on a race day when the track's dry. The track's dry, and there's a good cold breeze, so you know that the engine temperature is going to kind of stay nice and level, if to say. So, but that gap is now closing again by S Race Tech. That's gone down by a second on this last lap, so they're still going. But the leader, they've done 73 laps now, so they'll be shortly getting up to 100 laps in about 15-16 minutes time.
Yeah. 300. We should clear 300, I reckon. Maybe.
Yeah, probably.
Thereabouts. We are at the bottom of the hour then, so I think I'll take the run through this time and do some work. So.
Is it that one, is it?
As we stand at the top then, SL UK Racing leading the way with a gap of 1 minute and 15 seconds. So the 2 leaders then still on the same lap, or at least they will be when SRP, who are in second, come over the line in second place. Dukes of Essex are in third. Team Vespa, we've got another yellow flag out. Looks like we have got a rider off, actually. Sorry to interject there, the number 74. And that has been a fairly big off as well for that machine. Part of the bike then just been put back into place then for that number 74 bike. The yellow flag is out. In all the riders noticeably slower then through the D chicane at the start of the lap. Marshall just waiting for a gap actually in the traffic to try and get across and help that rider from the number 74 bike. Looks like he's up, which is good to see, and he'll be making his way back across the circuit. He's gone off at probably the nearest place actually as well to the pit lane. So SRP real tap speed, second place in our pro class, or in our race class. Now back in the pit lane, running 8th overall, second in class. That bike, I think we can get something sorted on the side of that. Doesn't look like there's too much damage to it, although we'll have to confirm that. Certainly one of the, looks like the throttle on one side, certainly, or the one on the brake certainly in the wrong direction. Looks like that panel came off the side as well. So back to we go. So SL UK Racing leading the way from SRP Race Tech. Dukes of Essex complete the top 3 with Team Vespa in 4th. SRP Race Tech Essex are in 5th. Taz Race Team are in 6th. Then we've got Team Numpties, SRP Real Tap Speed, DC10 SERT and AAORT completing the top 10. Gunson Baines Racing are in 11th. IDK, the endurance racing, they're leading the way in our club class in 12th overall in front of the Foster 56 outfit. RFS Tune are in 14th. Two Sheds 15th. Then we've got CBMK in 16th place. Valley Scooter Club then have a double in 17th and 18th respectively. They're 3rd and 4th in the club class in front of Team Escargot. And the Odd Mod squad completing the top 20. In front of them then the 21st, Tuat Di Danan, their first entry, the number 12, in front of Wearside Wanderers. Independent Idiots Race Team are in 23rd. Nunu Podard Twig, one of the teams that had the issues at the start of the race and couldn't get out, or at least only completed 1 or 2 laps at the start. They've managed to bounce back into 24th. 25th is the Tuat Di Danan Vespa, the number 32. But we know that one is in the pit lane, having had issues, having been pushed all the way back from South Bank. RFS Tune 2 are in 26th. Team Jet Set, Spire Tarmac Terriers, London Lambretta Club and Privateer Racing complete the top 30, although all of those bikes have had problems. CST, Rushden Lambretta Club, Hornet Racing, United Colours of Pemberton, 10-foot special, and McNair Racing complete the 36 bikes out there as well. The only runner we haven't seen so far Diaz-Bouchain Mobile Chicane. They've had the issues early on, haven't managed to make the start, and it looks like we will not be seeing them for the remainder of the race. 36 runners then here, the 4th ever British Scooter Endurance Club 6 hour.
That gap's gone back up there, hasn't it? With 38S Race Tech, I think they must have got caught in some traffic or something, because that gap between them and the leader, S Racing, that's gone back to 1 minute 17.
It's been steady, hasn't it, between 1:15, 1:17 for this last 10 minutes or so.
Yeah.
So be now very interesting to see how whether they can close that gap. Certainly the rider that was on that Race Tech bike beforehand, before they came into the pits, was really closing that gap in. Just going to see whether there's much in terms of that. SL UK have been out since their pit stop at around about 36 minutes, so we know that they have probably still got at least another half an hour or so until they are due into the pit lane. Thank you very much for joining us then across multiple platforms, Alpha Live Productions YouTube channel and on Facebook. If you are watching on the YouTube channel, do give the stream a like to the left hand side. If motorsport's your thing as well, feel free to subscribe. Tomorrow there'll be live action from Club 100 at Bayford Meadows and day 2 of the IARMIO plate from PFI. Next week as well, we're back on 2 wheels with live coverage from Three Sisters of the Rich Energy British Mini Bikes Championship. Personally, I'm looking forward to that one, but only because you get to hear my beautiful voice for another 6 hours again on commentary for that one. If you don't like my voice, don't worry, you can tune into Bambino Kart Club live from GYG. Both of those next Sunday, the 19th of September.
I would definitely recommend watching the GYG. It's a brilliant track with brilliant elevation. The track is basically just a hill. You go up and down, round and round, basically. It's a brilliant track.
So what you've said there is that you would rather people tune into not something I'm not working on.
What? Oh,
so
I would never do that.
You've been here for 1 hour and 40 minutes, and insults are already being thrown around the commentary box.
No, I wouldn't say such a thing.
I'll be kicking you out, and I'll get the producer to lock the door as well. See the 74, great to see them back out again after that fairly big off whilst we were in the middle of the run through. Looks like they may have had a rider change as well on that bike, but the number 74, we had some issues. They're still inside the top 10, still showing us in the pits, but when they come over the line in a few moments, the SR TAF speed entry the pits will be removed and they'll go back into 10th place. The 155 Dukes of Essex are in from 3rd place overall, 2nd in our race class, and they are in for some fuel as well. Looks like we don't have any issues, although
we've got here, David, someone on the live stream saying oil seal repaired, and then Macchio is engine going back in.
Oh,
so they might go back out.
We thought that engine was. We thought they were down there digging a small hole and paying their respects to that engine, but it looks like it's been repaired and is going back in the machine. We could well be at the 37 runners, certainly at least. I don't want to put too much pressure on them, but before the 2 hour mark with 4 remaining, we may well be seeing that number 77 back out, and if we do, we'll certainly spend a little bit of time on that, because we were looking at it earlier on in practice, the Mayshow, and just so long, isn't it? It was like we were looking at it. It was just it comes past the they come past the start line, and then you look back and it's still coming past the start line.
Like,
I think it's because it's made for 2 people. It's got a second seat as well, hasn't it?
On the back, I think. Yeah.
So what a little machine. Well, I would say little machine, but
it's like a sidecar.
It's a massive. It's 250cc as well, which I think is probably. I think with the exception, I think we might have a 265 out there as well, but it's the most powerful machine out there. So the machine piloted by Graham Fisher, Darren English and Simon Purdy. Hopefully we'll see that bike back out, albeit where they are now going to be 2 hours down off the rest of the pack. Although off the back, so the leaders now clocking through 80 laps for
I like the effort.
UK.
I like the effort of trying to get back out on track and not giving up.
Yeah,
it's good.
Big fan of that, as the the 38, the Race Tech car bike, comes back into pit lane again. Not too long as well ago. I don't think that bike's actually been out. 18 minutes for SRP Race Tech. And looking there to see if there's the fuel cap's off. So is it a case that they just need fuel, and the last time they came in was for a slight problem? But once again, we're seeing here, Jude, the issues that some of the teams are having. Certainly if it's just you and a couple of people that are helping out, is to get in the, relaying the fact that that bike is in the pit lane, certainly unannounced in the pit lane, as well as we're going to see the bike refueled here down in pit lane. Yeah, they're
Topping up with fuel there. Yeah, a couple of riders had to wait for the pit crew today, so I think a lot what will happen is they'll be watching, won't they? And then they'll have to go from spectating back down to the mechanics base. Well, that's obviously a bit delayed by a couple
as well
of minutes.
Earlier on with the 12 and the 32, obviously to start with, we had I think we had a couple of guys down here trying to signal for the other bike to come in the pits just as the other one broke down on the way in. So if you are just joining us as well, just the riders that are out there, you'll see a number of them out there with orange vests on. As novice runners, you have to run that vest for at least 2 events here in the British Scooter Endurance Club, and after that, if you can keep wearing it if you so wish, but you're no longer obliged to after you've gone through your novice period. So just having a quick look as well. Joanna McGowan's just going to say, what's the website, please? I'm assuming that's for, if it's for Alpha Live, obviously you can just click the icon on there and you can go on there if you can subscribe. But in terms of the British Scooter Endurance Club, you can find them at www.bsecuk.co.uk. That's bsecuk.co.uk. They can also be found on Facebook as well at British Scooter Endurance Club. So type that into Facebook. You'll be able to find loads of information about the club as well, and upcoming events. So if you've got one of these wonderful machines stored away that either needs restoring, or you fancy just bringing it out onto a circuit. So far this season, in May, we were at Wilton Mill for the opening instalment this season. Obviously we're at Teesside Autodrome in the northeast of England today. And we are 1 hour and 45 minutes, so we're almost at 1/3 race distance then into this British Scooter Endurance Club 6 hour. And just as the names change in the top right hand corner, just going to give a shout out to another one of our sponsors. This time it's Scooter Nova magazine, and if it's scooters you like, whether it's the design, engineering, tuning, customization, restoration, riding or touring, then Scooter Nova magazine is for you. The magazine features classics like the Lambretta and the Vespa, but also rarer marques such as Ducati, Marco, Zundap, the IWL, the Peugeot, the Motorumi and more. And with annual subscriptions in the UK from just £30, then Scooter Nova magazine is certainly the way to go. And not that I want to wish the year away as well, Jude, but an annual subscription for Christmas. We're not too far away. We're in September, so certainly there'll be certainly some people will be thinking in the Christmas direction. And I think
get yourself a subscription.
I think an annual subscription for £30 will be a well-received Christmas present as well.
Husband's got if you want to get him a treat or something, get him an annual subscription. That'll do you for the year. So
just watching the 347, we've seen them doing very, very well. I think they're still leading the class then in our Club 1. IDK Endurance Racing, the 5-rider outfit of David Smith, Mark Greening, Richard Munn, Russell Brown and Joe Greening, leading the way then in P12 overall. And first in class as the number 8. That is a remarkable machine, impeccably turned out actually, that number 8.
Yeah, we had a look at it down the pits earlier. It was such a clean bike. It was lovely. There was actually quite a lot of clean bikes down the pits earlier.
There was a lot of non-race ones as well that were parked up just behind the fuel bay as well. That they were beautiful. So DC10 SERT.
Yeah, whoever the owner is of that lovely carbon fibre looking Vespa, wow, you have a lovely bike, because it is
it was hiding behind the Hulk one,
yeah,
wasn't it, to start with, and that drew the attention. As SERT looks like they've had a little bit of a fuel spillage in there, just in the chamber, so they're going to have to just dry that one out a little bit before as they put the lid on as well. Looks like they're going to be able to pop that back in. Looks like that machine will be out ever so shortly. When they came in, they are just having a quick look for that number 8 machine on the timing down the side. They're currently in 8th place, second in class, although now when they go back out, I think they'll be on the same lap as the AAORT team against All Odds Racing.
There we go. I think they're swapping riders
so
there.
we've got quite a good battle actually going on there between DC10 against All Odds and the SR TAF Speed, all on the same number of laps, although just as they come through then it's actually flicked to 11, but I think that's just because DC10 are behind on track and haven't yet come over, as their DC10, their pit stop drops them back down into 9th place. SR TAF Speed moving up into 8th against All Odds as well. Jude moving up into 9th, so DC10 down into 10th with their pits, as once again London Lambretta are down in pit lane. Yeah. Although this time it looks like it's a routine pit stop for London Lambretta this time. We have seen some real issues for that bike so far today, haven't we?
Yeah, we've seen a few, but currently on the timing order, the number 6 that was leading the race at the start, he's still, or that team is still in 33rd. They've been there now for a good half an hour, probably a bit longer.
Still in the pit lane as well.
Still in the pit lane.
They came back out after that. They had a short spell back out on track earlier on, and did seem to have a good amount of pace actually. Because
they were flying.
Where our composition is as London Lambretta, we thought we didn't have any issues, but they've gone now down into the pit lane.
Yeah. So we'll be seeing how that goes for them. Hopefully they can move back up the grid. We've still got another 4 hour and 10 minutes remaining of this 6-hour endurance race here at Teesside Autodrome. But I think for the rest of the day, they're really going to have to try hard just to try and move back up that grid order and get back to where the lap times should be at the front of the grid. So some hard work's go into it, but I think it is possible, though, isn't it?
It'd be good to see them come back out. London Lambretta as well. We're seeing them that they're in the back out with the 81. That had some issues earlier as well, didn't it?
It did. Yeah.
I think that's the United Colours of Bemberton machine, the number 81, making its way around. Although it's.
But we're about I'd say 20. Probably about 15 minutes away from the 100 lap mark, so we'll be shortly getting there.
We're also probably around about pit stop window time again for some of our teams that are maybe running to an hour or so on terms of fuel and rider changes. So as we see the United Colours of Bemberton machine, that's one that only did a couple of laps early doors before then visiting pit lane. So that's another entry with 5 riders on: Mike Lee, Richard Vaughan, Tim Partridge, Michael Hawley and Paul Wheeler. We saw actually Tim Partridge get on that. It's a very slender machine, isn't it?
It is.
I'm not sure if it's him on it at the moment, but when he gets off the bike and he stands up,
he's about 6'5".
He's not many inches off 7 foot, is he? And, when he stood up off it earlier and he towered up off that bike.
It gives a bit of a shock, really, doesn't it? We were like, Jesus, But
to be fair, he does have a black and gold leather, so it may well be him on the bike at the moment, going down the back straight there.
You can kind of see his head's a bit. Oh, he's getting his head down.
Yeah, gets his head down behind there because, like I say, he's got quite a frame to stand up against.
Yep.
So the 52-year-old lorry driver Tim Partridge out there on that Lambretta Vega 135cc machine, and what we were saying earlier is that Joe was saying about people with quite a vivid imagination.
Oh, yeah.
Some of them bordering on dangerous.
Yeah.
I'm going to read out now, word for word, what Tim Partridge put on his commentary form in the Tell Me Something Interesting About You box.
Just be prepared.
Strap yourself in, ladies and gents. It's going to be special. I once, on my way to an Underworld gig in Bristol in 1996, bought some magic beans off a guy called Simon who lived in a wheelie bin and claimed to be the king of the marshmallow people. I came around 36 hours later in my Vauxhall Cavalier in nothing but my budgie smugglers and a packet of cigars. So I smoked one, and apparently the gig was great. Good times, Tim.
Yeah, good times. Yeah, sounds like a very interesting story. To be honest, I don't know what to say about it.
No, neither did I.
Without being unprofessional.
When I read it for the first time, I thought, Tim's lived a sheltered life.
Yeah, yeah. It's a funny old thing to put down on a commentary note for a race about motorbikes. Like,
oh, 71's got a problem. That's down at the reverse corkscrew.
yeah,
Right,
he's pulled off to the side there.
Let's have a quick look at where they are, or where they were in class in that number 71 machine. That's the leader, the race leader, SLUK.
He's got a problem.
Facing the wrong way, and I think he's just trying to get that restarted at somewhere. The 71 SLUK machine. I think he's actually going to push it all the way back down the grass, all the way back. But unless they can get that bike going again in the next 2 minutes, we're going to have a change for the lead here at almost 2 hours in to this British Scooter Endurance Club race. And what had been a faultless ride up until then now sees Scooter Lab UK pushing their bike back into pit lane. It will come up the pit lane in the wrong direction. So if you are part of Scooter Lab UK 71, be prepared. Your machine is heading back into pit lane.
But I've got to say, David, we've got some chocolate brownie.
Oh.
Look at this. Some lovely people have just came and dropped us some lovely chocolate brownie.
Give me a few moments.
So the Team 77 has had engine failure, or has done the oil. What do you call it? The oil seal. They've just came and dropped us a lovely bit of chocolate brownie off. So I didn't get the chance to say thank you, but
no.
Thank you.
Yeah, we were preoccupied just at the time. It came in just as Scooter Lab were having those issues down at the reverse corkscrew. But unbelievable gesture as well, certainly because they've obviously been having those issues with the engine as well.
What lovely people.
We can't wait to see them hopefully back out later. So
we've got a team member running down for number 30, the SLUK.
Yeah, Scooter Lab. I think the rider's going to hand that one over to the helper, and they're going to push that back together.
Team 77
there
out.
It is. The 77 is back out for the first time. We see the machine out today for DS Blutige Mobile Chicane, which if anybody fancies sticking that into Google Translate, I will save you. I'll save you the problem. The English translation of that is that bloody mobile chicane. But it's back out, and it looks like it's going well actually, Jude, after those early issues. So almost 2 hours. The number 77 is back out on circuit.
I think the mechanic team needs a good pat on the back, really. So well done to all the big, the mechanics for helping out and
fantastic.
getting that bike back on track.
Just to see them back out, and that's what we like to see. The bike's certainly tuned up for racing. They don't always doesn't always go to plan, but that bike out there. So it's either Graham Fisher or Darren English on board that machine at the moment. It's back out, and they're going to get at least 4 hours of running, so at the very least they'll get a stint each.
Yeah, it's really good that.
On track.
Is there 4 people in the team, David?
So 3 in that one.
Oh, 3 in the team. Yeah, so they're all getting a good run out.
English and Purdy as the 56 comes in.
We've got the 111 looking very racy around the dog leg just past our common spots here.
The good thing to note here as well, once again, looks like SRP Race Tech, just as they were coming on showing as being in the pit lane. SRP Race Tech Essex, the 41. That bike is just crept up and up towards the back of the front leading duo.
So in SRP Race Tech's vision, they've had a bit of good luck after the pit stop delay, but then obviously in SLUK Racing they're going to have to quickly solve that problem and get back out.
Yeah, we know that number 38 has been in a couple of times, hasn't it? SRP Race Tech's been in. Once again, that's Dukes of Essex. They were running up in 3rd place, although that bike is now just being walked through. The steward watching as they get through that through the area towards the engine start zone.
Yep. Yeah, What number was that, David?
That was the Dukes of Essex, the 155.
Yeah.
There you see the bike gets its engine started. Does it now? Looks like it had got moving again, but then has stopped down there. It looks like it might actually just
They've
a
got
little
it going
bit,
again there. There we go, and they're off.
Looks like a little bump and run. That hill certainly helps, doesn't it, down
Yep.
there
Yeah,
on
definitely.
the entry towards Rib Bend, just to give that bike a little bit extra, a little bump start as well. And Dukes of Essex are out then on track, now in 5th place, 3 laps down off the leader.
As we go into the hour mark, we'll do a grid rundown. So it currently obviously still leading, but they've got the mechanicals, so they're in the pits. SL UK Racing, they'll shortly probably be catched up by SRP Racetech, who are running in 2nd. In third place, we've got the 41 of SRP Racetech Essex. So they'll be running with obviously the number 38, but 2 different classes. So the number 38, they are in the class of Pro Race. In the Essex group, they're in obviously yellow. So that means that they're the race class, not the Pro Race. And then in 4th, we've got the number 15 of Team Vespa, who are also in the race class on the yellow number. The 67 of TAS Race Team, they're also in the race class. They're running 5 laps behind SL UK, but they're running a good 6th place currently. In 7th, we've got 1st place in the class of the road team, the road class. So they are running. They're running 1st in their class, but 7th overall, which is really good. And they're called Team Numpties. Then we've got in 8th, number 74, and that's 2nd place in the is it Pro Race? Yeah, Pro Race. And then 21, we've got Aort in the road class, and they are running in 9th. 10th, we've got number 8 of DC 10 Cert. 11th, Gunson Baines Racing. 12th, RFS Tune. 13th, we've got the 1st of the IDK Endurance Racing, and they are in the club class. So,
sorry, Jude, just going to interject. We've got an issue for one of the Valley machines, the 207.
We've got the number 210 coming in as well.
The 210 actually, I think, is coming in for a scheduled stop, but did stop for down the track there to see what the issue was with that 207. So both of the Valley machines will be into the pit lane, although I believe for different issues. One for a scheduled pit stop, one not quite so much so.
And then as we carry on from, obviously, I think I got to Gunson Baines Racing in 11th. The 111 of RFS Tune, they've just moved up to 10th, and they're in the Pro Race class. So they're still working their way up the grid, and I think they started quite low down. So they're getting much better throughout the day, and hopefully working back up to the front with SRP Racetech. SL UK is now in 2nd after obviously the pit stop retirement, as we see that 207 just come past our combox on the way down to the mechanical bay, and then if we go head on to Foster 56, they're currently running in 14th. 15th, the number 16 of CKMB, and then in 16th we've got the 200, and they are running 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 in the race, I think. Is it race? Yeah, in the race class. And then we've got the Wearside Wonders, and then that's in 17th. 18th, the 207 of Valley Scooter Club. 19th, Valley Scooter Club PX. 20th, to round out the top 20, Team Escargo. 21st, Independent Idiots Race Team. 22nd, we've got the number 12. 23rd, the number 54. And then 24th, the 333. And they're in the club class. 25th, we've got the 112 of RFS Tune 2. 26th, 88 of Team Jet Set. Spire Tarmac Terriers are next to come in 27th. 28th, we've got the number 4, London Lambretta Club. and they should be, you know, heading up the grid on the way back in. So, and then in 29th, we've got the number 30, who is a pro race class team, and they are called CST. In 30th, to round out the top 30, Rushton Lambretta Club. 31st, we've got number 32. 32nd, we've got number 7. 33rd, we've got 81. Running in 34th, we've got number 47. 35th, we've got number 6, which is that leading team from the very start of the race, who are now obviously dropped down the grid after that mechanical fault. So they still hold the fastest lap of the race at a 107.488, which has not been beaten yet. And then we've got the 87 of 10-foot special, the pro race in 87th, and then finally that the scooter that you know, came out of retirement is in the number 77 there in 37th, rounding off the grid.
Just having a quick look there at the stream, it looked like I saw a bike come in. It was the number 15 of Team Vespa that came in. The rider just got off it so early on the way into the pit lane. I thought he was pushing it back in with a problem, but it looks like they've just changed the rider and gone back out. He just jumped off it so soon. I thought, I wasn't sure if he was pushing it back. But literally, as soon as he got into the pit exit, he jumped off on the way into the pit entrance. And I was completely unaware as to whether he had a problem or what, but it looks like the Team Vespa machine, the 90 SS.
That number 77 looks to be going well. What lap times is he doing? Yeah, he's doing really good lap times for, you know, just coming back out on track. So you know, that team's going very well.
Sort of times into, you know, if they were out from the start, they're sort of running in the 17th down to 20 bracket, sort of them sort of times as well.
Definitely.
So having a look now, it looks like Scooter Lab are back out, but the gap is now, they've gone into second place with SRP Race Tech taking over at the head of the field then here. So not sure what the issues for Scooter Lab were, but they did manage to get them fixed fairly quickly and get them back out. Looks like all in, they lost around about 5 minutes in the pit lane fixing whatever that problem was for Scooter Lab. They are now 38 seconds off the lead. So the top two now on the same lap with SRP Race Tech and SL Racing UK. Then they've also got behind them, although they are 3 laps down off the leader, we've got SRP Race Tech Essex and Dukes of Essex running on the same lap. And last time round, Dukes of Essex were 3 seconds a lap quicker, although they are 52 seconds down off the back of Race Tech. Although both of those two have been in the pits in the last 10 minutes, as has the class-leading SRP Race Tech. SL Racing UK, obviously, they have been in the pits, but they won't be shown as in the pits because they came in the pits the wrong way.
A while ago,
back up the entrance because they had to had that technical issue down at the reverse corkscrew.
So the previous leader is back out on track now, so you know, he'll be working his way up the grid. But the 38, they're just progressing on, and you know, they're pulling their team forwards, and hopefully they can pull it all the way to the finish line. So. I think the SLUK will have different change of minds, and they'll be trying to catch them up to try and get that race lead back. So hopefully in some time soon we'll see a good race for that. But we have passed the 4-hour mark, David. We've passed it, and we keep on rolling on time. But you know, the clock's ticking.
Flying, isn't it? So we're 1/3 of the way through.
As the 38 slides into there, that was brilliant.
So leader then. Making their way through the reverse corkscrew. The gap is actually out to 50 seconds now. So I don't know whether SL UK have still got a problem or whether it was just the first lap that we're out and we're just trying to get that machine up to speed. Looks like we're just getting an update as well of a rider change actually in the live stream chat. So Team 333 for Nunu Podard Twig, they've had a rider swap. Pete Newbold now aboard that number 333.
The number 6 of H Racing is still in the pits, 66 laps down. It's going to start getting very difficult for them if they can't get back out on track.
Yeah, I think we're resigned to the fact now that we're going to have a new name on the British Scooter Endurance Club trophy after victories at the last 2 rounds. Obviously here previously, then Wilton Mill back in May. Looks like Hornet Racing maybe having to hand the mantle over. But who will it be at the moment? SRP Race Tech are who were struggling actually previously to close the gap on Scooter Lab.
That was
Before
tight.
Scooter Lab had that issue, wasn't it?
Yeah,
and
yeah.
now starting to pull away, and they're pulling away at a fair rate of knots as well, around about 10 seconds a lap previously. But now the interesting thing, I just want to have a quick look as to what the sort of speed is then from, see on the last lap there, SL UK were 2 seconds a lap quicker, although it's actually showing them going out on the timing to 1 minute in the gap. So SRP Race Tech, Dukes of Essex are the ones to watch here for me, Jude. They look
like they're closing up a bit.
They're doing some reasonable times in there as well, although certainly SRP Race Tech are quick. They're doing they're doing 117s. SL UK down now doing 125s. The gap is still 3 laps, but it's certainly now going to start to close in very quickly if that's the rate of knots per lap.
Yeah, the Duke of Essex there. So the leaders, the number 38 in that pro race class, their last lap was a 1:15.612, and then the Dukes of Essex, their last lap was a 1:20. But the Dukes of Essex, their best lap time is a 1:10.125. The leaders, their best lap time was a 1:13. So, in my mind, David, I think the Dukes of Essex, their pace is there. I think it's definitely there for them to pull through.
They took the class win last time out at Wilton.
Yeah.
They finished second overall, first in that class in the race class, or is it? Sorry, in the race class. So, in terms of scooters are exactly the same really as the pro class, although only one of the riders is allowed a race licence. So that Dukes of Essex machine, there it is on screen.
Yeah,
going very, very well
in
terms of its actual pace. It is
smooth.
Down. Yeah, it's down in terms of laps, but plenty of time in the remaining 3 hours and 51 minutes for John Balcom, Mike Bonnet, and Danny Cross.
That's the one
to close back in.
Yeah. That's the 135 just came into the pits there, getting waved in by their pit crew. So hopefully we can see on this pit cam what that problem is in a short amount of time.
If they're being waved in, I think it's probably going to be for fuel.
Yeah,
it's
definitely.
That bike there just being.
Here we go. There's the 135. Yeah, I think it just looks like maybe fuel. They're having a quick check around the bike.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of the smaller bikes.
I don't know. They've just got a certain thing about them, haven't they?
Yeah, the Bemberton bike as well. It looks. They just look. We saw one earlier as well, didn't we? Down there. I don't know if it was a race bike or not, but basically they looked like there was hardly anything to it.
There wasn't.
The actual,
it was mental.
The central column down the middle and all the way around looked like it had either been drilled out as well for lightness. And everything else. So.
Yeah, it was amazing. There's the 88, the team that has Linda Benson on with them. They're making a ride spot. There we go. Linda Benson now gets back onto that bike, and she will do the next shift for that team. So
133 as well, getting that machine started.
But
see once again, Dukes of Essex still going well. Timing as well. They're going to come over the line now. A 1:18 on the previous lap. So losing a bit of time to SRP Race Tech in front of them, but then ultimately gaining time on SL UK in front of that.
Definitely.
SRP Race Tech then the leaders out at the front now with looks like it's going to be a 1 lap gap back to Scooter Lab.
There's 135 back out again after a refuel or a check over. I couldn't quite see what it was, but they're definitely back out, getting the lap times in. 55 there, you can see on the screen. They're where are they sitting? So 55. So they are running in 16th, and they're in the road class. And they're team numpties, and their best lap time so far has been a 1:18. So they're also lapping very quick laps.
It's difficult really, because we in terms of just to gauge the sort of speed of these machines, because when you see them coming down such a long straight towards our camera on the top end of South Bank in a straight line, they don't look that quick. But we're looking at them side on from the commentary box. You might just about catch where we're sat in a few moments as these bikes come through this dogleg section, just as the rider is there to the left, you may just about catch the commentary box. It's near where them red tyres is. So we can see the bikes when they reappear from behind the mountain section all the way down to South Bank.
And the speed's just immense, isn't it, David?
Watching some of the bikes, we were watching the Hornet racing bike earlier, but there's also there's a yellow machine out there as well. I need to clock a number on it because every time that bike comes past,
it's flat. Is it this one here, David?
Flat out. It's not that one. It's a different one. It's full yellow. I think that's the TAF speed. That's the TAF speed bike that we've seen have a couple of issues earlier on as well. But we saw one of them. I think it's probably going to reappear in a few moments' time because it's already been through. But when that comes through, it's going down that back straight. It's unbelievably quick. Yeah,
it's to be honest, this morning when we first watched that first practice,
that one there.
There we go.
And we'll pick a number out when it comes through, and I'll clock it as it comes round. As we see one of the bikes in there, looks like they were just having some fuel, and maybe the odd check as well.
Yeah.
Down there. I'm still going to find out. Looks like that bike that was going very quickly. And we see this though, is that I think a lot of this, like. They've got even the bikes that don't have the speed around in a straight line. Some of them there's noticeable differences in how quickly some of these bikes can corner in comparison to others. That yellow bike we were speaking about is going to come through now, and we've seen it is that in a straight line. That's
machine number 47.
There,
so
in a straight line, that machine is very, very quick. It could be the 347 actually. I don't know if we've got a numbering issue on it, so I can't see. Oh no, there we
go.
It's the McNair Motorsport bike. In a straight line, it's really, really quick. But then round the corners, incredibly tentative round the corners.
Yeah.
I think just the different type of bike, the different makeup is that. We've seen like some of them earlier. They're really leaning the bike. Some of them you can't lean the bike at all, and you're having to stand it up round there. And I think with that one, it's one where like in a straight line, it's unbelievably quick. Yeah. But then obviously on a racetrack, you're going to encounter a number of corners, and it doesn't. It's not, the type of bike's not lending itself quite.
So coming into the pits there, David, we've got the pro race team CST. They've just entered the pits there, hopefully for a look. Here we go. They're on the screen. It's just a refueling for them, so they'll be back out shortly. We've currently got a lot of bikes coming into the pits after the last stint of time, so they'll be shortly back out. It looks like it's got a smash light on that, David.
Yeah.
Did it have a fall? Or has it hit something?
We've seen that bike in earlier with a problem, but I'm not sure whether that's the problem or whether it could have just been hit by a bit of debris or something like that. Yeah. May well have started the day like that as well. We don't know. We'll have a quick look. Looks like the team getting looks like a very efficient pit stop actually there for the
3 wide round hair. 3 wide round hairpin 3 there. That was exciting.
Yeah, that bike looks like it's being pushed through.
There we go.
Into position.
Right, next rider's on, and they'll be away. Down towards the end of the pit lane.
That for me so far today has been the most efficient pit stop I've seen there. So well done to the number 30 CST.
Yeah, pat on the back for you.
Yeah, really, really good actually. Slick work there from the two guys doing it.
And that they enter back out onto the circuit with in 29th place, hoping to get back up, to the recover back up to the front of the grid.
So we know that they've had problems. They came in earlier actually off schedule into pit lane, so issues for CST earlier on. This is Valley Scooter once again. Let's see whether they just get that bike started again, or whether that once again.
No, that's going back down into
Valley
the pit.
Scooter machine is back down into the abyss with some issues. So one of the early pace setters, the 210 Valley Scooter outfit from 4th place in that class, will go down into pit lane. They were right on the coattails as well of Wearside Wanderers in front of them. Team Esco behind them. Escargot are going to take full advantage of that, and they will move up into 4th place in our club class.
That's the 84 getting waved to come into the pits there for refueling. So the next lap they'll be back in. There's the 30 just go past the commentary box. They're getting stuck up in a little bit of traffic, but now they're back on the way. Yeah,
I was saying earlier that's the only part of the track really where you don't want to meet anybody.
No, it's a very it's a corner that if you make an overtake, it's very risky of either something wrong or like you've got the overtake's got to be further back towards the dog leg rather than the chicane.
It's one of them, if you're going to make an overtake, you need to make an overtake.
Yeah,
you don't want to go in there half-baked.
Yeah, if you go in there half, you're going to come out the worst.
You're coming out uncooked, aren't you? That's the thing. You're not going to, you can't get alongside people there. We see
number 41 here is looking very quick.
We saw that bike earlier in for the pit lane as well. SRP Race Tech. Yeah. The pace is good. It's matching the
leader,
the SRP Race Tech outfit in the pro class. So the race outfit SRP Race Tech Essex, within a couple of tenths actually of the bike in front. And what we see now, and we saw it before, is that in terms of actual time now, there's only there's a 1 minute, 1 lap gap between all of the top 4.
Yeah.
So SRP have got a lap on SL UK. We know SL UK is struggling for pace, when they had that issue earlier on. Now circling round at 127s.
If you watch this 41 coming down the straight here, flies past all the other riders.
Yeah,
it's a very quick bike.
That's what we were saying before, though, isn't it? Is that in a straight line they've got it, but some.
And he's breaking into there, Dave, and he's wiggling into it. He's really on the limit.
Really pushing.
Yeah, he's obviously wanting to get, but then he's 3 laps down from the leader, so I reckon that team's wanted to push and get up the top.
Yeah, they're certainly closing in as well, and he's going to know, I think, that he's closing in on.
And he's just getting his knee down.
UK.
He's just getting his knee down around there. He's going really well.
We like.
I mean, if you watch him coming to here, he's just.
Yeah, I think
really. He's on the curb.
Yeah, I think Wearside Wanderers are about to
come into pit.
Yeah, they've got possibly the largest pit board here at Teesside. So
that's the one.
If their rider does not come into the pit lane, it's through absolutely no fault of his pit crew.
Yeah, they're doing a brilliant job.
Yeah.
So. Yeah, I think they've took the school whiteboard and written their pit signs on it.
Absolutely massive. There's a 111 comes in. There's the 41 on screen of third place SRP Race Tech Essex.
Yeah,
and you'll see now the actual speed differential between the pro bikes and the club bikes. Hopefully in a minute we'll pick these up as they head down the back straight towards South Bank. And already before they leave the Bob Pope straight and onto the back straight, he's already passed the 81, the United Colours of Pemberton. The 11 runs slightly wide, so the 11 runs wide.
That 11 looks like it's had a bit of a run off, David. It's got some black scuffs along the side. I don't know if a bike's caught the side of it or.
We'll have a quick look at that when it comes past the combox, see if it's combox side. But the 41 then making its way round and is starting then now really to close up and to get onto the same lap very shortly of Scooter Lab UK in P70, the 71 bike in P2 as we have a pit stop for the 111. It did all go Pete Tong for them earlier, actually, when they had to pit unscheduled with that bike. They were in the pits about twice in 4 laps, weren't they, with that machine with some issues. But
so that's a 5 litre tub of fuel going in there. And are they going to put another one in?
He's going again.
So if they're going to put that full tub in, they'll have 10 litres of fuel. So that'll be them with. We'll see how much they put in.
The thing with that then is that will allow them then to when they come into the pits then they'll only ever need the rider change, and we've seen that rider change area where they can push them straight through rather than having to go into this refueling area for that bike.
There we go. So they put another 5 litres. So that's 10 litres just gone into the 111 of that bike. Who are currently sitting in 7th, the RFS Tune bike, and they'll be going back out. They're going to do a rider swap down at the area to do it, and then they'll be back out, and they'll be back out for a long stint now, and they'll be doing they'll hopefully be running back up that grid. Currently, they are 12 laps down off the leaders, but I'm sure with 10 litres of fuel they can gain some of that back. Yeah,
certainly in terms of the fuel tank, they're going to be able to run a little bit longer in terms of their stints. They are 3 laps down then off the or 2 laps down, sorry, off the bike in front of them. That's our SRP real tap speed in P6.
Yeah.
So RFS Tune P7 as it stands then. And just having a quick look then. So class leaders as it is, SRP Race Tech leading the way then in the pro class. Race class being led by SL UK Racing, although they are being closed in at a fair rate of knots by SRP Race Tech Essex. In the road class, DC10 SERT are leading the way, although they are on the same lap as against All Odds Racing, a gap of only 33 seconds. And then we've got our leaders in our club class. That is IDK Racing, and they're in 10th place overall. So
I think
all
we
of
are.
our class leaders, Jude, inside the top 10.
Yeah, it's brilliant. It's a really good mixed kind of grid up the top 10, but we are going to see the number 41 overtake the 111 here, I think. So they're getting very close to them. We can see the gap closing up.
Yeah, we need to be keeping an eye out as well for the 71, that Scooter Lab bike.
Yeah.
Because in a few moments' time, if SRP Race Tech Essex can get past that bike, they'll be on the same lap. And when they're closing in at the rate of around about 10 seconds a lap, you know, we're currently lapping at around about 120s. That's only going to be 8 laps. And then they're going to be back on the back of them for a position. Yeah. And also, not just a position, also the class lead in that race class.
Yeah, it'll be a good battle, that. And to be honest, David, we haven't seen actually any kind of close racing yet, have we? As in, you know, fighting for positions. We've just seen teams, you know, having a few issues or whatever, and trying to work their way back up, or refueling and getting overtook or whatever. So
I think that was the 41 actually. I think that he's just managed to make his way actually past the Scooter Lab machine down the back straight. When they come over the line, then they will be on the same lap. We'll just get confirmation when they come through as we await them making their way round the bottom corners, round hairpins 3 and 4 here on the Teesside International Circuit, albeit with some of the infield section removed, as the 41 actually has to back out of a move there, Jude.
That's what we're on about earlier,
carried
David.
A lot of speed there into that part of the track, which is single. You know, I'm about to say it's single file, but really it's single file at best, isn't it? Because you don't want to meet anybody on that D chicane in front of the pit lane. Because what I will say as well, there's different parts of this track as they go into the reverse corkscrew section here, where it's all about maintaining that momentum up the hill.
But
definitely. This corner in front of us, you know, the D chicane, because the track goes right left, then it rises up and then it's off camber as you then, you know, you're coming down.
There's a very big, I mean, you see them getting the knees down, but one little blip of the throttle and, you know, you could, if that back end slips out. I think we saw that mistake earlier, didn't we?
We've seen at least 3 or 4 incidents there. It's been the most common.
It's the same in the 2 places of the track. So, for me, them type of corners, they are really about throttle control. You know, if you just put too much throttle into it, you are just going to either high side or you're going to just get it wrong. So, you know, it's a big part of it all. So, but yeah, as we see the 41 come over the line again, what time has he got? He's got. I think he's got a new personal best there. Maybe,
still a couple.
Still a couple. No, sorry.
Yeah, I don't think we're going to I don't think we're going to see anybody breaking personal best now, just because of how much. It's a little bit warmer. The engines are going to be. You know, I think we had issues earlier. I think London Lambretta Club were saying with theirs that their issue was that they were overheating after they got back out. So you know, real issues certainly, because the fact that it's so warm as well here. In Middlesbrough at the moment. You know, it's a humid day, which obviously doesn't allow the engines to run at their optimum, you know, operating conditions, as we see there. The 41 once again down the back straight, getting a huge amount of screen time as he closes in on that class lead. Carries a lot of speed actually round South Bank and goes all the way round the outside of a couple of bikes there. Chops across into hairpin 3 as well. He's going to run round the outside of the 210 Valley Scooter Club. Great to see that machine back out again after the issues that's had. It's been in the paddock a couple of times, but every time it goes down, it reappears fairly quickly. So I'm not sure.
Good pit crew, I think.
I'm trying to figure out whether it's just a case whether they're just topping up a bit of oil every time it comes in,
maybe,
or whether they've had some problems and they've just been dealt with really, really efficiently.
Yeah. I can just see there, David, that on the weather report it's saying it's 20 degrees in Middlesbrough. So, I mean, it's perfect, really. You know, the track temperatures will be coming up. You know, the rubber will be going down on the track. It'll be getting nice and grippy. So, I mean, it says excellent here. You know, the current air quality.
To be fair, anything with a 2 in the northeast of England, from anything from 20 upwards, is
It's usually like Barbados.
Yeah, it's designated as very warm.
Yeah, it's brilliant. So, but the wind is saying that the average wind is kind of about 28 kilometres per hour, so that's about 15 miles an hour. So,
yeah,
you know, it's the perfect kind of. Oh, and David, we've got someone off.
Yeah, a rider stopped on the outside of the reverse corkscrew. Let's see if we can get a number on that one, and then we'll be able to relay something back. Although if you are out there, one of the teams looking for your rider, looks like he might have to push that. And once again, Jude, it's the longest push back, isn't it?
Push back, yeah.
From there, it's a good 100 metres until actually you become visible to your team.
Yeah.
And then another 50 across the circuit towards pit entrance.
Once we get a number for that, we'll call it out, and if that's your team, you'll have to head towards the thing. But
we'll try and figure it out. Actually, it's not a.
Have we got a camera view from up there? I think
we have. 67.
There we go. 67. If that's your team member,
let's have a quick look in terms of where we are on track with that one. See whether we've got an. Can't even find the 67 on the time.
Is it right down the bottom there? Oh no, it's 87.
87 10-foot special.
Yeah, they're right over there. Yeah.
So miles away as well. So to be fair, we could have a couple of minutes, couldn't we, before that bike comes back in? But there we go. He's heading its way back in.
He's heading its way back over.
That's Taz race team. They're actually up in 5th. We weren't looking that high up.
Oh no, yeah.
One of the front runners then in our race class has had an issue.
And I'm just seeing here, David, the number 30 and the 38 are having a great battle. So number 30, the pro race class, CST race team are battling with the race leader, just whilst either one's passing, another.
The pace is really, really good as well, isn't it?
It's there.
It's certainly going to close in. The problem they've got is they're a couple of laps off all of those in front of them. So as the 67 Taz race team machine, we still haven't seen it actually come back out. It's getting pushed back in there. It's moved over to the other side, but it's a long way away.
I think it might be taking the supermoto route, maybe.
Yeah, it's probably quicker over the mountain, isn't it? There's CST.
Yeah.
See, with that good straight line speed we saw around there, and this is that machine that we saw earlier.
With the smash light.
Yeah, but as they go round the right-handers, it's okay because the exhaust is on the left. But you'll see in a few moments, they'll come round hairpin 3. Hairpin 4, which is the left-hander, is you can almost see as the 38 class leader comes round the outside. That exhaust is definitely
on the
scraping tarmac round hairpin number 4, isn't it?
But here, as a race leader, number 30 comes over the line. So we've got the number 38 with the monster helmet on, which is probably a good recognition for you. He's coming across the line. He's currently done 114 laps, and the second place, S Racing, is 2 laps down. So they've still got a little bit to go, but they are catching. And who else is catching is number 41, Essex.
Yeah, they are really.
So
really
they're doing really well.
I think Taz have just about made it back.
Yeah. He's just coming to pass the ambulance.
Yeah. So the team of Roy Binks, John Chadwick, and Chris Clegg having some issues, and that bike will be wheeled across the circuit, albeit they will have to wait for a bit of a gap in the traffic as they come through there. I think they might just get it in a moment, Jude, although as one of the bikes bounces over the curbs.
Bounces over the curbs.
I think we might just have a little gap now after this white bike goes through before the number 11. Looks like we are able to get that bike finally back in, but that will have cost them the best part of 5 minutes actually, getting that bike back in.
Yeah, definitely.
We are at the bottom of the hour. That means that we're going to have a full run through of our teams as they are.
I think, do you want me to read out some of these first, David? Or
if you dip in the comments, then I'll go with and then I'll do the full run through when you've finished with those, which will give you time to tackle that. To tackle the brownie from Team 77. So
in the there we go. In the comments we've got Purdy, which is the YouTube name. They're saying Team 77 brownie. Bribery. So, well, it's not necessarily bribery, but it's certainly a good treat. So, but we've got some other. Had to take away. So someone said that they have to tear themselves away from watching the HD telly to fire up the PC, so I can comment So, you know, we're obviously doing a good job at the commentating, David.
Glover, thank you very much for dropping the comments in there as well. Oh, yep, thank you very much.
You're mute there, David.
Yeah, I was having a drink and then just thought I'd start talking.
Go, Mungo and all the guys with IDK. What else have we got? Hashtag 4. Are we now having overheating issues? That was by Steve Bone. Julie Tracy. Steve hasn't had a chance to. Someone's had a chance to ride yet. Not sure. Issues for 87 going down the back straight. They're going. They're going up to the corkscrew corner. So
let's see if that one can actually, whether it's going to go back slowly or whether it's just going to roll to a halt. Sorry, Jude. The 87 issues for that bike down the back straight. Once
they
again,
gave us a thumbs up to the camera earlier, David. So they must be all right in a way.
Yeah.
So it might just be going slow to admire the track. You never know. He's got 6 hours. Well, he's got 3.5 hours now, so he might as well.
So 10-foot special. Once again, that bike had some issues earlier on. The Rob Overend, Dan Pearson, John Pearson and Craig Rowland machine.
He comes down the back straight here now, David. So
I think he's going to, in a moment, I imagine he'll have a quick look over the shoulder and maybe a look across. No, I thought he was going to bring the car across what we call the national loop there and bring it into the pit lane. If not, it's going to be a... I think he's having fueling issues, like that. That bike rolling very slowly then down the back straight. And, he's going to get it back to the pit lane. It's a matter now of whether he gets it back before we get to the 3-hour mark in 27 minutes because he's struggling with that machine. He has, he's still going, but there's certainly some issues with it.
Yeah, we've got what else? Team 333 rider swap Pete Newbold. So that's who's probably on it now. Who else have we got on here? Let's have a quick look. The race seems like a lot of fun. Scooters and a track. What a day. So, it's someone's obviously excited about the racing. The gold colour, that's what they're called. Mungo from IDK looks very excited. Who else have we got? We've got Black Sheep Hull tuned in, supporting all riders, but especially those riding for Foster 56 and RFS Tune. So I'll give them a quick shout out and where they are. So
sorry, Judy, just the 87 is just about making its way back to pit lane. Looks like it's Dan Pearson, the Ginger Gandalf, on that bike, and he's going to bring that one back into pit lane. I don't know whether he's. It's still moving, albeit slowly.
Yeah. So
making its way back in then into
someone's
into
not
pit
happy.
lane.
71's not happy coming over the grid here, over the start finish with a hand up there. So I don't know if there's a penalty to go out with someone or.
We'll have a quick look. We are at the bottom of the hour, so we will have a quick run through then of our runners and riders as it stands. SRP Race Tech then leading the way on 118 laps. They have a 3-lap gap then back to Scooter Lab UK Racing in second. SRP Race Tech Essex in third. The Dukes of Essex in fourth place. SRP Real Taft Speed and RFS Tune complete the top 6. CST have got a problem. Just to divert away there, CST, the number 30 machine, which when it's going is going very quickly. The problem is at the moment it's stationary at the top of the reverse corkscrew section. Once again, the furthest part away from the paddock. And now it's a case of whether they're going to send that bike the wrong way down the circuit in the same way that SL UK did earlier on, or whether he's going to have to try and walk that one all the way back, or whether they send the recovery quad out. I know which one he'd prefer. He'd prefer the quad because it's a lot less work, but I think he might end up walking this one all the way down the Bob Pope straight and then back into the paddock. But once again, CST, the number 30 machine, having issues. They're currently in 27th place, and every time they work their way back into the top 30, they're finding themselves having a problem and they'll drop down the field once again. We'll track that on its way back in. As it stands though, well, it's returned to in 7th place against all odds, leading the way in their class in 7th. DC10 SART in 8th, completing the top 10 then Gunson Baines Racing and IDK Endurance Taz Race Team are in 11th. They had some problems. They wheeled it back in a few moments ago. Looks like they haven't yet re-emerged, but we will confirm that shortly. Although, because it's showing at the moment that they dropped a lap. Foster 56, who've got some support in the live stream comments, are currently 12th. Wearside Wanderers, CKMB are in 14th. Numpties are in 15th in front of Two Sheds in 16th. The top 20 then completed by Valley Scooter Club PX, Team Escargot, New Pudard Twig. They've come back into it, having had issues early on in the race. Independent Idiots in 20th, then completing the top 20. Odd Mod Squad are in 21st. Spire Tarmac Terriers, they had some issues as well, having led that class early on. They're in 22nd in front of London Lambretta Club. Good to see them back running again, having been in the pit lane a number of times. RFS Tune 2 as well in 24th place. 25th, Team Vespa, the number 15 in front of Team Jet Set. CST, we've seen them walking their bike back in at the moment. Currently showing is in 27th in front of Valley Scooter Club 207. Rushden Lambretta Club and Tuath D Danan complete the top 30 in the number 12. Saw that bike with some issues, and then straight after that, they're 32, which is in 32nd place as well. Had some issues in front of Privateer Racing. McNair Motorsport, United Colours of Pemberton, Hornet Racing, DS Blues Mother Chicane, and 10-foot special then complete your 37 runners. And with the exception of the odd trip into the pit lane, looks like we've got everybody running every now and again. We've seen 10-foot special come in a few moments ago. Mobile Chicane, they've been out as well. They've also been up to the com box to deliver some chocolate brownies. Once again, greatly appreciated from them. We are now 2 hours and 40 minutes into this 4th British Scooter Endurance Club race. As we see our race leader actually there get balked on entry into the reverse corkscrew. Looked like he was carrying a lot of speed in there. Currently has a 3-lap gap going round the outside of the 81 United Colours of Pemberton machine. And we see now that bike will, as he gets himself down as much as he can behind the handlebars to try and reduce the airflow over the top of himself and the helmet and the bike as well. Looks like he might actually get a few more down before they get to the South Bank corner. Although, as we've mentioned a few times, the bikes that are always good in a straight line don't always go quite so well around the corners. We saw that earlier with one of the bikes that was just incredibly quick, probably the quickest we've seen down the straight, but then almost has to stand it up going round the two hairpins at the bottom end of the track. Just have a quick dip into the comments once again, see what else we've got coming in as well. Mad Jeff's been on. I'm pleased that we've ruined your day, Jeff, that you're having to stick with us to watch the scooters. I know that you sat down 2 hours ago for a couple of minutes and you're still with us. Thank you very much for sticking with.
That's the spirit.
We do like it.
But yeah, I've just been down, obviously down the paddock there, and the crowds here today they're really good. They're there's quite a lot of people here. They all look like they're having fun. So if you're sat at home and you're not far away, get yourself down.
That's the thing, though, isn't it? With an endurance race, is that you don't have to spend a huge amount of time actually watching what's on track. You can walk down in the paddock. We're using the extended paddock here as well at Teesside. We had a walk round at the bottom where the motorcycle school is down there as well, using all the extended paddock.
It's really good. So if you are sat at home and you're only I don't know, half an hour away, I'd definitely recommend the time to come here and watch some of the stuff. So I'll have a look. Everybody
leader making his way round then, that number 38 machine, now 3 laps in front of everybody else.
Someone's just said in the comments there, best commentary line ever. Everybody is running now and again. so
I may have said that.
Yeah. Well, it's fairly true, but
there is a level of, it's not a full-on Murrayism, there is a level of accuracy to it. Is that what we're saying by that is that nobody has officially retired, packed up and gone home.
No,
the 11, however, has packed up at the moment because he's walking it back in, but he's giving it a run in. Let's have a quick look. The 88.
I'm glad we've made you laugh there. I forgot the name of your YouTube account, but that's what it's about.
Mad Jeff. Let's have a quick look for the 11. Wearside Wanderers have had an issue. 3rd in class, but are currently having to wheel that bike back into pit lane. They've only been out for 19 minutes. So issues then for the number 11 bike of Wearside Wanderers Scooter Club. having to take that bike back into pit lane.
Yeah, the leader now, number 38, who's been... How long's he been in the lead for now then? It must have been a good hour or so. Well, not him, but, you know, the team.
Scooter Lab had those issues around about 40 minutes ago, didn't they, from when they last came into the pit. That was when they handed over the lead. Now Scooter Lab, in the last couple of laps or so, has handed over second place to SRP Racetech Essex. So as it stands, it's an SRP 1 and 2.
We've got a Marshall running across the track there. I don't know if he's going back to his box or he's going to help someone down by the rib bend, but we might be able to get a camera down there.
Doesn't look like we've got a yellow out down there on the static camera, so it looks like might just be that the Marshalls are on a rotation.
Yeah, maybe. But the race leaders, obviously he's been there for about 40 minutes now, but the number 41 has come from 5th about an hour ago, and now he's up in 2nd. So in my mind, they're still pushing forwards. And have they got the quickest lap? No, they haven't got the quickest lap, but I think they've got the most consistently quick lap.
Yeah, when we're looking at the timing as well, which you can find at live.alphatiming.co.uk/Teesside, those riders due currently in 3rd, 4th and 5th.
Yeah.
SL UK Racing have really picked the pace up as well. They were down at like 125s before, now they're at 120, so they're starting to... It's levelling it out as well, because Dukes of Essex are 119s.
Yeah, definitely.
SRP real task speed 120s. Behind them as well, RFS Tuner coming with that triple one bike. We know it's quick. Currently 3 seconds a lap quicker than everybody in front of it, albeit at the moment they do have a 2-lap deficit back to SRP. You then have that 6-lap gap back.
Yeah, definitely. I think a lot of the teams are starting to, you know, kind of get the times down, get pushing back up.
A nice little battle going on for 18th as well. It's only just Nunu Puddard Twig have come back and got in front of Team Escargot, and Nunu Puddard Twig are a team that they've come from like nowhere really, because they had some issues very, very early on in this race. Started well down the pack, and certainly after the last opening couple of laps, and have now moved their way comfortably as well inside the top 20 up into P18.
Yeah,
they haven't actually got a huge difference, I don't think, back in front of them. Taz obviously have had that issue, so they should Nunu Puddard should move actually up into 17th shortly.
Yeah, I tell you what,
Taz Racing have had those issues and they're still in the pit lane.
Yeah, it's a funny name to pronounce that, like. Just try and get it out in a short sentence. But these are a few funny names. But also just to mention the number 7 in 30th place has just come in there to go to the pits, probably just for refuel. It didn't look like they had a mechanical out.
I think that name for Nunu Puddard Twig takes a little bit out of everybody's names in the team, with Darryl Ward, Pete Newbold, Paul Priestley, Jay Newbold, and Carl Twig. In that machine. What I will say as well, I know that we've seen Pete. We know that Pete Newbold, he's either on the bike or has been at some point. Yeah. When he filled his notes in, I note that he once did a 1/4 mile in 12 seconds on a bike, which averages out about 103 miles an hour. So I know he's done a bit of sprints, some hill climbs, endurance as well. Also, I found a member of the 100-mile-an-hour scooter.com.
We've just had a new fastest lap by the 155, and that is lapping at a 105. So that is
absolutely no way that's genuine. I don't know whether he's missed the chicane, out and come through.
Has he skipped part of the track?
Possibly so, because we've seen nobody go anywhere near a 105.
I wonder how that's happened.
And 121.
Oh, someone just fell off.
Driver off down there at Rib Bend. Let's see.
That was hard.
Not sure if we can pick a number up on that bike, but we had a rider off down at Rib there. I
think it might have been number 11.
Went down under braking. Yeah, you're right. So that would be Wearside Wanderers. They've only just come out of the pit lane as well in the last couple of moments. That bike is on its side down at Rib. Looks like as well. I'm not sure whether they're able to get it going on the outside there.
I think he's bent his handlebars and smashed a couple of things up as well.
I think the producer rightly there just cut away from the shot whilst we made sure the rider was okay.
Yeah.
And then now that we know the rider's up again, we're back and we can confirm that it is the number 11 of the Wearside team. I think they were running rather well as well in 16th overall, which put them at one point into 16th in class. but it does once again play into the hands of the team that are now in 17th. New Podard Twig, they're going to move up to 16th at some point, and you know, they're just moving up one by one, picking them off.
Yeah.
You know, taking advantage of other things. So that bike has actually started moving now again. So Wearside Wanderers, the bike, the rider has managed to get that bike moving again, and looks like it's actually you know, granted it's been on its side and.
Fair enough to the fella though.
Yeah,
when I saw him fall off, he didn't half go hard.
Yeah,
so,
he went down there.
So to get back up and you know, ride back to the pits or whatever. Yeah. You know, it takes a bit of strength.
Looks like that could be Alec Jackson on that bike. So the 3-rider outfit: Alex Jackson, Kev Nixon, and Anne Murphy Gillard on the riding the Grey Peril. The name for their bike. We'll see that bike come round ever so shortly. Interesting to see where I'm fairly sure it's coming in the pits. Yeah. At least for the very least for the you know, just a little bit of a check over, but we'll.
No, I definitely saw the handlebars were bent there, so they might need to tighten a couple of bolts and replace a couple of things.
He's elected to take the hairpins rather than come straight through the barrier down in that bottom corner.
Hardcore.
And let's see where I think it's probably going to come in, if I'm honest, but we'll see. You might well give it a lap or so.
Yeah.
It's the. As the 7 pops itself into pit lane. Yep, as we expected, the arm is up from the 11 of Wearside Wanderers. And Alec Jackson will bring that bike into pit lane at the very least for a once over. But we'll check to see whether that bike is back out shortly. But that will drop them down the order. And as expected, New Podard Twig up into 17th. In front of them as well, Valley Scooter Club and Wearside Wanderers now have come in, so they're going to move up to 16th in due course. Will they get past Valley Scooter Club as well, who have come into the pit lane from 15th after only half an hour? So could it be just a rider change? Could it be a problem for Valley Scooter Club in the 210? And to be fair, we've said that a lot of the time, haven't we? Every time that bike's in, it goes down in the paddock, then it comes back out again. It's running perfectly fine.
Yeah. So, there's the 111, David. I think they've stuck in 6th for a while now. I don't think they've moved much.
No.
The 74, they've been there for a while. The Duke of Essex, we don't quite know about that lap time yet. If it is a 105, it's a brilliant lap time, but it's no one's gone even near it since, you know, since this morning.
That'd be 3 seconds quicker than, or 2 seconds quicker than what Hornets were doing earlier. We know Hornets were 2 seconds a lap quicker than anybody else in practice. Nobody else dropped below 1:10. So
yeah, I'm just looking at the times here, and
now they're averaging 1:13s, aren't they, Dukes of Essex? So it may well have been a case that they emitted a chicane down at the. Well, the only way that they really cut through it is at hairpins 3 and 4, where you can come through the barrier if you've got a bit of an issue. So yeah, we'll see on that one.
It would be good if someone could pop down and tell us what.
Yeah, just looking at the circuit tracker on the right side of the timing, but it looks like SRP Race Tech and SRP Race Tech Essex are running nose to tail with each other down the back straight. It may well be that SRP Race Tech have managed to put another lap on Essex, but we'll find out as we see the Dukes of Essex.
As we approach the 130 laps mark, we have got the number 41 catching up to the 38 of the SRP Race Tech. They are basically the same teams, but just one's from Essex. So you know, in that tent it will be a good laugh after, you know, to say, oh, you know, I was catching you maybe and all this type of thing.
Slightly different class as well, slightly
different classes. So one's in the pro race and one's just in the race class. So you know, they will. You know, there will be that slight variant in how powerful the bikes are, or whatever, you know, what the kind of modifications they have to them. So, yeah, but it's still good to see that two people, you know, the two bikes are coming together, and there probably will be a battle for that lead, unless there is a stop for, you know, any kind of mechanical issue, which we hope not.
Yeah, I mean, as we've seen down the left side as well in terms of the colours, we've got a bike from at least one bike from all 4 classes inside the top 10, haven't we? We've got
a rider stopped on the way down to Rib Bend.
Yeah, let's see if we can pick a number out on that one as well. But as in we've got a rider from at least you know, one of the classes. If you can get that across the track, that'll be good. Looks like it could be the 7.
We've also got rider number 47 coming into the pits. Don't think for a mechanical, just for a fuel up.
Straight in, so that's the McNair Motorsport. There's one bike definitely coming the wrong way back up. There, let's have a...
It's a bike number 3. It's a bike number 3.
Triple three. So Nunu Podard Twig, who were going so well and had got back up into the top 3 in the club class, have now got a problem heading the wrong way now up pit lane back towards the paddock. So the 333 of Nunu Podard Twig, issues for them, having moved into 15th place on the previous lap. That car has come to a halt on the hill between paddock and Rib Bend.
That's a shame to see, David, because they were working the way up the grid. So it's a bit.
Yeah, but once again, almost inevitable after the commentary team has waxed lyrical and dished the superlatives out on a team that once again that bike is naturally going to grind to a halt. So
we'll take the slap on the hand.
So what we'll do is basically what we're saying there is that if you're in the paddock and you'd like to curse one of your competitors, feel free to come down to the commentary box and raise the palms. Alternatively, if you would like us not to talk about you and therefore you won't have any issues with your bike, also feel free to come and lace the palm. Doesn't have to be cash, but we do like brownies and other tasty
beverages.
Treats. So just let us know at the door. Yeah, not a problem. We'll do that as we go.
We'll be taking anything and everything. So
7 minutes then, Jude, now until we are halfway through. This fourth British Scooter Endurance Club race, live here from Teesside Autodrome in Middlesbrough.
Yeah, I tell you what, it's flew by.
It has,
absolutely flew by. So it doesn't even feel like it's been 3 hours.
No.
But it is starting to get very close together between a lot of people. So we'll just before we do a big rundown of the grid, we'll have a rundown of the live chat.
Let's have a quick thing. I'm just going to find out what that one is there. I'm going to have a quick look. I'm just going to go back up to where we left it last time after the best commentary line ever. I think Tab Wash has been on saying, is that Bob West on the Taft Speed at the minute? I'm not entirely sure, but I know he's definitely part of that team. He's just put legend in the scooter world and a bobsleigh racer back in the day. Just having a quick look at some others as well. Saying good luck. Lee Maddox has been on just saying good luck to all our friends across all of the teams from the Lambretta Club of Great Britain who are on track. What I will say as well is thank you very much to Lambretta Club GB for sponsoring our club class. You can find out a lot more about the Lambretta Club as well at ilambretta.co.uk. Lambretta Club of Great Britain is the largest Lambretta club in the world with over 5,000 members, offering a huge range of services to its members, from various club shop items to help and advice on all things from running to restoring your Lambretta. Thank you very much to them for sponsoring our club class. And leading the way in that one still is the IDKT Endurance Racing team. Savwash has just put, has anybody from Team SL UK had to put the clown suit on yet for falling off? I don't think anybody's fell off it, although I think something did fall off it earlier, hence why when they were leading, it stopped working on the outside of rib and they had to walk it all the way back into the paddock because that bike was going very, very well in P1 and it had about, at the time it had almost a 1 lap gap back to SRP Race Tech. Now it is in P3 after that issues. Brett Barber's been on saying, watching from the US, what sort of modifications are done to these scooters? Well, to split it down in its simplest form, there are 4 classes of which each one is very similar to another one. So effectively there are 2 classes, and then the difference besides the actual bike is the fact that you're only either allowed 1 rider with a race license, or in the club class at the bottom end of the 4th class is that you're not allowed any riders with in terms of having a race license. So in the pro class and the race class, you're allowed to make certain modifications regarding engine tuning, fitting up rated springs and suspension and brakes. In terms of that, most of them will have the lights removed. The bike won't actually be a road legal bike as well. You can fit a larger fuel tank. We saw that bike earlier as well, taking on 10 litres of fuel, so that certainly had a larger fuel tank installed on that one. So in the first two classes, the pro race and the race class, you don't actually need, the bike doesn't need to be road legal. Most of them actually brought here in the back of a truck anyway. Then moving that one down, so the race class, which is the second one, is that they can only field one rider who's actually got a race licence. So even though the bike is the same spec as the pro class, you can only run one rider, and that's why you're seeing a speed difference really between the teams with the blue backgrounds and those with the yellow backgrounds. Then we get down towards the road class and the club class as well. They generally have similar in terms of spec for their bikes, and those have to actually be able to achieve an MOT. So must be up to a normal bike standard. Obviously the lights will be taped up for safety, but most of them there. We see most of them actually going around, still got the number plate on the back, as we mentioned earlier as well. They can be modified in some features, but in terms of actual must be pretty much road going, so as I say, they must be able to get through an MOT. In the road class, basically anybody with a full road motorcycle licence can ride in the class, but nobody with a race licence in the last 5 years. So what you'll find in that is that you'll find some riders that have maybe raced a lot in the past, but not so much recently. They're going in that one. Then we have the club class at the end, where we've got no runners in that class that are actually allowed to have a race licence. It's basically a novice or entry class into the British Scooter Endurance Club Series. So, you know, if it is something that's piqued your interest and something you want to get involved in, do have a look at the bsec uk.co.uk website and British Scooter Endurance Club on Facebook as well, just to find out more. I think normally they're trying to get to two of these endurance events every single year. So this is the second one. We're obviously at Wilton Mill back in May here at Teesside now, as the 56 comes into the pit lane once again. Rider gets off very early on that one rather than letting the bike do the work into the pit lane. So just have a quick look on the live timing. We pretty much got, I know I'm going to cover it again with the saying that everybody's running now and again. But is pretty much everybody down there back out again down the bottom, I think, down the towards the tail end of the field. Hornet Racing are and 10-foot special we haven't seen for a while, although we have actually seen 10-foot. They just every time we see them, it just doesn't seem to be going favourably for them.
Later in about an hour's time, when you do a good rundown, I might have a quick rundown and see if Hornet Racing are still here, or if they're still trying to repair that bike, because we haven't seen them for a while now, so they might not be out on track.
No, great shame as well, because we were saying earlier,
they're very quick.
Early pace setters, they started on pole position. That bike was going really, really quick. They almost had a one-lap lead on everybody inside the opening half an hour, until, metaphorically at least, the wheels fell off their wagon, because you know, they do have the quickest bike out there, but as we mentioned, if it's not going round and round, you can't win. As we see the 81 there I'm going to play it now. My favourite bike, that United Colours of Pemberton machine. Absolutely love it. Looks like we're trying to wave somebody in there with another high vis vest.
So
we're about 8 wide there, down in towards Rib Bend.
Very racy, wasn't it?
I'm sure they'll sort themselves out down there.
That number 77 following up to all them lots. So the 41 now enters the pit, hopefully just for a fuel, a fuel refill, because they're going very well. They are 4 laps off the lead, but they're still pushing. They're still pushing. So, but as we approach the hour mark, I think we'll do another grid rundown. So.
I was just gonna, because I was waxing lyrical about the United Colours Pemberton bike that I just love. I was just having a quick look at their notes as well, and basically they're just saying that their first race was at Wilton back in May. I'm not sure what the thought process was behind it, but as they've just said that they've picked the smallest possible scooter to race on, with the Lambretta Vega, or the Lambretta Louis as they're also known, and then decided to put 7-foot Tim on it as well. You know, so we'll. But we are past half race distance then here at Teesside Autodrome for the 4th edition of the British Scooter Endurance Club. At the head of the pack, SRP Race Tech leading the way.
So now that we're past the the halfway line, we'll have a quick rundown of the grid, so you can get an idea of who's where and who's doing what, and I'll do a bit more into detail this time, just so you do know what's happening. Well, T-Sheds are now they are in the pits, so and they're currently running 11th. 5th place, number 74, they're in the pit. The third place, 41, like I said, they've entered the pit, and then who else is in the pit? IE Racing, they're in the pit. They're currently 17 laps into away from the lead, but they are the number 347. They're the leaders of the which class is it? Let's have a quick look. They're the leaders of the club class, which is one of the lower down, less power classes. So they're not as advanced as some of the pro race and that. So they're doing very well to run up in 8th. Foster 56, they're also a club team. But like I said, I'll go from the top. So currently the leaders in first place is the number 38 SRP Race Tech. They're in the pro race class. They have done 138 laps. With the best lap time of 1 minute 12, sorry. And then the in second place is 71st. It is the number 71. Sorry, I'm getting me numbers and words muddled up here. Is number 71 of SLUK Racing, and they're in the race class. So the differences between the the front two or the front three, sorry. Second and third, number 41 SRP Race Tech Essex. The second and third, they are the race class, but in the blue colours, as in the 38 in the blue, they are pro race. So the race classes are doing very well to be up there. But the second place has actually got a quicker lap time. The best lap time, better than the first place. So it mixes things up, meaning it could be a bit more better. To get back up the grid. Fourth is the 155 of Dukes of Essex. They're in race class. They've done 133 laps. And then in fifth is the number 74 SRP Real Taft Speed. Sixth, the 111 of RFS Tune. Seventh is the first of the which classes are they? The road class. So they're first in their class, the number 21 Aort, and they've done 123 laps with a best lap of 1 minute 18. They're 2 laps down off 6th place, which is 111. 8th place is the first of the club, and they're number 347. 8th place, DC 10 Cert. They're road class, and they are currently 119 laps in. The 189 of Gunston Baines Racing in the pro race class again. They're running 4th in class. They're in 10th to round out the top 10. 11th, 56 of Foster 56 club team. 12th is the 200 or the 200 of Two Sheds. In the race class, they're 117 laps in. We've got in 13th place the 55 of Team Numpties. They're 117 laps now, sorry, in. 14th, the 210 of Valley Scooter Club PX. 15th, and that is the 16th of CKMB, and they're in the road. They're 116 laps in it as well. And then 16th is 84 of Team Escargo. 17th, the 114 of Spire Tarmac Terriers. They're 114 laps in. The 333 of New Pud Ardwig. Twig, sorry, is they are in the club class. They're 113 laps in with a best lap time of 1 minute and 22 seconds, 0.6. I think it's been a while since they've had a pit stop though. It's been an hour since they've had a pit stop, so they'll shortly be pitting soon. I think, is it? Oh no, might be. I'm not sure, but they've just come across the line there. So. 54 of the Odd Mod squad, they're running 19th. In 20th, the 11 of Wearside Wanderers. 21st is the number 70 of Independent Idiots Race Team. 22nd is number 4 London Lambretta Club. 23. The 23rd runner is the number 88 of Team Jet Set. 24th, the 67, which are in the race class, TAS Race Team. 25th is the 207 of Valley Scooter Club, and they're in the club class with 102 laps. The 26th is the 135 of Rushden Lambretta Club. 27th is 112 RFS Tune 2. In 28th is the number 15 of Team Vespa, and then in 29th place, just before 30th, is the Pro Race Team CST. I think they're the ones. I think they had a problem earlier, so they've dropped down a bit from what they were recovering. But they've still got time to move up the grid. But they've not done as many. I mean, the leader's done 142 laps. They're still on 87, so they've got quite a way to go. On 81 laps is the number 7 of the Privateer Racing Road, and then the 31st is number 12. 32nd is the 47. 33rd, 81 of United Colours of Bemberton. 34th is the number 32. 35th is the 77, who they're the lads that have come back from having them engine problems, as someone described in the comments earlier. In 36th is number 87, a 10-foot special, and then sadly, who's still in the pits is to round out the grid is number 6 Hornet Racing, who we've not seen for a while now. So in an hour's time or half an hour's time, I'll have a run down and see if they're still there. So now I'm going to eat a bit of brownie.
Thanks, Stu. Just having a quick look, we've been following the number 8 DC 10 SERT Lambretta GP 230cc machine round, the team of Nick O'Dell, John Simmons and Stuart Hannay. If you are watching in the live stream comments, you might have just seen a post go in there with a bit of a link in it to a post off the scooterlab.uk website. They are racing as a team as well and advertising for a friend of theirs called Dixie King, who's a fellow scooterist. He's got a book out, and not wishing to put a bit of a dampener on it, because I'm sure that he wouldn't want us to as well, but the book itself, which is on that link that I've just put in, basically it's a book called My Pensive Mood. It's a book really of poems and short stories regarding a battle that Dixie King's been having with brain cancer. They're racing as well with all the proceeds that they're going from anything that they've raised going towards brain cancer research. They know that Dixie will be watching, so they want to send their regards. Same as well from everybody at Alpha Live Productions to Dixie King. We wish obviously himself all the very best. I was having a quick look at the story, and certainly as well some of the there's not so much an interview, but obviously a Q&A really on that link that I've put into the live stream comments. So feel free to either copy the link or right click it and open up in another tab. Give it a quick read in the background whilst you're still listening to us here on Alpha Live Productions here at Teesside Autodrome. I think that's actually what it says on the T-shirt as well there. On that white T-shirt, it's got My Pensive Moods written on it. So yeah, have a quick look at that. It's a brutally honest sort of either an assessment. I don't know if that's the correct way of wording it, but the correct way of sort of explaining what Dixie's been going through, sort of like what the plans are going forward, because sort of he's in a position where he explains in the thing where sort of he knows that it's inevitable at some point that things are going to happen, and sort of like putting things into place throughout that. So please do check that out. Check out everything as well that DC10 SERT are doing as a team. So yeah, please do just click the link that's just been popped into the live chat comments if you are watching at home. Certainly as well, you'll be able to go back if you're at the circuit as well and check that out later on. But I'm not going to read the link out because obviously with it being a story, it's massive. But it's on the Scooter Lab UK portal on their page as well. So that's written the main reason why we've been following the number 8 round for the last 10 minutes, because I've just been waiting for the opportunity to sort of explain a little bit more about SCRT and everything that they are doing in the, from the DC-10. We are 2 hours and 49 minutes away from the checkered flag.
That 111's moved up a couple of places, hasn't it?
Yeah, it's certainly closing in a lot. I don't think it's moved up many places, but the gap between them all, it's starting to close up in terms of that. The actual speed as well. One thing that we have seen, obviously, it's good to see, but like, I think everything's sort of just calmed down this last 20 minutes or so.
Yeah,
you know, in terms of, you know, we've not seen anybody have any, you know, any mishaps. The last time we obviously saw that rider go down at Rib about half an hour ago.
Yeah,
the Wearside Wanderers machine. Has that bike managed to get itself back out?
It is. It's in 11th. I mean, it's in 17th. So yeah, it's not really moved position.
No, but it's moved up 2 in the last lap or so, because it must definitely be moving. We know Nunu Podardtwig had some issues earlier on. They brought the bike back the wrong way up the pit lane. It looks like Spire Tarmac Terriers are currently in the pits as well, because the Odd Mod squad have managed to come back through as we follow the 71. The Scooter Lab UK entry. They, Jude, have moved back up into second place recently, which leads me to believe, correctly so as well, that SRP Race Tech Essex have come into the pit lane only 10 minutes ago. They've been out there in terms of track time. So like I say, if you are watching and you fancy creating a virtual pit wall so you can watch us and then you can have the timing up as well. If you're on a laptop, you can go to live.alphatiming.co.uk/Teesside. You can do that on a phone as well, but on the laptop, what you'll also get down the right-hand side is the number of pit stops that a team has done. You'll also get the time in terms of TT, the track time, how long that team has been out on circuit since it last came into the pits. What I will say is that I'm fairly sure that DC-10 SCRT have been into the pits, because it's currently showing at 0 times and 3 hours and 10. We know they've been in because we've seen them fuel up once already at the very least. So it just looks like that they might not be tripping in and out of the pit lane as well. That was what we were saying earlier as well, because we know that the maximum ride time is 65 minutes, and we were having that issue earlier on where it was certainly showing. Can't remember what the team was, but that they were out
for a while.
That they've been out on track for the best part of an hour and 20 minutes or so.
So what do these TT bits mean then?
So that's track time. Yeah. That's how long the team has been out since they last pitted. Which
all right, fair enough,
basically it certainly helps us at the 24-hour, because it allows we know that the exact stint of a cart's going to be 1 hour 30, whereas on these machines we saw earlier that the bike taking on nearly 10 litres of fuel, you know, that's going to allow them to run a lot longer, certainly exceed the amount of time that they're going to need before a rider change. So they'll be able to change rider far in advance of them actually needing to fuel. But then again, that plays into the, you know, like they obviously, these teams must know how long a tank of fuel is going to take them. Yeah. You know, as we see the Dukes of Essex and the number 41 of SRP Essex, and they look like they've changed places, Jude, because SRP Essex were in P3. The Dukes of Essex now are in front of them over the line. Have a look for the numbers on the timing screen down the left-hand side. The 3 in a minute should move down into 4. They should go green and red as in terms of a confirmation. It'll change as well on the timing screen on the large screen here at Teesside in front of us. It looks like both of those have been into the pits recently in the last half an hour or so.
Fair enough.
But certainly as well, Dukes of Essex now lapping at a time of 1 minute 11. Confirmation as well on that screen that 105 has been removed from the timing earlier. We thought it was.
We did think it was a bit dodgy, like. So.
We said it was unlikely. Just because we know that no team this morning had been going any quicker than a 108. So to find a 105 would have been a bit much, but now we've got a real battle on here.
155 is on it.
Moves through and then into third place. They'll appear.
You see, we saw him just going down the straight there with his head down. I mean, I think it might have been a rider change for 41. So you know, obviously every rider's going to have a bit, you know, a different pace or something like that. So maybe just that rider change is just changed the stint down a bit, and you know,
we saw that earlier with Scooter Lab, didn't they? When they came back out after that issue, they were running at 125s. But in all fairness, and credit to the rider that was on that bike, because by the end of the stint, they dipped it into the 119s.
Yeah. So they started going well.
Yeah, they've got some decent pace at the end, and that has actually played into the hands as well, because when they've handed that over now,
he's got some good pace.
They have moved back up into second. What they've got now, though, behind them is Dukes of Essex coming at a rate of around 4 seconds a lap at them, albeit they are a lap down. So in the basic calculations of it being like a 120, it's going to take them 20 laps to get back onto the same lap, and then another 20 laps. So we're looking at the best part now of an hour.
Is that someone off there? Someone's got a mechanical at the D chicane by us. Correct. Here. So I can't quite confirm a number yet, but it looks...
That could be the 87 again.
Yes, I think that's the 87. It's got a mechanical problem at the D chicane. So
10-foot special. It could be again on the 87. It looks like he's just going to wheel the bike out the way. He's just going to wheel it out the way. What he's going to do, he's actually got a fair amount of space here now. He can get that back if he looks across to his left. He does.
So he runs across the track there.
He's got a good amount of space to get that bike back.
Yeah.
Once again, it looks like the 10-foot special.
Yeah, that's a shame for them, because they've been sticking in the position for a while now.
Yeah,
so
there they are on the TT, showing us 0 since they were last in the pit. So.
Yeah. So I mean, that's a shame for them, but you know, they'll have to go in and resolve this situation and get themselves back out and hopefully carry on for the rest of the race. We are currently got 2 hours and 42 minutes left, so you know, there's a good bit of time to recover for some people, but just people that are way down the grid and, you know, a lot of laps down,
I'm tracking
it will be hard.
Progress actually, Jude. There's here around about 20th behind Spire Tarmac Terriers. They've only got 6 seconds in front of London Lambretta, who in turn are only 38 seconds in front of the Independent Idiots. And the only reason that's been brought to my attention is because I was just looking for London Lambretta, because we saw them earlier, that every time we went to the roaming pit cam, it was because London Lambretta were back in the pits again with a problem.
Is that them there 210 or?
That's the Valley. That's the Valley Scooter Club.
So what number are they?
Number 4. It's an orange bike, the London Lambretta one.
155, very racy around the outside into the D chicane.
Closing, it looks like he's actually pulled away as well from the number 41, which is just going to come over the line in a few moments' time. So
we've got a train of novices here coming round. That they look like they're having a good race between them all.
Yeah, so one of them I think is a class leader as well. Is IDK Endurance Racing coming through the 347. They've helpfully got their number on the back of their vest as well, which is handy, helps us. London Lambretta there have just come through, the orange bike with the rider in the grey suit, the number 4. 38, the race leader.
Comes into the pit.
SRP Race Tech visits pit lane, and timing-wise, only 29 minutes since they were last in. They do have a comfortable gap, though. They've got 4 laps back to Scooter Lab UK, although it looks like they have come into the pit lane slightly early. May well be, though, that they...
Just for fuel. Might just be for fuel.
It could just be that, you know, we've seen this before in terms of, like, basically, you know, if they've got a larger fuel tank, you know, and the rider's only allowed an hour, but the tank does 2.5. You know, it may well be a case that they'll... You know, rather than to fill that tank up and then not know, basically the problem is obviously is that if you know that tank takes 10 litres, but you don't know if there's 2 litres still in the bottom, and you're pouring that 10 litres in, at some point, you know, there's no sort of gauge on it. It's just going to get to the top and then come out, you know.
So
you don't want that, do you? So
I think, there definitely will be a variation of how much you can get in your tank. We'll see as we go through hairpin 3 here. Look how close they are to the floor. Literally centimetres, nearly rubbing on the floor.
We're Side Wanderers, they're back out again. That's
the 111 going around the outside. That was the number 11 that sadly had that crash earlier, which was quite a hard crash, but as we can see now, that's a different rider on there, so we will be... Oh, the 111's got his hand in the air, so there may be a problem for that bike.
I'm not sure there whether he was acknowledging a pit signal or just waving to someone he knew on the bike.
Yeah, right.
Hi, mate.
Hi there.
Not entirely sure.
Yeah.
What I did then is I said, like, you said something and I went, in agreement, but I also went, because I'm tackling this gummy mix.
Yeah, I know, yeah, it's alright, isn't it? So, Sainsbury's best. That's what it is.
Other supermarkets are available.
Yeah. But
2 hours and 40 remaining then.
If you're feeling hungry here at Teesside today, there's always a cafe for any beverage that you want. So.
And then brownies came from there. I know they did because I've been in there before. They normally.
Lovely.
Last time we were here for the last kart sprint meeting, they had this. It was like a Terry's chocolate orange slice.
Oh yeah. Whoa, it was beautiful.
A different gravy, wasn't it?
Yeah,
absolutely. So if you are up there and you're looking, I think there's a Karamak cake as well.
Yeah, they do some nice cakes. That some of the kind of naughty food, but it's good. It's worth if you're on a diet, it's definitely worth coming off the diet just to try a bit of it. So, but as we lead on, S Race Tech, are they still in the pits, David, or we don't know? We haven't got a pit cam, so we can't tell, but. There is the 111 coming into the pits here, so there's something wrong. He's shaking his head, so there might be some issue with that bike. So we'll see what the mechanics bring out with it. If we can get a pit cam, that would be great.
Yeah, I know that the guy who was on our roaming cam was only in the com box about 30 seconds ago. It's very unlikely he's got that. Yeah. It's very unlikely he's got that sort of pace.
Yeah.
He needed to get down like that guy did at the start in like the actual 100 meters crowd. I've had somebody in the live comments
we'll have a look.
Give me the full-on phonetic pronunciation of Tuat Di Danan, which apparently I just have to say Tuat Di Danan really quickly. Although when I say it like that, it comes like it's almost like when I get to the end and it's like I'm putting some sort of accent on, and I don't like it.
Yeah.
So thank you very much for your help. But I'm going to proceed regardless with those two bikes. So we did focus on them quite a lot earlier because they both had issues very early on at the same time. In the pit lane, just having a quick look as well.
Well, Boom Sonic 2. He said, please may I have a shout out for my team, CKMB. They are my favourite, so we'll give you where they are and where they're running.
Also, Boom Sonic 2 has also managed to find almost every emoji going.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, they've put a couple in there. So that team is currently running in 22nd, number 16, CKMB. They're running the road class. They're 122 laps in this 6-hour race with 2.5 hours remaining. They have a best lap time of 1 minute 25, so they are up there with the times, and they're running fairly well, to be honest. Up there, we've got Julie Tracy saying go Iggy Sluck 71. We've got Go On Jerry Lad full bore styley by Steve Bone. We've got Tracy Tilford saying. Big shout out for IDK, they are having a great race. Then we've got someone else saying IDK smashing it. So IDK, your team is very loved today. There's quite a few people talking about
rightly
this.
So as well, Jude, because for a club team to be running up in 8th place as well. And with a 3-lap gap as well, back to the 189. Who are a pro race runner. As well.
So I'll give you for people that are supporting IDK, I'll give you a bit of information on where they are. So they're running 8th place at number 347. If you want to look for them on track, they're in the club class, which is they're first in club, so that's really good. They're currently 134 laps in. The last lap was 1 minute 27. Sorry, 0.711. They're 21 laps behind the leader, but it doesn't, that doesn't come into count, but. The best lap time is a 1 minute 12.116. So the lap times are really there. I mean, some of the people above him, they've got they've got the slightly slower lap times, and they're in better classes. So to be running, up there with them kinds of classes, they're doing really well. So
going really, really well. Our IDK.
We've got Irish team pronounced Too Hard Day.
I tried that. Failed spectacularly at it as well.
So there we go, David.
I know that the saying God loves a trier, but I've tried and massively failed.
Well, at least we've got a story about the comments to help us. So
but Yeah, just focusing back as well. The 88 pops straight into the pit lane as well. IDK doing incredibly well. I say P8 running the 347. Just having a quick look at some of their drivers. One of them as well, incredibly young, because he put his age down on his commentary form as 4 3/4.
Wow.
Yeah, so
that must be a mental age at least.
Either that, or he was born. The other option's born on a leap year.
Yeah, or maybe, yeah.
Or the fact that he might have missed out putting a 5 at the start. I don't know.
Yeah.
But then
Maybe.
again, he also did say that he once took a hand grenade to school. And
wow.
Yeah, I know.
That's a story to tell, isn't it?
It's a bold strategy.
Yeah, I suppose if you're not enjoying German or French just a bit, it's one way
exactly
to get rid of it, like.
Yeah.
But yeah, maybe not advisable.
You can definitely clear a room, can't you?
Yeah.
That's the 88 there. We saw come into the pits.
Looks like they're frozen.
Looks like they're waiting as well. Looks like the frozen got glitch or something in the system. Just having a quick look as well back at the IDKT as well.
There we go. He's moving a bit now.
Another one of their riders in there, Richard Munn. He was forced into scooter racing by his best mate Henry, partner Alison, a couple of pints of beer. Also disclosed some sensitive information as well on his commentary form. Just put Helen Mirren as my fantasy.
Wow.
Yeah.
Well,
I mean,
how would you pronounce that? One sec. Well, Helen Mirren, if you're interested, he's always available.
Well, given that she's a 76-year-old film star, I very much doubt that she's knocking around the Teesside paddock, if I'm honest with you, mate.
Well, if you're watching the live stream.
Other people in there, Russell Brown as well, he's from Norfolk, and he's the most interesting thing in Norfolk. Well, and the most interesting thing about him is his wife, Mandy.
Get yourself down.
Last one on there, Joe Greening's just put, it's his wedding anniversary this weekend, so he's going to give a shout out as well to his wonderful wife. Debs, happy anniversary to you both. From the commentary box, everybody at Alpha Live.
And what a way to celebrate it by scooter racing.
There was another anniversary one as well. I need to find that.
Oh, there was one there.
I'll find it, yeah.
But while David's finding that, we've got in the what do you call it, in the comments.
Found it.
Oh, there we go. Right, what I was going to say, we've got Go Mungo in the comments. That's what we've got. Now David's going to tell us his.
It was from 77.
77.
Disabled Teach Mobile Chicane, Simon Purdy. It's his wife. It's his and his wife's 6th wedding anniversary, and apparently she loves scooter racing.
Brilliant.
Now, I don't know whether that's she loves scooter racing as in she genuinely loves scooter racing, or whether there's a massive tongue in cheek.
Yeah.
But either way, Simon says you love scooter racing, and what a way to spend your 6th wedding anniversary other than being here at Teesside. Looks like the steward there is having a chat with the 112.
But the 77,
I know what that's for. I think
helmet.
I think that he needs a full visor.
Yeah.
And I don't think he's got a full visor on. And I think that's why he's being forced in the RFS Tune number 2 machine, the 200cc Lambretta. Whether it's a scheduled stop anyway, but I think he's just being told that he needs a full face helmet on there rather than the open face. So
have you seen this in the comments here, David?
I haven't.
Have it now, lads. Don't be shy to say it. Too hard day Danan.
That's better.
Yeah. Oh, is it too
hard day?
Too hard. No, it's a too sharp.
I can say that.
Too hard.
I can say that.
Could sing it.
Absolutely. Yeah. Credit
Could
to
sing it. I'm not going to sing it because I might scare the paddock. But
not taking anything away from Darth Ramsey earlier on, but. Linda McGrath trumped the correct spelling, so
cheers.
Too hard day Danan. That's better. At least we can.
And then we've got someone going go CKMB. So CKMB, let's go.
They're going well actually. Yeah. CKMB. They're another team that
they're running in 20 seconds.
20 seconds. So I think they're running 6th in class, just behind Independent Idiots, albeit they are one lap down on them.
It feels awful saying that. Is it what's the team?
Well, they named themselves.
IIRT. That's what we'll call them. IIRT.
No, they named themselves as Independent Idiots, and therefore we shall call it them accordingly. The only time we don't read out names is if they're offensive, and by really offensive.
Yeah. Well, idiots isn't too bad, but we'll.
No, certainly when they're calling it themselves. Yeah. So, and they are independent. So.
But as we go on through the race, S Racing is still 3. Well, no, it was 4 laps earlier, I think. So they've got a lap on them.
Race Tech came in, didn't they? With,
yeah, they did with a pit
earlier
stop
on, but it looks like it was scheduled as well. They have been in 6 times so far, and you sort of like work that back to. They've pretty much been in every half an hour, really, if you work it to the fact that we are 3.5 hours into this race.
Yeah.
After the first start, obviously the first time would have been on the half an hour mark. So it looks like they have been in the pits almost every single lap.
Yeah, so as SL UK comes round again there, the lap times, well, this last lap for SL UK was a 1:15.88. The last lap for SRP was a 1:18. So, in all words, I want to say that the SL UK is lapping quicker. So, that could really start, making them catch up or
closing in
so
as
on.
well.
Yeah, closing in. So the gap's changing all the time. So.
Fastest bike out there at the moment, though, is once again the 155 Dukes of Essex machine is lapping in around about the 1:14.3s, which is 1.5 seconds quicker than everybody else. Scooter Lab going well as well in P2. They're running at 1:15s, so it's always good just to have a quick look down and just see where everybody else is in terms of. In terms of how they're performing, some out of sync. We saw CST earlier on; they're well outside the top 20 now, having worked their way up into 27th at one point. Now down in 31st.
Yeah.
But their actual lap times when they were going were on par with the top 5 or 6. The problem was every 5 or 6 laps that we were out there, they weren't going well. That's the United Colours of Pemberton just having a quick refuel. Looks like they're in the pits, looks like it's scheduled as well. And the Lambretta Vega now being pushed through out of the fuel bay, down the pit lane towards the engine start area where that green flag is.
Well, that team is currently running in 30th place on that bike. Just to remember though, the bikes, there's bikes out there with 250cc. That bike's running what, 135?
135.
Yeah, so to be running that kind of area, it's brilliant. So and their lap times, their best lap time is a 1:26. So it's really good for the amount of CC they've got. So and plus some of the riders are about 7 foot tall. So
Valley. We see Valley Scooter Club there, and that machine with the. Just having a quick look, look down the middle there. Obviously, there's a break for the, where the down the middle there, and they've obviously cut through it as well.
Yeah. The 77 coming through camera view there, just in front of the 210. The 210 of what are they? What's they called?
Valley Scooter Club.
Valley Scooter Club. Yeah.
I'm interested to know about the thing in the middle there between the rider's legs. Obviously, they've got that piece of metal that's welded in there as well. Obviously, that's part of the frame, but obviously it's drilled through, I imagine, for a little bit of lightness on that bike.
Yeah. Well, it looks like it's almost like a bit of a strengthening bar, maybe. I mean, if anyone's in the comments, just tell us what it is. Please do. Because,
I'm interested to know actually whether that's a standard. Whether that's standard on that bike, on that
type of bike.
Yeah.
We'll find some info about the bike.
I think both Valley machines are slightly different, actually. I don't think they're running the same, or it was either that or the Tuati Denanda machine earlier had they were running 2 slightly different bikes.
So we've got a comment on here, David, saying, great coverage, loving it, flat out, well done, all involved, cheers. So Highland Scooterist, he's enjoying it all.
Thank you very much.
Stay tuned, and in some time soon there's going to be some more action-packed stuff. So
give us give the stream a little like on the next to the thing. That'll be handy as well. Just to try and boost us up. If you are enjoying the coverage, of course, on Alpha Live, do give us a like and a subscribe as we follow the Valley Scooter Club Vespa PX 210cc machine down the bottom end of the circuit round South Bank. Both the Valley Club entries using the Vespa PX. And
we've currently got 245 people watching on our live stream, so that's good.
It's good. Yeah, people will be dipping, but then again,
we'll be dipping in and out.
We get the social streams as well, which we don't really, in terms of comments, we don't really dip into, but we get quite a lot as well because we're always cross-platform as the Valley Scooter Club 210 machine comes into the pit lane. So we get quite a lot, in terms of actually dipping in and out and watching the event, in terms of off the social streams. So thank you very much for joining us. Plenty going on and coming up on Alpha Live in the next 2 weeks or so. Tomorrow there'll be live coverage from Bayford Meadows for Club 100, as well as day 2 of the iArmy O-Plate kart meeting from PFI. And then back next weekend on Sunday, the 19th of September. We are live from Three Sisters over in Manchester for the Rich Energy British Mini Bikes Championship. We're also live from GYG in North Wales for the Bambino Kart Club. Thank you very much for joining us, though, here at Teesside Autodrome.
Go and watch the mini bike race. GYG is good, but go and watch the mini bike race.
Thanks, Jude. Look at you making amends earlier, trying to direct people away from the event that I'm working on next weekend.
Watch the mini bike race.
Definitely watch the mini bikes, because if you haven't tuned into that before,
brilliant.
It's a fantastic spectacle, all the way from pit bikes up to the 3/4 sized.
There's also
superbike type efforts down there on the British Mini Bikes package. Really is a spectacle. Certainly next week as well, one of the fastest circuits that you'll find on the British Mini Bike calendar at Three Sisters. So do feel free to join us. Thank you as well to the sponsor in the top right hand corner. One thing to note, Jude, though, as well, is the cloud cover is starting to come over.
Yeah, it's looking a bit gloomy, isn't it?
I don't think we weren't certainly expecting any rain, but the cloud cover is starting to come over. So the sun that we had earlier, where it was pretty much blue skies.
Well, I've got the weather here, David, so I'll have a quick look.
I'll let you have a dip in while I thank our sponsor in the top right hand corner. There it is on the right hand side. So the rain risk is sub 10%, although I will let Jude have a quick look on the radar and the minute cast, was I thank AME Autos, the specialist automotive parts recruitment and distribution company, providing a Europe-wide service of aftermarket parts and bespoke solutions. To find out more about AME Auto, visit ameauto.co.uk. That's ameauto.co.uk to find out how they can tailor their services to your needs for your business.
We've got so the weather-wise, we've got 20 degrees. Well, the real feel it feels like about 19 degrees, 18 degrees, but it's 20 degrees, and then I think we've got some clouds coming over, like rain clouds, maybe, but I don't think we've got. I
don't think anything's coming in. It's showing us no precipitation for the next 120 minutes. So that's 2 hours. So.
Yeah, we've got a little couple of clouds coming over, but they're not going to affect us in any way. Yes,
famous last words.
Yeah. Are you ready? Commentary's curse. It's just going to be rain straight over our heads.
We can curse riders, bikes, and
riders. Weather. Yeah,
we'll do it all.
Yeah. Well, oh God, don't. But anyway, there's a cloud coming over, but I don't think it is really going to affect us. So I don't think there's much to worry about.
No, I think it might. The one thing that it might do actually is if it reduces the temperature a little bit, might improve the performance of these bikes. We know obviously London Lambretta Club earlier was suffering from a little bit of overheating. So we know that they were, we had issues there with that bike. But certainly if they're not having issues, as the number 70 there, I think he had to just wheel his bike back into the area where the engine had to be off. From our chief steward, who's just rolled that bike back.
We've got some more comments, David.
We've got an Alpha Live sticker on that.
Oh yeah, 70, right. We'll stay on here.
We're going to give them all the necessary credit down there.
Looks like it looks like a bit of a family team, that.
Yeah,
it looks like a bit of a family team.
Bit of fuel in as well there in the number 70. That's our friends Independent Idiots. They're 3 drivers: Martin McGowan, Bob McGee.
You can see the
Glenn Payne.
You can see all the transponder put on the front arms there, and then also all the lights are taped off because.
So that'll be one of the club class teams as well, or in the race class. So so that's why they're all taped up. That bike being road spec in terms of being able to pass an MOT. And that's why we've got certain parts of that machine taped up. Looks like it's taken on all its necessary fuel. Seats back down. Ryder's going to push that one back, is he? Although I don't think he's going back out because he's thrown the gloves to the right-hand side. So it looks like we're going to have a change of rider then in that one. Let's see if we can. Ryder will be waiting there as well. And it looks like so.
we've got
having a quick look. So it looks like that's either Bob McGee or Glenn Payne handing it over to Bob McGee or Glenn Payne, because I know it's not going to be Martin McGowan because he's got a multicoloured suit with yellow stars and a white helmet, and I don't think that was him. So, although is that a multicoloured suit? It looks very black to me. So,
yeah.
What do I know? I mean, using my eyes and talking. I mean, the two things that I'm required. Claire Davis has put, where is Ellis the interviewer? Ellis couldn't make it this weekend, unfortunately. I think he mentioned that in the on the forum earlier in the week. So sadly, Ellis couldn't be with us, or I'm sure he'd be down there in pit lane getting the inside coverage. Scoop as well.
Yeah.
Linda McGrath said, any chance of some pit coverage? And I think we duly obliged with that one.
Yeah.
Down there with the 70 independent idiots coming in for their pit stop. As we see the 47, that's the
yellow.
That's the McNair Motorsports machine, currently running in 28th place.
It's like a Valentino Rossi helmet, that I think.
Very similar, isn't it?
Yeah.
That's one of them bikes earlier as well that we saw that, in terms of a straight line speed, had good straight line speed. We're going to see it now. Try and get. Ooh. It's going to have the bows chopped off it by the 333 of New Podard.
Coming into the pits.
And yeah, you're quite right. It does decide to peel off into the pit lane here. And there we go. See, and now this is why some of the bikes are actually stopping quite early, because there's a red flag there, and that's the engine off line.
Yeah.
Then they have to walk the bike all the way through the pit lane to. Although we have seen some of them put in a gentle jog. He's going to hand this over.
Do we know of any penalties if you don't turn your engine off?
There's many penalties. In fact, most of them involving 3. So. In terms of the main penalties to look out for, no, we haven't really seen any today, because everybody's sort of, in my opinion, ridden incredibly well.
Yeah, teams have done really well.
The actual pit lane etiquette as well, I think, has been fantastic. But basically, if a rider exceeds the time limit on a bike, they can get a 3-lap penalty. Then the second time, it's a 6 laps, it all doubles up.
Yeah.
There's certain fuel zone rules, so you're not allowed to refuel the bike while it's still running, things like that. The sort of common sense rules that when you're battling for position sometimes you forget about to an extent. So you're not allowed to refuel while the engine's on. The scooter's got to be on a stand before it refuels, that sort of thing. So all of that sort of thing gets a 3-lap penalty. The novice top as well, if you're not wearing one.
Yeah.
That's Wearside, I think, are in as well.
Number 11 are in again.
He's had a bit of a scuff down there, hasn't he? He's had an off or had contact as well. So Wearside Wanderers Scooter Club, their bike is back in the pit lane.
We've got Julie Tracy going go team 70. Jess McGowan, saying think we're in the pit at the moment. So she must be round the track somewhere. Come on SRP Race Tech by Sidecar Driver 95. Stephen Dilly COG3. There's number 11 in the pits there.
That's the Wearside Wanderers. So is it a case that he came in and he just needed fuel? He could have potentially run out down there, or he knew he needed fuel, because he was certainly tapping the side of that bike, wasn't he?
Yeah,
on the way in.
Yeah.
So, and this now, that's our race leader making his way through the lap traffic.
Yeah. He's coming into the pits there.
Yeah, looks like he is. The arms up, and the race leader peels off into the pit lane. The number 38 then into pit lane, and that'll give Scooter Lab UK the opportunity, will it, to close up. They don't need fuel, so that bike is just going to be pushed through into the pit lane. Looks like they're going to wait for the next rider to take that one on.
We've got Mason Barker on here going, Nowland Jude, how's it going? He's one of the local pro kart drivers who races in senior pro kart around this Teesside Autodrome circuit. Usually on the national loop, though, we don't do long circuit, but he did take part in the 24-hour. But as we go back to the biking, the 38 has now came out of the pits with a rider swap. And do you know who's gone onto the bike there?
Not on that one. I only know the riders. They haven't let me know their suit colour and helmet colours, but they, what we'll do really, we'll just keep an eye on the engine and flick back off the comments a moment in the box to the live timing. Just see, because that bike, obviously, on the last lap came through as a 1:19. That'll be slightly slower because they came over the line and then they were already slowing down for the pits. So once that bike is up to speed after a couple of laps, we'll see how it's lapping in comparison then to those behind him. We know Dukes of Essex are closing in on the back of Scooter Lab UK, although both of those bikes are expected in pit lane shortly. They've been out for 50 minutes, so they're nearing the end of their driver window at the very least.
Yeah, we've got the Wearside Wonders SC doing their quickest lap of the day, a 1:19.964, so that's really good for them. We've got a team that's just moved up, I think that's Spire Tarmac Terriers. We've got DC10 Serp now in 6th, but we've still got 38 in the lead, which is the SRP Race Tech team, Pro Race. They're currently on 172 laps, so yeah. But in second, number 71, not much has changed for a while. I think they've both been fairly similar on lap times, but on the last lap they have put a really slow lap time in 38. They must have had a problem or got caught up in traffic, I think.
Out of the pits on that one, wouldn't it? So that that driver change,
sorry,
so that's going to add around about 20 seconds to their time.
Yeah.
For that one, because they was literally just a walkthrough for them, wasn't it? As they make their way then through the traffic down there round hairpins 3 and 4.
Yeah. As we go on to
347. That's IDK club class leaders then into the pits. Looks like they're just going to hand over, and they're just moving up slowly. We've seen other teams have 1 or 2 issues. They are in the pit lane. I think that's just a rider change, though we have had a slight freeze there, and we're good to go again. Up now into 6th place. I think they may well drop down into 7th.
We've got a bit of rain. No, we haven't.
I'm trying to figure out why there's a huge amount of water falling off the side of our commentary box here.
I don't know what that's about. But has someone poured a bit of water on our roof?
I've absolutely no idea, but it's leaking from the outside, not the in.
Yeah, so we're all right.
And it's certainly not raining out there on the circuit.
No, it's not.
It's there.
But what we will say is in 10th place is is that 189? 189 is now in the pits. That is the GB Racing team. They're in the pits, plus the 347 of IE Racing. They're in the pits as well. So we'll see them be getting refueled and back out on track soon.
Yeah, we saw IDK. Endurance. They came in and just pushed straight through, didn't they?
Yeah, they did. Yeah.
It was Gunston Baines Racing get themselves fueled up there, and it will now be a case of just how much they can take on.
We've got a dark on one side of the track, and we've got really lovely and sunny on one side of the track. We've got a track with 2 different weathers.
It's actually really quite bright down.
Yeah, it's nice though.
But one thing I will note as well is that you can see in the background there, the wind has really started to pick up. You can see some of the banners flapping around in the background now. It's really starting to pick up the actual weather, and sort of the
weather change.
But you can see it as well, like sort of the right-hand side down here where the camera's there, and picking up that it does seem to be a lot breezier out there.
Yeah, it's
and then obviously if you are, I don't know what sort of wind direction is, but if you're coming down the back straight into that headwind, it's
going to start.
This is why we're seeing some of the riders getting right down behind the handlebars. Yeah, you're quite right to point out. It might be Essex are really going.
It might be a tailwind, David. You never know, because the lap times are getting consistently a bit more down.
Yeah, them top 3 are really coming into it, aren't they?
Yeah, so there might be a bit of a tailwind.
Dukes of Essex are probably the quickest of the 3, but they are 4 laps off the lead, albeit only 1 lap off Scooter Lab in front of them. Both of them showing in the pit lane at the moment. There's one of them. That's the Scooter Lab UK Racing machine getting fueled up. There, and as we mentioned, it's on the stand, which it's got to be in terms of getting these bikes fueled and ready to go. So the Scooter Lab UK machine in for fuel, and that's one thing that they're going to lose at least a lap now, because the bike in front of them, the SRP Race Tech, that didn't need refueling when that last came in. They only came in 5 minutes ago, and they were able to just walk that bike through and then go straight back out. Also, I think that's the 4 of London Lambretta coming back out as well. And one thing to know is that SL UK, Jude, haven't managed to get going there. They're still parked at the top of the pit lane.
Oh, yeah.
So Scooter Lab UK, currently stationary in pit lane. The team that's in second place, there they are. I think they're just having a quick chat with one of his mechanics about something. But that bike in second place, they do have a 2-lap gap, obviously, back there to Dukes of Essex. But we know Dukes of Essex are a bit quicker in terms of their lap time. They've been lapping around 2 seconds quicker, as Scooter Lab do eventually leave the pit lane. Albeit, having said that, they've probably lost around about 40 or 50 seconds.
Yeah, they have.
Just having a chat with their team member there regarding something about that bike.
Yeah. Oh, well, I would love to know what that's about, but as we move on through the race, I think we probably will find out. But as we approach the 2-hour mark, we have S Race taking the lead after these pit stops. A lot of the top runners, though, have just had a big. They've just had a big swap round and with pits and that. So it's kind of mixed the grid up a little bit. So we will see a bit of a difference in riders at the front now. So, as that sun starts to clear down at the bottom by South Bank, which is the big loop around at the bottom, we should start to see a bit of a warmer track. But David, we still haven't got standing water in the middle of the track on the unused bit. So.
Yeah, we were looking at it earlier. It was quite a, if they were using that, there was a huge puddle earlier. But it's starting to go, isn't it? As I'm just having a quick look down at some of the close battles on track. The 5th, 6th, and 8th, 9th, and 10th. I think they're all on the same lap at the moment, with very little between them as well. Valley Scooter Club are only 28 seconds behind 2 sheds as well.
Yeah.
I think we've had a change in the last couple of laps as well. Certainly with pit stops coming in as for something, is that Team Numpties now leading the way in the road class. The number 55 machine has got past the DC10 SERT bike, and now are almost, I think next time they'll come over the line, they will clear 150 laps then next time for Team Numpties. So, proving to be anything but the team of Paul Deakin, Ian Cull and Simon Woodward. Good effort as well from Simon Woodward, because apparently he's just arrived back from France and just came straight to Teesside. So
fair enough. The effort's there, like,
certainly,
isn't it?
Certainly not something that he wanted to miss, this British Scooter Endurance Club 6-hour. And just looking at the team notes as well, it just basically said that they've been into this from the very beginning. The club was doing their first endurance race back in 2019. And they were just looking at basically building a scooter to compete in the Euro endurance races, but then obviously the British Scooter Endurance Club Championship came on board, and they find themselves here at Teesside Autodrome along with 36 other teams, so 37 runners out there. In terms of actually going round, I think 10-foot special have been in and out of the pit lane for the most of the race. Actually, they've been in pits now for almost 30 minutes. They had that rider who had to wheel it back over through the D chicane. Hornet Racing, I think they are possibly the only team so far that have thrown the towel in. They are 149 laps down on our leader, who's completed 178 of them. So other ones as well, we know the 77 is back out running, and all credit to them for working on that machine for the first 2 hours of the race to get it going again. Issues though with the 7 and the 12, we haven't seen either of those back out in the pit lane for a very long time either.
But what was it? I was going to say something there. Oh, I'll tell you what we haven't mentioned today. The marshals. They've been out there the full day so far. So
we do like a little bit of marshal thanks as well, don't we?
We've got to thank them. So I think there's a big off down the rib bend.
We have, yeah. Jude's been dispatched to find out who's
we
down.
have a very big off. The lad's still laid on the floor. We probably won't see it on the live stream.
We're not going to cut to that, but we've certainly got a yellow flag out down there at rib. Rider on the inside, yellow flag still out. So
that'll be a bit of a delay.
See if we can get a number on that in due course. But I think just the focus is there on the rider, then down at rib bend, which is the hill just after the pit exit. I think he's just about getting up. There is a.
I think that's been quite a big one. That so we will get a number.
I was given a little bit of advice earlier regarding motorbike riders in general, scooter riders as well. Is that generally, if the rider falls off, you do have to give them 10 seconds to stand back up again. And that's just because, obviously, it takes them 3 or 4 seconds to realise where they are and that they've stopped moving. Another 3 or 4 seconds to figure out that everything's still attached where it should be. And then the remaining time to actually get back up on their feet. Good to see the rider down there is back up on his feet there down at Rib Bend. The bike looks like it may have seen better days, though, down there as well. I think we might be able to, I don't know if we can pick that one up off the static cam on the outside to see now that bike stood up again.
There we go. So that is the 38. That is the race leader.
It is the race leader then, down. SRP Race Tech, they had a three lap gap back to Scooter Lab UK, and there's drama then here at Teesside. The race leader has come off his bike down at Rib Bend. He will push that back up the grass, but as you can see, Jude, the driver is gingerly pushing that one back up. We knew it was a big off because we didn't spend much time focusing on the camera on that one. We were just looking at the internal cameras here, and SRP Race Tech, the race leaders, we saw them earlier actually, they were siding through the traffic as well. We know Rib Bend is a difficult corner at the best of times with that bump on entry as well.
It's really unpredictable.
And, it looks as well like he was on the inside as well, which is a little bit different. The bike, obviously, he's managed to pick that up and he's wheeling it up. But that bike now, SRP Race Tech, the number 38 machine, if his team can make his way down there, because the driver's pushing that one back up the pit lane. Very, very gingerly as well. Hopefully we can get a bit of assistance down there as he pushes that bike back up there. But unless they can get something sorted very, very quickly, it looks like Scooter Lab UK Racing, who had that issue earlier on, which handed the lead at the time to SRP Race Tech, are going to retake the lead here at Teesside. And we know as well that they've only just been in for fuel as well. So they've got a long time
to start getting the laps on the other riders and really start pushing towards the front. Just start pushing out of the front of the pack. And
there they are, just coming through the screen there, the 71 of Scooter Lab UK.
But what we will see, maybe, is that 38 might be back out on track. You never know. They might be missing 4 laps and get back out, and they'll still be in the top 10.
It may well be on that one. It's just that there might not be a huge amount wrong with the bike actually. But obviously that rider, as we saw, he was pushing that back up there. It might be that the rider is the more of the issue in terms of actual getting things back out there. But at the moment now, then the laps will start ticking down. Keep an eye to the right-hand side of the Scooter Lab Racing UK number 71. It currently shows us 2 laps as he threads the needle there between a couple of bikes, and maybe that was what caught out the SRP bike getting through some traffic down there at Rib Bend. But Scooter Lab will now move to within 1 lap of the race lead this time round. There they go, confirmation on the screen. So Scooter Lab, who are sponsoring the road class here today at Teesside, and with from news to reviews, helmets and spare parts, Scooter Lab UK is the place to go for the scooterist lifestyle. Check out their page at scooterlab.uk.
We have got a question in the live stream comments.
That doesn't necessarily mean we can answer it, but feel free.
But it says, lads, can you tell me if Scooter 32 is placed 32nd or 22nd? So we'll have a quick look for you, Linda.
I'm going 32nd.
32nd. Let's have a look. It's 32nd.
For the last 47 minutes. We knew they had issues. They followed the 12 in, didn't they?
They did.
Problems earlier on.
So there's your answer.
As it stands, they are in 32nd, although not running as it stands, along with Privateer Racing, the number 12 entry as well from the same team, along with 10 Foot Special and Hornet Racing. No issues as well.
But as we move on, we've got S Racing probably going straight up into the lead soon. So we will have a new leader in a very short amount of time. So how does it say there? Yes. So S Race Tech 38 is still in the lead, but that's only because they've they're on more laps than the second place. So as they're in the pits and they're kind of they keep racing, their times will start, you know.
Just a quick note as well, Duke. Dukes of Essex are shown us in the pit lane, the 155 entry. They've only been back out on track for 6 minutes.
Yeah.
So potential issues there. So where the opportunity for them to come back past Race Tech, with Race Tech having some issues. Now they're in the pits with their own issues as well. Just had a quick update as well on one of the riders for the Independent Idiots race team. Turns out it's not Glenn Payne on that bike. They've got John O'Holt on instead.
Yeah.
So Martin McGowan, Bob McGee and John O'Holt riders from that number 70 on the Vespa PX 200cc machine. This is now where we're going to see. Keep an eye on the top left corner of the screen as Scooter Lab UK come through and over start finish, and they now officially take the lead here at Teesside Autodrome, just as well as we go past the 4-hour mark here at this at the circuit here in Middlesbrough, and Scooter Lab UK lead the way. Then the number 71 now in front of SRP Race Tech, as they actually get caught up with the 88 on the way out of Rib Bend down there as they head towards the mountain section.
whilst we have a grid rundown, I might go and have a quick look and see what's happened to Hornet Racing.
Yeah, if you could as well. Have a quick. We know where SRP Race Tech are as well, so if you could just have a bomb in as them.
I'll have a bomb down and I'll see what's happening.
We'll have a quick look then. So at the top of the hour, we are 2 hours remaining here then at Teesside Autodrome for this fourth ever endurance for the British Scooter Endurance Club. SL UK Racing are leading the way then at the top of the pile. SRP Race Tech are in second place with Dukes of Essex and SRP Real Taft Speed. The other runners, although both of those in the pit lane, and they've both come into the pit lane fairly quickly as well. Dukes of Essex have only been out on track for 8 minutes, the same with SRP Real Taft Speed. They've only been out for 20 minutes as well. So looks like potentially both of those could have issues that could hand this one back to SRP Race Tech Essex, who were showing some good speed earlier on there in 5th place. RFS Tune are in 6th. IDK Endurance are in 7th, although they've just dropped a place, although still leading in the class, with Guns and Baines Racing in 8th. Foster 56 are in 9th. Team Numpties then in 10th place in front of DC10 SERT. Two Sheds, the number 200 bike, are in P12 in front of Valley Scooter Club PX on their number 210 machine. Spire Tarmac Terriers, the early pace setters in club, are starting to come back into the mix now. 14th for them in front of New Podard Twigs 333 in 15th. Wearside Wanderers in 16th. Team Escargot are 17th. Then we've got London Lambretta Club, the Odd Mod Squad and the Independent Idiots completing the top 20. CKMB are in 21st. Against All Odds are in 22nd. They're in front of the second Valley Scooter Club entry. The 207 is 23rd. RFS Tune 2 and Team Jet Set are 24th and 25th respectively. London Lambretta are in 26th. Taz Race Team, who were running in the top 5 earlier, are now down in 27th place and are showing that they've been out for 1 hour and 58 minutes. I think that might be an error on timing, because they came in the pit lane the wrong way, I'd imagine. McNair Motorsport at 28. CST are back inside the top 30 for the first time in a while. They are in 29th in front of the 81 United Colours of Bemberton, who've only been out on track for 22 minutes but are showing in the pit lane. Team Vespa, then Tuati Danan Vespa, DS Bluch, Blutige, Mobile Chicane, Privateer Racing, then the other Danan number 12 entry, 10-foot special, and Hornet Racing complete the 27 scooter grid. Just having a quick look, Grease Monkeys on saying what a shame for the number 6, they look strong, and then he dropped off the face of the earth. Well, they did, they were absolutely flying, having taken 2 victories in this class, in this series before, and qualifying on pole position by over 2 seconds. They were off out at the front, and the bike decided that it didn't fancy playing anymore, and off it came back into the pit lane from the lead as well, which was unfortunate because that bike was absolutely flying. It qualified with a 108. It still holds the fastest lap of the race actually with a 107 here at Teesside. So we know that the speed was in that bike. It did come out as well again for a very short period of time, but then had to pit once again. Another rider change, sorry, then in the 333 for Nunu Pudard Twig, Daz Ward and his infamous sideburns then now out in the 333 machine. And they currently find themselves in 15th place, having run very, very well. So Daz Ward, the 58-year-old plasterer, now out there on track as we follow our race leader. And they now have a 4-lap gap. So from 10 minutes ago, when they were 2 laps down off the SRP Race Tech team, they now have a 4-lap gap back to everybody else. It's going to be 5 as they come over the line. So that's mainly because everybody else behind them at the same time. SRP Race Tech came into the pit lane with some issues. At the same time as that, Dukes of Essex, the 155, came in. SRP Real Task Speed as well came into the pits at the same sort of time with some issues. And they've both gone back out, both 3 minutes for those since they were back out. So this one now is now back in the hand of Scooter Lab UK, who led earlier on around about 2 hours ago before they had some issues here at Teesside. They had some the issue down. They ended up walking the bike back in from the reverse corkscrew back up the pit lane. And then looked like that one was going to be all SRP Race Tech as long as they could keep it going. But that was the problem. The bike came to a halt down there with the rider dismounting at Rib Bend. So issues for the 38. Not sure whether we're able to get an update on whether that bike is able to get moving. But certainly as well with the number 6.
I've just been down the pits there, David, and the number 6 Horton Racing have gone.
Gone?
Nowhere to be seen.
Gone home. Yeah.
So I think, yeah, they must have had some kind of technical problem. There wasn't anyone around really to ask it what the problem was, so I just left it. Went down and saw the number 38 of S Race Tech. They were putting a new exhaust in. The exhaust has snapped, and the other part. Look, here we go.
There we are. Looks like we've got. So that's where we were earlier. We were looking at that bike. Actually, had the engine change in practice as well, didn't it, earlier on? So looks like as well. Looks like as well that if that bike's come down, obviously exhaust side as well. So just down there on the roaming cam, just having a quick look at that one. Looks like, say, that almost sorted actually with that getting that sorted. So hopefully that gets back out. It's got now what 3 or 4 laps, so around about 5 minutes until it loses P3. The main thing for them though as well now, obviously, they are in the pro class, so we'd expect them to run at the front, but they are still leading the pro class, Jude. They're still in third place. We've seen some of the race class now has taken over at the top with the yellow backgrounds down left side, which is effectively in terms of the order of merit in terms of the class as you go from pro race to race, then road and club. So at the moment, the race class taking over the mantle, the second class effectively are taking over the mantle and leading the way with Scooter Lab UK. SRP Race Tech though are still leading. They've got 3 laps until Taft Speed. The SRP Real Taft Speed close up on them. Then there's a fairly big gap then back down to Race Tune. Everybody else seems to have had problems.
Well,
this race.
When I went down there earlier, so they took the exhaust off, and one of the main parts of the exhaust is actually snapped, and then the actual, like, you have to say muffler on it, that was all dented in. So they went to put a second exhaust on, and I think they may have chose the wrong one because they were saying it wasn't fitting correctly. So, I think that it's quite a big, a bit of an issue at the moment. So we've obviously I went down and have a look earlier, but hopefully they can all get themselves back out and hopefully have a good run out again. So, but I mean, like I said, David, they're still in the top 10. Even though they're 10 laps down now, they're still in the top 10. So
yeah, they're still leading the class as well. So they've actually got a fairly comfortable cushion, for them to fall off the podium in the class. They're going to need to drop another, the best part of 14, 15 laps back to Gunson Benson Racing. So there's Gunson Bain, in 8th place in terms of like the class. So this is the 155. That's the Dukes of Essex machine. that is going round a lot slower actually than Scooter Lab. And we saw this earlier in terms of riders, is that Scooter Lab have got a rider that can do 114s. They had a rider as well going around here that was doing 124s. So, you know, it's a case of, you know,
it's a case of,
it's a bit to and fro, isn't it? Because at times, you know, you'll have a rider that's 10 seconds quicker, then a rider that's 10 seconds slower. Things start coming back to you.
Mixing round,
but I think that all that does really for me is it just highlights how inclusive the British Scooter Endurance Club is in terms of, you know, like we see everybody out there with the orange vests on who are running in, you know, the novices. You don't have to run in the club class to be a novice. You can race as a novice in all of the others as well. So
yeah. Well, the number 30's just entered the pits there. That's the 112 in the pits. They are currently running. Let's have a quick look. They're running 24th. But yeah, the number 30 is currently in the pits. CST Racing. And they're just getting, I think they're a rider swap. They, again, you see that the team is taking the bike to go swap riders. Yeah, and then another rider will jump on.
We're going to be straight onto as our
and we'll try
as our roaming cameraman breaks into a brisk jog down the pit lane there.
But
I mean, not to be too critical, but we see guys in the Olympics who are running down the side of the 100 metres with a camera and stuff, and I think our man needs a bit of extra training, Darren.
Yeah.
Can we get him some midweek practice with running with a camera on his shoulder?
Maybe.
Apparently we can't.
But
see, this is much easier. This is better. This is the sort of pace we need. We're walking through the pit lane. I like that look.
There's a tannoy directly above his head. Yeah, cameraman.
He's just going to turn his camera off and just come back here and share some expletives with us if we carry on. Well, also down there, it looked like the 47 of the McNair Motorsport. I wasn't sure whether that bike was coming back out or whether it was going back down into the paddock. So keep an eye out for that bright yellow machine. See if it reappears in a few moments' time. Down here at Rib Bend as the 70 of Independent Idiots comes back out onto circuit.
I wonder if these bikes, if there was like a big, because I think I've seen that they do like actual, you know, like Alton Park type circuit.
They definitely do sprints.
I swear I've seen like a long circuit race version of like these.
I know the British Scooter Sport Organisation do sprint races as well rather than endurance. But I'm loving this endurance format. I just, you know, I'm loving it as the teams come in. Like there, it's up on the stand. It's got to be now. It's going to be
refueled,
fueled up as well.
It's good to see the dads all shifting about.
It's good. No, I'm genuinely loving this. You know,
it's good.
You know, he's acutely aware the cameraman's there as well. Just give him a sly
a quick look.
The pressure is on now down there for the 111. I think a RFS tune with their Lambretta.
These teams have picked up the tip of if you cut a hole in the top lid of your fuel tin, it actually goes down quicker.
Yeah.
But a lot of people get it mixed up and the fuel actually gets stuck. So that's a good little tip. If you've not got a hole in the top of your fuel thing, I'd recommend it.
You need to let the air out there so it doesn't vacuum as well. So
otherwise it starts splashing about.
I know the tough jug itself obviously has got that lid on it, but sometimes with that lid you need a little hole drilling through it to let the air come out of it as it starts to glug out. It helps it come out a little bit quicker, doesn't it, if you can do that. And so see it certainly towards the we see it sometimes in, you know, the fuel tank as well. It needs a bit of a breather. In order so it doesn't vacuum towards the end, towards the bottom end of the.
There's a I've just recognised down the pits there's a Vespa 125 for sale. So if anyone's interested in buying a Vespa, have a look down the pits. There's it's just very clean, like.
I'm surprised you're not still down there haggling.
Oh yeah, I know. Yeah.
Did he offer you commission to come back up here and mention it?
No. I should have. I don't even know who owns it. But it looks very much like the 88 bike out on track. So if you like that looking bike, you know, I'd go and recommend it. But there's a rider off with a technical problem, number 47.
That's the 47, isn't it? That's the McNair Motorsport bike. We saw that was the one I said when it came into the pits. I wasn't sure if it had gone straight down into the paddock. That is coming down the back straight on the Bob Pope straight as they exit the. We're about to just become apparent to his team in a few moments. The 47 McNair Motorsport. scooter is going to has come to a halt down the Bob Pope straight. He's now going to have a look for some space, try and get that bike back across the circuit in towards the sanctuary of the national loop here, and then he'll be able to get back across then into the pit lane. So looks like he might actually get a bit of space to try and get back across in a few moments' time. But the 47 of McNair Motorsport currently down in 28th place.
Yeah, they
have got a problem, and let's say now it's just a case now of just waiting for that gap in the traffic. The problem he's got here is that it's the corner in front there that he's just come round is blind, so there he's pretty much just got to hold his breath, take a chance, get that machine across. He's going to have to do it again in a few moments, but at least then when he comes through, he's going to be able to see all the way down the track. Yeah. He's going to be able to see the gap coming through as well.
Yeah, we've got another rider off there, 77 of these mobile chicane. That's what I'll call them.
I'm gutted, but
come on.
Mainly because they brought us them chocolate brownies earlier on, and I was rooting for them. But issues off there. The rider is off down at the bottom of the reverse corkscrew once again as well. That bike probably about as far away from the paddock as you can. Looks like we've got a bit of an issue actually there on the side. I'm not sure whether that
something's hanging off, isn't it?
Hanging off there.
Cable
looks like there could be a panel as well. That could just be a bit of seal around the outside there as well.
Yeah.
I think he's just taking a bit of guidance there from the track marshal down at the top end now. But the case he's got now is he's got to come walk that bike down and round once again. Like I say, the furthest part away from the paddock. He's going to have to bring that down the back straight as well. And certainly offline. I think the marshal's just saying to him, look, if you can go towards the outside of the track as we see the bikes coming in. Once again, though, that's the. I'm mightily confused because I've just seen one 47 down the back straight and another 47 walking it through the pit lane. Absolutely not 100% sure. They're both the yellow bikes, although it may well have been that that teams are allowed to swap the bikes, so there is a lap penalty on that one. We'll find out with that when that one comes back in, but it was certainly we saw that 47. That was the one that we had issues earlier, so that's come back into the pit lane. Yeah, it looks like that one's going back down. 77's also in issues. The marshal there making his way back to the post. It might have been that we've had somebody else off down there, or it could have been that he was just giving the precautionary yellow flag out
just to
for
make
that
sure.
bike that was off on the top of the reverse corkscrew.
Yeah. Well, with 1 hour and 43 remaining. The lead at SL UK Racing are still, going at the pace and the leading. But as we see there in camera view, we've got the 77 walking down the Bob Pope straight.
Long walk back. What I will say as well about that bike is just looking at it, it looks heavy.
Yeah,
in terms of some of the other bikes. Certainly, we've looked at the Bemberton machine. So I imagine that it's I imagine pushing that Bemberton machine home wouldn't be too bad. That one, we saw it earlier. We know that it obviously had those issues with the earlier on with the engine as well. So the 77 making its way back in, although it is going to be a couple of minutes before that machine gets itself back in. 1 hour and 42 minutes remaining. Top right-hand corner of the screen, you can see Scooter Nova magazine, one of the sponsors there, sponsoring the race class here today at Teesside Autodrome. There's a race going on down the back straight as they return back onto the back straight from the Bob Pope straight now. Everybody looking right and left as they get on the brake for the South Bank corner.
The number 30 in the 111.
CST back out again. We've seen them at once having a number of issues in the pits as they making their way round the hairpin numbers 3 and 4 here. So it's getting quite busy down the bottom end of the circuit there. When they come through, they're going to certainly be side by side. I'm just going to stand up here because this is going to be very interesting to see how they all filter into this D chicane here.
And we've got two through there.
Make it through. CST got all the way around the outside actually and managed to settle in. Looks like everybody's managed to make their way through, but CST flying at the moment.
Yeah. I think they've definitely got the pace now.
Yep, just having a quick look then. Just going back to Scooter Nova magazine. If it's scooters that you like, design, engineering, tuning, customization, restoration, riding or tuning, then Scooter Nova magazine is the one for you. Magazine features the classics such as the Lambrettas and the Vespas, as well as the rarer marks such as Ducati, Miyako, the Zundap, the IWL, the Peugeot and the Moto Rumi, with annual subscriptions from £30. Get yourself a Scooter Nova magazine. subscription. You've just been getting a little heads up there from someone, Jude, about something.
I've got the information on the number 30, the CS racing team, I think it is. One sec, let me just have a quick look.
CST, yeah.
Yeah, so on that bike it's had 2 clutches, like I think they must have obviously failed or something like that. So 2 clutches and then a gearbox as well. So they're the 2 problems, well, 3 problems.
Well, given that they've effectively built 2 bikes then,
yeah,
they should get double the laps.
Yeah, double the laps.
Double their laps. There's the 77 finally makes its back
into the pits.
So let's see whether they can squeeze that one through the gap there. I don't think they can. So that rider who came off there then down at the top of the mountain section will now make the bike will make its way back in.
But to still be out on track, David, after all that, I mean, it's a big well done to the pit crew.
Yeah, so we had them issues earlier on, then didn't we? For that bike came out about 2 hours into the race.
Yeah.
I think I've just had confirmation as well. There we are on screen.
There's the 38 back out.
38 SRP Race Tech machine has managed to get back out.
And that's it, the exhaust there on the back. So when I went round, that exhaust wasn't mounted properly, so I don't know if they've modified it or got another one from someone else.
You can definitely tell it's different now because it's a lot shinier than the rest of the exhaust.
Yeah.
The rest of the exhaust, obviously. But once again, that's that bike that we saw earlier on round South Bank where the exhaust was skimming on the tarmac as well.
It's still in third, first in class.
Yeah, they have managed to get out just in time to hold on to their class lead from their sister car SRP Real Taft Speed. And what I will say, Jude, as well, going very well. 1:14.033 last time, 2 seconds quicker than any other bike out there. So
brilliant.
I think they've made the right decision. What they've done there is they've gone, look, we've lost a couple of laps. Let's put whoever their fastest rider is, put him on the bike. Let's see what they can do.
Yeah.
Realistically now, are they going to close up the 10 laps back to Scooter Lab UK? Not really, unless Scooter Lab or Dukes of Essex have a problem in this one. What they do, though, is they need to open up the gap to SRP Real Taft Speed, who are behind them currently on the last lap, 6 seconds a lap slower. But they need to open up that gap because obviously they've had that issue already. They've bolted on some new parts, and it's a case then, obviously, and they're putting them on, they're doing them as quickly as possible to get them back out again, that they just need to get some more laps on the board now.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, that's what it's all about. So as the 38 comes round for another lap, they continue to stand at third. They're first in class, though, which is really good after the issues they had, and obviously the fall they had. But overall, I think it's going fairly well for them.
Yep, just having a quick look at some of the comments. Kevin L's been on again. He obviously helped us out earlier on with a bit of tech advice as well. It's really nice to watch racing on machines that don't cost millions, that's still competitive, interesting, and that's just general run-of-the-mill riders.
Yeah,
on
definitely.
Them. And
it's true.
I think it's great. The one thing I've noticed as well is that like you've just been down there in the paddock. You've been asked, like people will. Even though that there's an issue with the bike, we mentioned the same earlier when we were asking the questions when SRP Race Tech were changing that engine in practice, that, we'll stand back and let them do the work, and then once it starts, you'll ask the question as what's up, and everybody's sort of happy to sort of talk to you and let you know what's happened. And,
yeah, definitely.
There's a lot of interest around these machines because obviously, this is the second time that Alpha have covered it. First time I've been on commentary with it. It's not something that I have a huge amount of knowledge of in terms of the bikes, the makeup of them and stuff.
Yeah,
it's really nice that there's people down there in the paddock.
Just to give you a heads up type
exactly,
thing.
Willing to share the knowledge. We've had people knocking on the door, either explaining things, letting us know which drivers in, letting us know if there's if we've got a rider on the programme that they've changed at short notice.
I'd call it a great. Well, I don't know what I was going to say. I forgot what I was going to say now, but I'd call it a good ethic, or an ethic.
No, I think you bang on with that.
Yeah.
It's
good.
It's just really, really good. You see in these, they're out there. They get the bike fixed. They they get back out. We've got, I think pretty much with the exception at the moment of 10 Foot Special, who've had some issues, or they have been dipping in and out of the pits as well. Hornet Racing as well. Tuat D Danan have had some issues. I think at least one of their bikes doesn't appear to be back out there at the moment. as well. So at least we've got at least 3 or 4 runners who haven't managed to make it back out. Although having said that, we have seen them on and off throughout trying to get the bike back out and just trying to get get them going again.
So as we approach the half-hour mark,
there we go. There's the confirmation in the live chat as well.
Yeah.
The 77. The issue where the rider fell off is that he broke the clutch lever.
So
right. Hopefully we can get that sorted as well.
That wouldn't be good. So you couldn't even set off either, could you? So
no. Mickey Midas has been on, just asking whether Scooter Lab UK have picked up their trophy for the ugliest races yet. They're going to have to wait at least 1 hour and 35 minutes for that.
I don't. Yeah.
I mean,
it's maybe not the best.
Don't get me wrong. I haven't been walking around the paddock, but I haven't found anybody that's been unduly horrific on the looks front.
No, there has been some funny looks in like leathers and that, but nothing like horrific.
Yeah, no. The Scooter Lab have not stuck out as being unduly unattractive. No. So I think maybe Mickey Midas is just doing them an injustice. Down there, the race leaders then of SL Racing UK, Iggy Granger, Martin Round, Sean Hodgkin and Sam Round.
Yeah, as the 38 goes round the outside, round the dogleg there. It was a really good move.
Yeah, Martin Round, Sticky put his age down just as immature. Which,
that's one way to put it, isn't it?
Which I think also doubles up as a personality trait as well.
Yeah, fair enough. I'll tell you what bike I haven't seen for a while, I'm going to look out for a while, is the 41 that we were concentrating on earlier. Is this it coming past now? No, that's a 200. That's a 55.
I think you're quite right, because it was running up there, wasn't it, in the top 5 or 6, and it's starting to, it's dropped away. You're quite right, we haven't seen it.
It was going well earlier, but
it's gone.
Well, I'll keep an eye out, and I'll keep looking at.
They're in 6th still.
Yeah,
but I agree with you. It hasn't stood out earlier.
Hairpin 3. I've just seen it there.
Yeah, I think you could be right.
Yeah, hairpin 3. That is.
The one thing I do like about that machine is that the rider can get his knee down. Can't he?
Yeah. Well,
this one is the triple one as well. They can really, we were saying before, some of these bikes you do have to sit up on the whole time.
Yeah.
Some of them as well, you can effectively steer it just by leaning into it.
Yeah. Well, that's basically how much a lot of the steering works. I mean, because you can't go like that on a bike.
No.
So yeah, it's all part of it, isn't it? So.
How does your nan ride hers?
You
were telling me on the way in that she's had a scooter or has got a scooter or that she's got ambitions to get back on a scooter again.
When she used to have one, I don't know.
I expect
knee down on the
I expect to see her joining up with the team or
get her on one
for the next edition of the British Scooter Endurance Club. 6 hour.
Yeah, I'll tell her get yourself booked in and then you can have a go. It's like sound mint.
I think that's the CST bike making its way round the outside at hairpin 4 again, and for me, Jude, I think it's a case of what could have been really. You were listing off everything that had gone wrong with that bike.
Yeah.
But as you can see, and if you look at the live timing
the progress,
it's lapping in the 118s. There's not looking
radius,
at those that are quicker. SL UK on the last lap of 114, SRP Race Tech a 130. Then nobody else on track quicker than CST. The problem being is that they're down in 28th and they're 74 laps off the lead because they've been in the pit lane. Dealing with issues. And really a case then of looking back at what could have been for CST.
Yeah. The 41
in the pits?
Enters the pits there. It's probably just a fuel change. How long have they been out for now?
Well, it says there 1 hour 20, but I think that might be half of that. It might have not tripped the pit lane before. We had one team earlier that it basically showing it's still there actually, showing that DC10 SERT haven't been in the pits. I'm fairly sure they have at 4 hour 20 unless they've filled the rider with fuel as well.
Yeah, that's the one.
I'm fairly sure that tank hasn't done the best part of 4.5 hours round this Teesside International Circuit on one tank of fuel. So unless the rider's going round up to the waist of unleaded.
That's the 347 in there with IDK Endurance Racing. That's them in for the thing. But we're approaching the half-hour mark. We'll do a quick rundown.
Yeah, just as you get yourself prepped for that, I'm going to have a quick look at see if there's any more live stream comments. as well. No, nothing else to note actually there. I think Yvonne's just been on asking Claire where there's some positions. I know Claire's been fairly active in the
word
comment. So, so we are 1 hour and 30 minutes away from the checkered flag here then at Teesside. And it's time for the penultimate rundown of our full 37 runners.
So I'll only do a quick kind of rundown. I won't go into much detail, but so in first place we've still got the 71 of SL UK Racing, who are going really well now. They've actually passed the 200 laps mark, so they're on 202 laps now. In second, the 155 of Dukes of Essex. Third, the 38 of SRP Race Tech, who are doing really well to come back from that issue they had earlier. In fourth is the number 74 SRP Real Task Speed. They're in the pro race class along with Race Tech. In fifth, the 111 of RFS Tune. In sixth, the 41 of RSP SRP Race Tech Essex, who entered the pit just earlier. So I don't know if we've got any camera views on them, but are they out yet? They should be out. No, they're still in the pit there. So I'll have a quick look. But there's a yellow flag. There's someone off down Rib Bend. That's 38 again. 38 down off at Rib Bend. So I don't know what's happened this time, but they've fallen off there. So they'll be trying to recover from that. It looks like the bike's all right. Doesn't look like there's too much problems, but I think they're going to try and get going again. They might have to come in the pits though, so that's a shame for them. Yes, they're going to go back up the pits and try and get that fixed, I think. Or can they turn it round and do a lap? I think they're going to turn it around and do a lap. So no, they're all right now. That's that. And then they've got going now over the reverse corkscrew. In seventh place we've got the 347 of IDK Endurance Racing, the first of the club people. They're on 178 laps now. 38 has stopped again. It doesn't look like there's any. Is there a mechanical problem with it? It's hard to see from here, really. It looks
like you managed to bump start that and get it going again, Jude. He's just got to get it up now.
Yeah.
Had enough time to realise he was on camera, though, with a little quick look over towards our cameraman on top of the corkscrew section. Looks like he's going again. Pace seems to still be there, as we've got another rider down. That's on the outside of hairpin number 3.
Yes, so there's a rider down.
Stopped as well.
The
on the inside of hairpin 4, so the 135 machine of Rushden Lambretta Club.
Yeah, that's a big shame. I hope there's.
So we've got one rider off as well. We'll try and pick out what bike that is. Yellow flag is out down there. Rider is up, which is good.
That's a 55, I think. Yeah, it's a 55 That's a 55 of. Let's have a quick look. That's the team Numpties.
Class leaders.
Yes, class leaders are down.
In our club class, sorry, in our road class. So Team Numpties, who were leading the way, and that looks like it's the Ian Cull who's come down on the that bike. So the class leaders in the club class. Now, what sort of gap have they got back now? I think they've only got 4 laps or so back to DC10 SCRT.
So they need to get that back to the pits. They could still hold the position if there's only a little problem, but the 135 is just pushing his bike along down the start and finish now around that dog leg to go down and back to the pits. But that the Team Numpties is still down at hairpin 3. It looks like they've not got themselves coming back down yet.
Marshall's going back though, so that should.
So then we should be coming back soon.
Yes, the bike should be working down. Rushden Lambretta Club though. He's having to wheel that one down here.
Yeah, he just comes past the comms box there.
Skateboard style that with the one, with the one leg.
I suppose that's the advantage of it being like a really light bike. So
that bike should be getting. I'm just still waiting for the Numpties machine. Now they've dropped down into 9th place. So Foster 56 have moved up.
The 38 seems to be going all right. That seems to be going all right. It's just come over the line there. So I don't think too much technical problems.
They've had obviously they've had 2 offs, both down at Rib Bend. The thing with that as well, I think 2 different riders as well, I believe, have come off down there at Rib. So as well, with it being the right-hander, it's not that exhaust is catching anything, because we know it's on the left side. The Team Numpty's number 56 machine being walked back in as well by Ian Cull. It's whether now they're going to, I think this one's actually coming through the barrier, which is going to clear it off the track. Let's see if we can have a quick look as to what the sort of damage is on that one. Let's see when it gets wheeled past. I think certainly there's certain parts of the front end missing.
That's the 38. Oh no, that's the 88. Sorry, come into the pits there.
So the 38, despite the fact that it's been on its side twice,
it's
still going at the head of the class, and has actually started now opening up a bit more of a gap, because it was down to only 1 lap back to SRP real TAF speed. Although what we have noted as well is that, and we noted it earlier, is that they put their quite clearly their quickest rider out on that bike, because he's currently lapping the best part of 5 seconds quicker than anybody else out there at the moment.
He's the rider seems to be getting his knee right down just along here though. So, but as the 55 comes past the comms box,
just having a quick look, it looks
like there's a little bit of damage on it.
Looks like it could be. It looks. From the layman's eye, looks slightly more cosmetic, but
there's nothing really internal, is there?
No, the handlebars are where they should be, the levers are where they should be. So hopefully we'll see that one back out. But what we will see when we come over the start-finish line in a few moments' time is that Team Numpties will lose their class lead to DC10. When they come over, I'm just having a quick look there now. Basically, DC10, I think, are down towards the reverse corkscrew section as we follow the Dukes of Essex entry, currently holding on to second place. Second place is where they finished last time out at Wilton Mill, although at that time there was a pro runner in front of them, so they picked up a class win. As it stands at the moment, they're going to have to settle for second place in the class. Second overall once again. At the moment, they're 7 laps behind Scooter Lab UK Racing.
I think these guys have a foot brake just in kind of, if to say, the footwell of these bikes. I'm not too sure, because I've seen the levers, but I didn't know if it was something else, like a no, it wouldn't be a clutch, would it? But I'm sure it's just located in the kind of foot bay of it. So if you're on the live stream, on the live chat, just give us tell us a bit of info. But if we can,
I'm going to let you read it because I've got a follow-up to it.
Go. We've got a comment on the live stream from Claire Davies saying, I think we should shout out to all the wags at home feeding back timing info to the teams. We're all shouting go faster at the screen.
And my follow-up is, because they're scooter wives and girlfriends, surely they should be called swags rather than wags.
Yeah, swags, yeah.
You can get yourself a little swag community going on.
I'm sure that'd be fairly swag, if you know what
I mean. Linda McGrath, once again, both bikes then back out now.
Yeah, that's good, that.
To Ade Danan, the 12 and the 32. And once again, we see, them teams that have not had it easy today, that are running, down towards the tail end of the field, are getting the bikes fixed and getting them back out. And, I'd love to see just as many of them going for the checkered flag, even if they only make it out to Tootle Round for that last 5 minutes to take the checkered flag here at Teesside. We are 1 hour 20 away. I know that because we had that issue there with the with a couple of offs that we chopped the full run through short. So
someone's put my dad's wag is in the pit shouting go faster. So.
Well, to be fair, because they don't have any pit-to-bike radio, they can't talk. But
no, they can't. No.
I'm not sure. Do you reckon a megaphone would work?
Nah, I just reckon.
Just
a bit of sign language.
Sign language.
Yeah.
We've seen that massive board down here. We've seen people.
The school whiteboard.
We've seen people waving high-vis vests above their head and stuff like that as well.
Yeah.
So just really interesting ways of how people are bringing people into the pit lane. So how far down your timing did you get?
I didn't get very far, to be honest.
Carry on.
I will do. You can have all of a break now. I think I only got to. I don't even know. I'll just start from 10th. In 10th, we've got the 55 of Team Numpties. In 11th, we've got the 210 of Valley Scooter Club PX, and they're second in class. Oh no, they're third in class. In 12th, we've got the 114 of Spire Tarmac Terriers. 13th, we've got the 333 of New Puddard Twig. In 14th, we've got the 4, who's third in class, in the road class. And that's London Lambretta Club. We've got, in 15th, we've got the 189, who is fourth in class in the pro race, Gunson Baines Racing. 11th, we've got Wearside Wanderers SC. 17th, the 200 of Two Sheds. 18th, we've got the 84 of Team Escargo. 19th, the 54 of the Odd Mod Squad. In 20th, we've got, to round out the top 20, we've got the number 16 of CKMB. Did they have a fall earlier? I think they did, or was it might not have been them. I'll have a quick check.
No, I think they've been faultless so far. I think, yeah.
It might have been a different one then. Anyway, in 21st we've got the number 70, 22nd the 207, 23rd the 112, 24th the 88, 25th the 135, 26th the 67, sorry. 27, the 21st of Aort, and 28th we've got the 30th of SCT, who had them clutch and gearbox problems earlier, but they're still out there fighting for positions and slowly getting their laps back. In 29th we've got the 81 of the United Colours of Bemberton. They're the ones that were involved in that off earlier. I'm not sure what happened, but I think they're back in the pit now, just getting it all sorted. So they'll be out there. They're out there fighting back for their laps. But I'm sure they'll. Are they still in the pit? Let's have a quick look. No, I don't think they are. But yeah, they're certainly out there still fighting. To round out the top 30, we've got the 47 of McNair Motorsport in the race class, and they've done 119 laps. The leader is currently on 212 laps. So there's the back markers. You can just see the difference of the kind of the way that they. Pan out.
I thought we might just about, as that's Dukes of Essex, the 155 machine comes to a halt down the Bob Pope straight. He's going to wheel it across the top of the national loop, but the 155 running in second place, waving frantically at his team in the paddock. But the 155 Dukes of Essex machine looks like it could be handing second place back to SRP Race Tech here. He's got to wait here now for a gap in the traffic to try and get that bike back across into the pit entrance. I'm fairly sure his team know he's coming now. He's been waving to them on the way through. But problems then for the 155. He's going to wheel that bike back across. And what was looking like a surefire podium for the Dukes of Essex, going to come to a grinding halt. He may well actually, Jude, still hang on if they can get that bike back out, because in terms of a podium, he's got how many laps back now? He's still got around about 13 laps back to SRP Racetech Essex in class, who are P6. He's then got another 26 laps back to Two Sheds, who are in 17th but 4th in class. So unless the problems are catastrophic, for
and the 30 is off.
CST once again, as we've mentioned a number of times before, when the bike's going, it goes very quickly.
Yeah.
It's just that on a number of occasions today, it's not gone very far. 114 as well. That's getting pushed back in.
From hairpin 3.
Yeah, the race of attrition now is really starting to come to the fore as they... let's have a quick look for that 114 machine. Spire Tarmac Terriers, the earlier pace setters, drop off the podium. Oh no, they drop down now into P5 in that class. Nunu Podard Twig, once again up into 11. Could they get into the top 10? They've been pretty much they've been getting one place every 15 minutes, haven't they, since the start of the race?
They just keep going and going and going. That's the 114 just wheeling it past the comms box now. They'll be heading down to the pits. They have got a problem, and we can see their team running back to go and help them. But also, where's the lad that came off over on the corkscrew corner, reverse corkscrew?
I think he'll be he was bringing it the wrong way back down to the thing, so we might see him in a minute walking
around
back up. But obviously he's going down the grass there, having to walk that bike back in.
Yeah.
Might just about catch it there as we see the. I think there's a shadow. There's a shadow there of a forlorn rider wheeling his bike back into the paddock.
Yeah, well, the top 5 currently is S Racing, and then DO Essex, S Race Tech, SR Taft Speed, and then R. Tune. So they're all rounding out the top 5. Currently, there's not many people like taking laps off or anything like that, so we'll have to see how it all pans out. Yeah,
we'll expect SRP Race Tech though in P3 to move up into second place when they come over the line next.
Is it Duke of Essex that have broke down?
Yeah, they've come in. So,
but they are 11 laps ahead, so you never know.
Yeah, we're going to keep an eye out on that one because SRP Race Tech, when they come over the line, may well move up into second place.
There's a
yellow flag still out down
just
rib. That'll be for that bike being walked back in.
So that'll be no overtaking down there then, won't it?
Yeah, and I think that's a member of CST waiting there at the top of the pit lane for that bike.
But the 41, hopefully they can move up a couple of places soon, because it looks like they've got a quick rider on. I've just seen him there go past earlier, and he's looking fast. So, right, the 30 is walking up the pit now. He'll go down to the pit and hopefully repair as time ticks on. But looks like he's struggling a bit there just to get it going. But
yeah, looks like we're expecting the 112 in as well.
Yeah, fuel in lap. So
in a few moments' time, as the camera just picks up there. So yeah, that team CST and the Lambretta CST Contrini, their team of Mark Shirley, Mick Illingworth, Jim McNally, and Tim Wilson. That 219cc machine has the pace, but certainly not the reliability today here at Teesside Autodrome.
There's the 38 there.
Just having a
just
quick
going past
look
camera
as well.
view.
SRP Race Tech have indeed taken second place.
Yeah.
Looks like they've been into the pit lane as well. And had a rider change, because that's a different ride. It looks like he's actually just trying to fix something that was slightly loose there on that bike as the bike exits the Bob Pope straight and rejoins the back straight here at Teesside, where the international circuit joins the national circuit, the more commonly used circuit here at Teesside. So as this bike comes round, you'll see it going through hairpins 3 and 4 here at Teesside, and then when he comes through the D chicane at the start of the lap, normally they go to the right and then rejoin on to the track there as well, and then use the infield section.
That's a 77 coming into the pits there, David. There's another rider off there. Yeah, that is the 333.
The 333.
Oh, and he's going to take the motocross way as well.
Yeah, it's going up and over. That's probably the quickest route,
way,
actually, because he's going to go straight back through.
Yeah.
So certainly somebody here has he's had a bit of a shout from the marshal, although he is going to struggle actually to get it up that hill.
I think it's bottomed out, hasn't it?
Yeah, over there. So it looked like the 333 of Nunu Podard Twig having problems. and he's going to come through the middle of the circuit and then and then he'll rejoin where the wrong way up the pit lane. But problems then for the 333. They're in 4th place in class, 12th overall for Nunu Podard Twig, but they're already dropping down the order.
That's a shame, that, because they've been moving up the grid quite a lot. So that you know, a bit of bad luck for Nunu Podard Twig.
Yeah,
a bit of a tongue twister.
This is the 41 once again.
Yeah.
We've seen a lot of this bike today. I think just the black and the white, it just draws it. Like I say, he's able to get off. They're able to get over that bike, the SRP Racetech Essex bike.
It reminds me of the old John Player Series colours for some reason. I know it's not gold, but just kind of the layout of it.
I know what you mean, but he's able to sort of
quite a classic, isn't it?
Throw himself off that bike in the same way that you generally can't on these bikes. So the SRP Racetech Essex Lambretta GP with Stuart Day, Terry Allen and Robin Morton, the 3-rider team there.
Yeah. Well, the R-Tune is hopefully going to push up the 111. It was running all right at the start of the day, but I think they've had some technical problems, so they've obviously moved down the grid. But as they obviously move up, hopefully they can start getting back up into. Well, they are in 3rd, which is that's
Dukes of Essex again, I believe.
155. That's off.
Yep, so the bike that's only just come back out of the pit lane, that Dukes of Essex machine, 20 minutes ago it dropped out of 2nd place and now is on the inside of the reverse corkscrew section. I think he's going to be directed over onto the outside of the track down there, just because the corner, obviously the inside there where that bike's going to be, he doesn't want to be there too much because that's where the line is, and then the saving grace with that is he's going to get a little bit of a run down there. He's going to get 20 or 30 metres of natural push down that back straight. I mean, he could well be going, Jude, although it might have a problem into the point where he just didn't have the power to get it up that hill.
It certainly looks to me like he's going again, David.
Yeah, we see that a lot, though. I don't think he's carrying a huge amount of pace down the back straight.
No.
We see that here a lot of the time with the karts, is that and same as well, I imagine with this is that if you have a problem at the bottom of the hill, going from a standing start straight up that hill, you might not have enough power, and it looks like that might have been mainly the problem for the 155. Dukes of Essex then drop off the outright podium and down into 4th place, the SRP Real Taft Speed machine moving up as SLUK Racing head towards the 220 lap mark. One thing that we thought, we looking at the early times, we thought maybe they could get to 300 laps.
Maybe,
early doors, but obviously almost all of the front runners, obviously even SLUK, who currently lead by 10 laps, had that issue, didn't they, at the bottom of the mountain section where they had to come back into the pit lane. So, it looks like we've got yellow out down there.
And who's that?
This is Nunu Podard Twig, I think, is it the 333 machine having refueled. Could it be a case that they just simply ran out down there? Let's see whether there's any other work, or there is a bit of work going on.
Are they
that side of the engine? That's the carb, isn't it?
Are they running the fuel through? They might be. You never know.
Yeah, looks like, there's...
Are they opening the fuel tap?
Let's have a quick look. But it could be that Nunu Podard Twig. Let's see if we can figure out how long they were out for. 51 minutes. So it's not, obviously we've seen here a number of times where teams don't necessarily change rider and do fuel as well.
That's the 135 getting a bit of a manic wave.
With, and I'm fairly sure it is. I'm going to see if I can get a thumbs up. But I think that board has been made out of a for sale sign. For someone's house.
For someone's house.
And I don't know whether any of them, but it's because it's got Simpson and Weekly on the back.
Yeah.
So what I want to know is whether it's genuinely one of theirs, or somebody went out on the rob for a for sale sign in the middle of the night.
If they look up,
these owners going, we need a pit board. What can we use? You know what? For sale sign.
For sale sign.
Give me some of that action.
I like how they've drawn on like a fuel tap and that. It's like something you make in school. It's like an art piece.
So there's the 333 then going back, getting ready to go back out of Nunu Podard Twig.
Yeah.
Looks like that bike needs a bit of a push start, but I think that you might have been right there, Jude, on that one.
Yeah.
I think that they've pushed the fuel envelope
Yeah,
all the way to the edge and sadly fallen off it.
Yeah, they've. I think when they were playing with that carb there, they're probably just allowing the fuel to come back through so they could get the engine started again.
It does look like they're having to push that bike back up pit lane, so it might be another few moments before Nunu Podardtwig get that 333 machine back out onto circuit.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah.
So
it's getting quite windy down there, as I can just see on another camera view here. I think the wind's starting to pick up a little bit again. I'll have a quick look. But
yeah, them clouds have done one now, haven't they?
They've disappeared.
Off they've gone over South Bank. Disappeared.
Yeah, there's a rain cloud coming, but it's not going to get here for it's over Barnard Castle way, so that won't be coming here until the end of the race. So I think we're all right weather-wise, but I don't want to curse because I know I'll end up saying something that will be like a big rain cloud. Oh god, here we go. So
for those of you that are watching with subtitles, Nout to come is Northern for there's nothing on the horizon.
Oh yeah, sorry. Let me rephrase that. There's nothing to come at this very moment. But yeah, if you're watching with subtitles, there's Nout to come, and just try and confuse YouTube.
If they're watching with subtitles, you probably scored a maximum at Scrabble.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's the 111 then of RSF Tune. Gets a run through pit lane, comes in for fuel, and I think that might be the last time we see that one in for fuel. We might see it in for a rider change later on, although they have come in just at the right time there, Jude, actually, because they're going out now with 1 hour and 4 minutes remaining, and we know the maximum rider time is 65 minutes.
Yeah,
that
so they
rider
could just do a shift
feasibly go all the way to
through.
the end.
Yeah.
For RSF Tune in third in class, sixth overall.
Yeah.
They may well have played that one very, very well in terms of just running it to the end. You know, there is still the option there to bring it in for a rider change if they need it.
Yeah.
But certainly, if they want to, they can go all the way to the end as we follow that number 38 machine of SR Race Tech.
Temperatures now rise to 21 degrees, so it's getting a little bit hotter. It says the air quality is fair. It's fair.
It was good earlier, though, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was good. Now it's fair. Do you think that's better or bad? I don't know.
It depends. Looking at that there, it says the air quality is generally acceptable for most individuals. However, sensitive groups may experience minor or moderate symptoms from long-term exposure. Would you say the engines of these bikes fall into a sensitive group?
Into the latter?
It may well
maybe.
Do.
I don't know.
As we see the 12, and I think they're the 112 actually.
Do you reckon the wind's affected their one sec? What was it? One sensitive sides.
Sensitive groups. I don't know. We'll see as we see the 112, and that bike gets a gentle kickstart back into life. Yeah. And makes its way down. The 112 though, Jude, looks like that could have been wheeled
going down to the pit.
Yeah, looked like that one could be being taken down. Let's have a quick look at that 112 machine.
I don't think there's out on the timing that'll signify anything, to be honest, David.
That's our RSF Tune 2, so we'll just have to see how long it is in terms of their track time, see if they don't pick up.
Yeah.
So that team of Keith Hopkins, Luke Hopkins, and Phil Caddy, Ian Towie, number 112. Currently, where are they currently running at the moment?
They are running in 23rd. And just to notify everyone that currently there is, let's have a quick look. There is,
I think we've got 30,
about 35, runners? 34. Yeah, about 34 runners out on track currently. There is some in the pits.
Yeah,
but
race leader.
Race leader, 71.
And that's the 41 as well, I think, who's off on the outside of Rib Bend. And it looks like Ryder's going to trying to get that moving again. I think he's trying to bump start that machine.
He is, isn't he?
The
there
41,
we go.
Has he got it? He has got it going as
well.
There we
go. It's something's hanging off.
I think he may well have been off that, Jude, because there's certainly that's the side that obviously as you turn in right, that's the side that's going to take all the damage.
Yeah, so that's not very good. But the race leader, he's in the pits. Luckily, second place is 11 laps behind now. So as the race leader exits the pit, when they run out with the bike, they're now going to mount it, and then they will start the engines, and then that'll be them away again out of the pits, down into Rib Corner, and away racing again. So they'll be back out. There we are. They come out the pits there, and they'll go out and continue to race. Just see the 77 come through camera view there as well. They're currently running in 32nd.
Yeah.
But they're doing well, David, because there's people out on track that have that are behind them as well that are still going, and they had the engine problems. So you know, well done to them. They're still, you know, not in, you know, behind basically.
Yeah.
So
Race leader then rejoins the fray. We saw that in the background. The rider making his way out, and the looks like it could be Martin Round now. Takes over the handlebars of that Vespa 90 SS machine, and the bike affectionately called Underdog, which is Martin's very gorgeous and rare SS90 Vespa.
yeah,
With the Quattrini engine and a few other upgrades.
Quattrini engine.
Yeah,
that's a good name.
One thing at the moment, it's not been a bit of an underdog at the moment, is it? It's been an underdog story until about an hour in when it took the lead, and then now it's holding its own, with the exception of that those issues earlier on, as the class leader in the club class in 7th place, the 347 of IDK there in the orange bike, makes its way down the hill towards the right-hander at Rib Bend. You see the brake light there coming on as the rider tickles the brake. And just as we say that, we tick down into below the 60-minute mark here at Teesside Autodrome. 59.50 left on the clock. Then we're into the final hour of running here from the British Scooter Endurance Club 6-hour live here from Teesside Autodrome in Middlesbrough. You can find out obviously more about the club at www.bsecuk.co.uk and at British Scooter Endurance Club on Facebook as well. That's the 114. We saw that bike being brought into pit lane earlier on as it's removed from the axle stands after a refuel, and will be run back through the pit lane. So it looks like that bike now is just awaiting a rider at the far end of the pit lane. I think it's just about to get one as well. It's the number 8, the class leader in the road class, leading the way in P9 overall for DC10 SERT. All of them riders obviously wearing that white t-shirt. If you want to go back through the live comments earlier on, I posted a link in there as to why the riders are running them as well. So just having a quick look at some of the few more of the comments as well. M Palmer's been on, just basically saying back brake left foot, clutch and twist grip on the left hand, front brake and throttle is the right hand, and then he's clarified that by saying back brake right. Sorry, there's a 74 coming in. Looks like that's just going to be a straight rider change as they are run through. So that's the P3 SRP Taft Speed making their way in. The 21 looks like it could just be getting a rider change as well as we head towards the tail end of this race. Just having a quick look. Tracy Tilford's been on, basically just go Mungo, doing a little dance in the kitchen, keep up the speed. Just have a quick look at the as well. Oh, that looks that's off the side of a bike, and I'm just trying to figure out where it is. Could that be the entry to the mountain? Nope, that looks like it's down there at hairpin number 3 and 4 area as well. So looks like we've got a marshal who's just out on the way to pick that up. I think it could be on halfway around hairpin 4. We've got a bit of bike missing. I'm going to see it actually, because I think that'll be on the side, whether I can see which bike's got a massive hole in the side of it, because we've got some sort of debris down there. Looks like the marshal may well go and collect that, but there's a lot of bikes at the moment coming round that bottom end of the circuit as the 88 machine comes in. And that one's going to get handed over. There it is. That's just the entry onto South Bank that we've got a bit of debris off the side of the bike on the way in. Hopefully nobody catches that. Looks like the marshal's about to make his way over there actually to see if he can retrieve that. We're covering it under a yellow flag as well.
What bike's it off, David?
Not quite sure yet, although we are going to try and find out. To be fair, I mean, there's 2 options. Let's have a quick look, see if we can get a number off the side of that. That's the 155, the Dukes of Essex machine.
Oh God!
It's missing
So
that.
It's actually a full panel, so it must have not been bolted on correctly.
Off the side of that. It's a bit of treasure for Marshall Kieran to take home with him.
Yeah, he can take that home. He'll be an happy man.
Well, to be fair, I'm fairly sure the team's going to come back.
Yeah,
for
they probably will. Yeah.
Yeah, the 155 Dukes of Essex machine. Then certainly going round. That might help with speed. It's going to save at least 3 kilos.
Yeah.
With missing that side panel.
It's just whether the rider knows that his panels actually fell off or not.
Yeah, well, we've seen that bike, so it must be back out. It's had issues. It's still running in 4th place, which is miraculous, really, because we've seen it in the pit lane.
Yeah.
Quite a lot in this last 10 or 12 minutes or so.
Yeah.
So I'm just having a quick look. There he is.
There he is.
Having a quick look down. Nope, there's still something there on the left. It's the other side.
Yeah, good.
That's it. Have a look. So
we can see him from the com box,
I wonder
David.
how much in terms of balance. I know it's. I know this will sound quite jokey in the way, but obviously that's going to be quite a weight difference.
Yeah.
It's also going to
massively
affect the airflow as well.
Yeah.
Down the side of that bike, and I wonder a lot as the 32
comes into the pits very slow.
Into the pit lane, although I think that might just be just courteously bringing it in. But yeah, I wonder in terms of that bike how much it's going to affect, how it affects the airflow. It is missing a huge amount. I imagine obviously his leg's going to be a lot warmer than what it was before.
We won't be able to see him over the start. Here we go.
What I will say is that unless they've got a spare panel in the pit lane,
they're going to struggle.
They're going to struggle.
The marshal maybe should have waved it round.
Handed it back to him on the way round. If not, somebody might need to go and collect that. So once again, the Dukes of Essex machine has come into the pit lane.
Yeah.
I don't know whether he had a mechanical flag for that. There's nothing hanging off it.
Yeah.
But it's it's whether, and he's giving the thing. I think part of the issue there, they're saying, I think that he might have had a fuel leak there as he.
Maybe, yeah. Might. I did see a bit of fluid come down the back straight. I thought, nah, just smoke that. But yeah, maybe he has, because he was getting wiped down there. So he might have had a bit of an issue. Yeah, that's the 81 in the pits as well. There it is. There's his bit of thing. Mike Bonnet there got a little bit of a treat, didn't he? Got a little bum white with a bit of blue roll down there. So. There we go.
It's not just racing here at Teesside. Get a nice little treat. Have a look at the comments. I think saw one earlier from Rory. Rory Connell said he's just got back home. He's been down here for the 4 hours. Yeah. Said the atmosphere was awesome. It's been a brilliant day. He's back at home now. Brilliant. Watching the final hour or so. It's good to hear. It's good to hear that these are all enjoying it. And I hope that you are all enjoying it, and we're not annoying you. No, to be fair, I love the fact that people can see from the panel. They know what type of bike it is that it's come off. Kevin L, Julie Tracy as well. Yeah. Just basically saying they know what bike it's off. Yeah. That's well, it's the same in karting. If a side pod comes off, you are going to know what kind of pod. Comes from. Yeah. So there's a huge amount of expertise, though, regarding the, not just these bikes, but the whole sort of like scooterist culture as well. Yeah, definitely. People really do sort of like invest themselves in this, in the lifestyle. Yeah. I'm gonna have a look through the comments. Like, someone was saying that they'd ridden a scooter through the night once from London up to Kelso, which is in Scotland. Jesus. Through the night. Just going to have a quick look as well. Thank you as well to Lambretta Club Great Britain for sponsoring the club class. I've got a mate that rides a Vespa, like. Is he picking you up on it on the way home? Oh, that'd be mint, that. Lambretta Club of Great Britain, largest Lambretta club in the world with over 5,000 members, offering a huge range of services from various club shop items to advice from all things from running and restoring a Lambretta. Visit ilambretta.co.uk, so that's the letter I, lambretta.co.uk, to find out more about the Lambretta Club Great Britain. I'll tell you what, the Le Mans style start about 3 and a bit hours ago. And the rest. Yeah. Oh no, sorry, I thought it was a 4 hour. It's a 6, isn't it? It wasn't even like I thought there'd be a lot more scuffles and all that type of thing. It was really clean. It was really clean. I like the couple at the back that just went, we'll just let you all go and then just carry our own race on. Yeah. Not get involved down at Rib Bend where everybody gets together. Yeah. And concertina's up. Yeah. Yeah, it was good. Yeah, it was good to see. But
as we go on, the 71 still leading. It's 38 in second place in that. One second, have a quick look at the lifetime, and I'll tell you classes. Yeah, so it's a race class scooter in the lead, an SL UK Racing one on that 71. In the number 38, SRP Race Tech, that's the pro race class scooter. That is in second. Third place, it's a 74, the SRP Real Test Speed Pro Race, and the leader has now done 231 laps. So, but as we can see here in the pits, there's the number 11, I think just with a refuel in there. So quick wipe of the seat, back out and get the race finished.
Yeah, Wearside Wanderers then in for their final stop. That's the 200 machine. Doesn't look like it's going very far at the moment. Although it could just be that it's a slightly more serene pit stop for the two sheds outfits of Neil Holloway, Robert Clark, Kenneth Bennett and Stuart Temple.
Yeah.
And looks like that bike is then being walked. It's walked through.
That's a 200, is it?
Pit lane, yeah.
So they're currently running 15th. Two sheds, their team's called, and they're in the race class. So they'll be going back out again. They're currently running 4th in class. Out of all the race class bikes, scooters, sorry, but they'll be having the remaining 49 minutes to hopefully move up some more places. So
yeah, Wearside Wanderers. That was one. That was, I was talking about somebody that had ridden a Lambretta through the night.
Yeah.
So yeah, that was basically one of their riders, Anne Murphy Gillard.
Yeah.
Just when filling in their things, just basically saying she's been racing and riding scooters since she turned 17.
Yeah.
You know, she's the first time competing on track, but she loves endurance scootering. She basically said she's ridden in most Euro Lambretta rallies. Furthest that she's gone probably somewhere like Poland or Italy. But then basically just saying she once rode solo on an old Series 2 to Kelso scooter rally from Essex for one night, which is just shy of 200 miles now.
Jesus.
That's dedication, that.
Yeah. The things people do for Lambrettas there.
Yeah, and basically says that she's honoured to be riding Rob Miller's scooter for the Team Wearside Wanderers. So they're currently...
and that is, I think that's Linda Benson back out on the 88 there, David.
Yeah, I think you could be correct. We saw that earlier. They might well run to the end now on that one. So
yes.
Just trying to find out. Wearside Wanderers currently in 4th place in the in their class, in the club class, running in 14th.
Yeah.
Going very, very well, actually. One thing that I am looking at here is that Gunson Baines Racing in 13th. They're only 1.4 seconds behind Valley Scooter Club in front. It's not for a class position, it is for an overall position. And there as confirmation comes up on our internal timing screen, because they're just outside the top 10. But Gunson Baines Racing in the pro race class move their way up into 12th place. Two sheds have dropped a couple of places due to being in the pits. We saw that 200 machine in to be fueled for the final time, so they hand over what was 15th place to Spire Tarmac Terriers and then Team Escargot. The 70 and then for the looks like that's for the final time,
final refueling
as well. Yeah, I think we're going to get to a point now, I think, where teams are going to start to come in and fuel, and then anything after maybe the bottom of the hour, any sort of trip into the pit lane is going to be unscheduled.
Yeah, I'm just looking at them coming out of the chicane here, and they're just, I don't know what you call it, probably like a weight ratio, but as they kind of, turn up out of the corner, it's just amazing to watch, because I mean, these two are having a bit of a battle here, the 88 and the 135. That's quite good to watch. So, but yeah, it's just the way that the whole bikes move around.
Yeah, I think it's different, isn't it? Some bikes are, we've mentioned a few times where some bikes you can lean into, some bikes you have to stand upright a lot more.
It's but it's like when you drive the car, you sit there and you obviously you do move it around a lot, but in these you're coming into a corner, you're braking it and you're shifting out the seat to go into a different position to take the corner because you need to put your knee down.
Yeah,
it's just amazing to watch, because it's almost like a method. It's a bit of a rhythm that you obviously get into, and you can just see the top riders like 38 coming through there, absolutely just shifting the weight and putting the knee down. It's brilliant to watch. So if you're anywhere around the circuit, I'd definitely come down to D chicane and just watch how they just shift the weight around there, because it's brilliant to watch.
Yeah, just having a quick there, Valley Scooter Club.
Yeah.
Down there, he gave us a quick wave. The 207 machine.
There's the 84.
Of Keith McNally, Stephen Halstead, Mick Eves, and Terry Holden. Just having a quick look as well. I think Keith McNally just gave us a bit of an update. Says when this club first announced its race, he was restoring a 50 special, entered it, formed a team out of their scooter club, and then went and won the club class first time out.
Boosh! So, that's the way to do it.
Yep.
It's brilliant, that.
Yeah, there is a problem though with winning first time out.
What?
Generally, it doesn't get any better than that, does it? That's the problem.
Yeah.
It's a 347 IDK endurance bike, comes into pits. I think that might be for a scheduled fuel stop. It's got a 3-lap gap then back to Foster 56. It looks like IDK are well on their way. They are in P7. They've just popped into the pits for what looks like it will be the final fuel stop for them. Jessica McGowan on as well, just saying, yay dad, go, 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 look at those super cool parents of mine. And Linda McGrath as well, just basically Ernie and Paul from Team Too Hard Day Dan. Ride through the night on a Lambretta and a Vespa T5 from Galway in the west of Ireland to the Isle of Wight Scooter Rally every year. I noticed the Isle of Wight Scooter Rally, but it only became apparent to me that it's so big.
I think abroad they do like big rallies.
Just because, well, I've been to the Isle of Wight 3 times on holiday, right, in the last 4 years or something. It's great, and I think the scooter rally's normally after we get back, because we try and miss the school holidays because it's manic.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, to be fair, Galway to the Isle of Wight, I'm not sure. I mean, I imagine that they'd cross over, get on either North Wales or Liverpool, and then make their way down to. I imagine that easiest route for them would be to Southampton.
Yeah, it would
and
be.
Then over on the ferry.
Yeah.
Portsmouth's a little bit further round, but looks like they might have an issue down there at Rib. I'm not sure. The marshal's just gone running. Not sure if we're able to have a quick look on our mountain section camera and see if we can see back there as to what that marshal is doing. I don't know whether he's going to come back to his post.
I think there's a marshal down there.
I don't think it's anything untoward. It could be a bit of
debris.
A bit of debris.
Yeah.
Down there on the outside of Rib Bend. Once again, CST though back out, Jude. Good to see. Good to see them back out, like as we mentioned a few times. The pace has been there, and it is very much a case for them of what could have been here at Teesside Autodrome. 43 minutes then remaining. Marshall is back in his post there on the outside of Rib Bend, so certainly I think it could have been more to do with either something on track rather than a rider down or anything like that.
Yeah, I think there would have just been some kind of issue on track. So, but the wind's really picking up now, David. I've just started to close the door. Yeah, it's really starting to pick up and kind of chuck things around a bit. So that'll be playing. I mean, going down the straight on these, even just a gust of wind will blow you off course, because even in the karts you can feel it. So you know, on a motorbike where you're only on 2 wheels, it'll certainly take you off balance. So. But I mean, in motocross, when you're mid-air, sometimes you get blown off the, you get blown off the jump.
Looks like we're expecting to see the 12 of Tuati Danan coming into the pit shortly. I think Marshall.
Yeah, there we go.
We are.
Yeah, he's in the pit.
I've just seen the fuel board go up for that bike. So looks like that one is in. Looks like McNair Motorsport. We're not sure. We saw they had some problems earlier, the 47. So we'll keep an eye out for that. I think at the very least, I think we've got 34 runners still going. At the moment. Privateer Racing, 10-foot special, and Hornet Racing have not been with us for a while. Team Vespa maybe as well, the number 15. It's not showing us in the pits, but I think the last time they actually triggered the pit line, although I think they're the team earlier on that we were saying were having some issues in terms of not actually triggering the pit entrance. So
the 30's just come in the pits there.
So once again, CST are in.
And also, I've just recognised there, even though there's a couple of laps difference, David, 155 and 41 having a really good battle out there. I just saw them come across the line side by side.
155, that Dukes of Essex bike, fastest bike out there on track at the moment. 1:13.448 last time round, some 2 seconds quicker than anybody else, quicker than SRP Racetech in P2, who are the second next quickest team. That's the CST bike getting run through. And I'll tell you what, one thing that I have noted, and I'm going to give him credit, we saw this earlier, that even though they're not running so well on track at times, their pit stops have probably been the best we've seen as a team.
They've been brilliant.
CST, the lad that's down there, who's obviously not racing with them, but he's just doing thing. You know, in terms of running that bike through, getting it all sorted, how quickly, you saw how efficient they were in terms of not having a spillage by putting the towel round the thing in there.
They're a very
CST.
Clean, they're a very clean, efficient kind of pit stop, aren't they? Really. So where they came out there, that was number 30, wasn't it? So they've come out 28th. So they've had quite a good recovery, to be honest, from the gearbox and clutch failures that they've had. So
yeah, they've had some real issues of CST, but they're still going.
So I think at the end of the race, they'll definitely get the pat on the back. So.
Yeah, one thing that I am started to notice as well is that London Lambretta Club have made an appearance in the top 3 in the road class.
They're coming up, aren't they?
Yeah, and that was the team that had that issue. They had them issues early on, and they are now on the same lap as Team Numpties, who were the class leaders early on in that. So we have, and behind them as well, once again, the Gunson Baines Racing, the pro race outfit, are coming as well, and they might end up splitting them in due course.
Yeah, they might do.
I think Numpties are now, it's showing us having a bit of a gap as well. Let's have a quick look as well. I think Team Numpties as well, I'm just trying to line them through. They've only got 17 seconds off the back of DC10 SERT. We've got them highlighted in, I'm just going to remove some of the other colours that we've got so we can focus solely on that battle, because we could, in a few laps' time, have a change for the lead. Like I say, there's only 9 seconds now as they come over the line. DC10 SART and Team Numpties getting very, very close.
Yeah. Well, I don't know if they've been overtaken on track yet, so I'll have a quick look when they come round. But like I said earlier, the team 41, so SRP Racetech Essex and Dukes of Essex, they're having a really good battle.
Yeah,
so
there we are. No, that's
all right. That's the battle.
This is going to be our battle then very shortly. There's the 8 coming through of DC10 SERT. Then we need to look out for the 55 behind them, only 9 seconds on track behind. There were 17 before. They took 8 seconds out of them on the previous lap. Team Numpties on the previous lap were 1:19 compared to DC10 SERT's 1:27. They're going to come over the line, I think, very, very shortly. I don't think there's going to be a huge amount between them as well.
Using all the track there, 155 coming through this dogleg over the start and finish, absolutely on the limit, nearly on the other side of the track. So
there we are, there's the 55 of Team Numpties closing in on the back of the number 88 of DC10 SERT. They'll come over the line this time. The gap on the previous lap was 9 seconds. It's 3.2 this time. We're looking to have a change for the lead with 38 minutes remaining of this 6-hour race at the head of our road class. And Team Numpties, who were leading the way earlier on, they had those issues which saw them lose 5 or 6 laps, bringing that bike back in. And now they're right on the back as well. The 38's down there as well as they go into the mountain section. Right on the back. This is going to be it. Can he get the move done into the mountain section? I don't think he can at the top of the hill, but he's going to go right round the outside.
Get the cut back.
Yeah, I think they're going to go side by side down the back straight. There's the 8 on the inside. Where's the 55? He's in the lead, round the outside. And Team Numpties now, with 37 minutes remaining, lead the way in the road class. The speed, the extra speed down the back straight. And now, how much can it open out? Do either of these teams need to change riders? Do either of them need to refuel before the end of this race? But all we do know is that Team Numpties, after the issues earlier on, are now leading the way in the road class up into 9th place.
That's brilliant effort from them lot. I mean, for the effort going back down the back straight, he went right wide and then managed to get the cut back round. So, I mean, brilliant effort from 55. Just coming across the line now, but I'm sure number 8 will understand that he'll need to start pushing hard. His pit crew here is just telling him to push on as well. So
yeah, but they've got two. They've still got 2 laps though back then to London Lambretta Club. So P2 looks to be fairly assured, and you know, it's a case then of how much do you push compared to how much do you want to lose in terms of that potential. I think if numpties start opening up that gap a couple of laps on and on, then it's a case then of how much London Lambretta can close in this remaining 36 minutes.
There might be a little battle for 4th as well here. Because the Wearside Wonders SC and Aspire Tarmac Terriers are both on 39 laps, and they're very close together. So, what numbers are they? 2.
Yeah,
11 and 114. So we'll keep an eye out for them because they might have a good little battle between them. So,
yeah, so that's about 1 minute between them, isn't there? So
yeah,
you know, I think probably.
There's 112.
Yeah, and what I will say there is Spire Tarmac Terriers last time round 12 seconds quicker than Wearside Wanderers. So Spire Tarmac Terriers really closing in here. They've got a minute, but obviously if they're closing in at the best part of 10 seconds a lap, that's only 6 laps, and they'll be right on the back. Fourth place, and then all they need then is issues in front. And to be fair to that as well, Scooter Valley Scooter Club in front as well, not too far away. If Spire Tarmac Terriers can keep this sort of pace up. 35 minutes remaining as we just tick round. We're almost at the bottom of the hour. We'll have one final full race run through.
There's 114, so where's 11? 11's in front.
114 once again then came through that time. Another 119 for them, although they did get balked on entry into the D chicane, so expect the next lap round to be a couple of tenths slower than that maybe.
Yeah, definitely.
And we'll see, but still, this 114 machine carrying a decent amount of pace. And as well, with the rider as well, with the novice on. So we've got Wayne Barker, Andy Vass, Ian Smith, and Nick Prince on the that Lambretta.
So there's the 11 there, look.
Machine.
So here's 11, and he's coming down the back straights. So if they are going to make an overtake,
yeah, there's around about half a lap between them, isn't there?
Yeah,
the gap's definitely closing.
Yeah.
47 seconds now. The gap for P4, but also as well they're lapping around 10 seconds quicker than Valley Scooter Club. The last lap on the last thing on the podium isn't completely out of the question here.
No, it's not. And there's a 21 off down at the rib bend there. I think I might have had a problem or had a fall. So where's the 21 who is currently sitting in
against all odds in 26th.
Yeah. So I think that they must have had a mechanical. There's a 111 in the pits. I think. Let's see if they lift that seat up, because if they lift that seat up, that instantly means so that's a refuel for them.
I don't think they're going to take on the full 10 litres here though on this one. I think they might be able to do it in 5. A little splash and dash. London Lambretta in as well.
Number 4.
With half an hour remaining for some fuel. They'll probably fill that one up. The 74 is in as well. As the 12 took a very, very wide line actually round start finish, almost came to say hi to us in the commentary box.
I think, David, the number 8 of, let's have a quick look, DC10 Cert has missed his fuel sign a couple of times, because I've seen his team waving a couple of times now, so maybe he's just missed his board sign, so we'll see what's happening. But as we look in the pit here, there's number 4.
London Lambretta, we say they've come in, so that was the battle. That they're on the final step of the podium, so looks like they're just in for a one final.
There we go. Number 8 came in there for refueling too. We'll shortly see him on the pit cam come in and get refueling as he enters the pit. So what else have we got now? So the gap between how would you tell the gap? Oh, so it's that there, isn't it? Yeah. Right. So the gap between 1:14 and 11 has closed now to 30 seconds. So
yeah, it's a fuel stop then for the number eight.
Yeah.
So that bike is in for some fuel down there. It looks like that just needs then to hold on. London Lambretta came in as well. They've got a gap then now of almost 4 laps back to London Lambretta, who came in for that fuel stop. They're currently in P3. So that London Lambretta outfit of Higgs, Gillard, Thompson, Sanders and Tomlinson. And,
there's the 55. So the 55 of the numpties, team numpties, and now pulling away, I think, a little bit from DC10 Cert. So if I have a look at the gap, it's now 24 seconds. So I think they're going to start pulling away 55. They've found a bit of speed from somewhere, or they've changed riders, so they're going really well now. But as we look at the gap again for 1:14 and 11, the Wearside Wanderers and Spire Tarmac Terriers, it's now closed to 22 seconds. So 1:14 is reeling 11 in, as we will find. So the 41's just entered the pits, just coming past the commentary box there.
Yeah, Race Tech are in from P2.
Yeah.
They've pitted as well. Only 20 minutes for SRP Race Tech, and they've only got that. I mean, they've got a gap of 6 laps back to SRP Real Taft Speed, so they have got a cushion. It's the case now. This is the bike to watch for me, the 1:14 of the Spire Tarmac Terriers, the early pace setters in this club class. But they then ran into some problems, so through there, going to come down the back straight once again, lapping in the 1:19s, some 10 seconds quicker than those in front of them from Valley Scooter and from Wearside Wanderers. So they're trying to close in. The 41 looks like it's got a problem.
And as we pass the half an hour mark, yes, it does.
Yeah, SRP Race Tech, who are in P3 in the class, are now back down into the paddock. They do have a comfortable lead of 24 laps, back down to 2 sheds in that class, who currently lie in 17th.
There's a 38 in the pits, obviously getting a driver swap before the last stint.
Yeah, they've been quite efficient as well.
Oh, and that's a 32 off 32, down in the rib bend.
Yeah. Tuati Danan is off in the gravel, although looks like the rider might have just gone straight on there rather than actually going down.
But as we look again at that gap between the Wearside Wanderers and the Spire Tarmac Terriers, it has now closed to 15 seconds. So as it closed to 15 seconds, they're starting to really reel them in now, and I'd say by 5 to 6 seconds a lap. So this will be an interesting thing. They might just pass them and just blast away, or there might be a challenge trying to pass.
I'm just moving that. There's a really close battles here, actually. London Lambretta, we know they've been in the pits.
Yeah.
Valley Scooter are only 54 seconds behind them. Gunson Baines 59 seconds behind them. Wearside Wanderers as well, all in that sort of 210 to 208 lap bracket as well. I've highlighted Spire Tarmac Terriers and Wearside Wanderers on the screen, as well as Jude rightly points out, there's a change for P23, RSF Tune, and Jet Speed swap positions. Jet Speed in the pits then for that one. So yeah, we are having a quick look. There's the 18 of the 88, sorry, of Linda Bedson running the pushing that bike through for a rider change. And she said before, this is the first time that she's ever been out on track on one of these. I think she's done fantastic.
Wow. Look at that.
Yeah.
The 1:14 is now a second away from 11. So if we can get a camera shot on that,
I think we'll probably, by the time we get there, I think that's going to be changing. They're running at 10 seconds a lap quicker.
Yeah.
And now Spire Tarmac Terriers are making a late surge to get onto the podium here in their class. They're going to be past Wearside Wanderers on this lap. Then they're going to be within 1 lap then of the Valley Scooter Club, and running 10 seconds a lap quicker. They should be able to catch them in around about 6 or 7 laps time. There they are, making their way down the back straight. Expect them then to move up a place next time around. Currently running in P15, but they'll get P14 as they come through.
There's the 1:11 in 6th. I'm just going to have a quick look for that number 11, because I think that he may have passed.
I think we're going to have the 1:14.
Yeah, he's been passed.
Round, yeah.
So the 1:14 is now past number 11 and gone into 14th and third is it fourth overall?
Fourth in class, yeah. But I'm now going to highlight Valley Scooter Club PX because the gap there is going to close up very, very quickly, I feel, for the final step on that podium in the club class. As the 77 is in for its final fuel stop.
Yeah, so as we go on through this, well, what was that other battle, David, that we saw?
I was having a quick look there. This is the one that we saw before.
Yeah.
Valley Scooter Club aren't too far actually behind London Lambretta, but London Lambretta obviously in the road class running at a much higher pace, a much better pace actually. 1:17 last time round for London Lambretta. That's 2 seconds quicker than the class leader, albeit further down. DC10 SERT.
It actually looks
second place.
like 55. Team Numpty, they're going into the pits now. They were catching up. Foster 56.
Yeah.
So I think they were going to probably end up overtaking
class leader then. Numpties are into the pit lane, and it's now whether that is just for fuel or whether they have a problem down there for the 55. And,
they'll have to be quick though.
It's just fuel
this
time, so they obviously they've pushed it as far as they can. They're not going to be able to get to the end. They've only got 25 minutes. The rider there urgently imploring the fuel man to put the cap back on to get that 55 Team Numpties bike back out. They're going to push it back through. You're allowed 3 people in total, and that bike's going to be pushed back through pit lane. Is he going to double stack this? Is he going out again, or is he waiting for another rider? I think he's going again because he's shown fantastic pace. Gets that bike started.
Go.
Away he goes on the Team Numpties bike. Will DC10 SERT retake the lead when they come back round? I think they may well do, just about. At least they'll get back onto the same lap then, and then we'll see. So we await the DC10 SERT coming round.
Yeah, there's number 8 coming down the back straight in.
So they're going to come through. They'll be on the same lap as well.
And they'll take the lead.
It depends which one's in front on that lap. We'll check it out when they come round. Keep an eye out then for 9th and 10th on the left side of your screen. The two red background bikes in 9th and 10th, the bottom end of the non-rotation. DC10 are going to come through in around about 10 seconds time over start finish, and then it could be a case then they may well overtake the Team Numpties bike. So over the line they come.
Yeah.
No, they've just got back onto the same lap. They were a lap down because we saw them actually refuel earlier as well. So thought there might be a change there as well, but there wasn't. Numpties have managed to have what was a very, very efficient splash and dash here then at Teesside that's maintained what is provisional at the moment with 24 minutes remaining, the top step on the podium for that one. And I get the feeling now, Jude, that unless I think we've got one team signalling to come in for fuel, but other than that, I think unless it's a mechanical issue,
yeah, no one's going to be in.
I don't think we're likely to see anybody else in, although the 12 I think may be getting called in a few moments' time, and that may well be a case then that they've just pushed the fuel out as far as they possibly can. On that one. The 41 is still in the pit lane though after 20 minutes or so, and what I'm not sure in this one, certainly in terms of the podium, is that I know in a lot of series you have to take the checkered flag.
Yeah.
They're currently shown as in 6th place, so not sure whether we can get clarification there from the steward on that, but a lot of the time you have to be running at the end of the race when the checkered flag comes out in order to be classified. So it's not just a case where you can go round and then, if you're so far in front, you can just pull it into the pit lane and take your position. I think you have to be in a lot of series. I imagine it will be the same in this one, where the bike needs to be running at the end of the race, going round, taking the checkered flag to be classified. So be good to get just a little bit of clarity on that one. I know we've seen the steward popping up and down throughout the day, so if he is available to let us know on that one, because at the moment SRP Racetech Essex RP3 and they're going to stand on the podium as potentially, but at the moment their bike not moving, currently down in pit lane, and has been for quite a while now.
I think as this race is slowly coming to an end, the crowds are getting bigger down here, David.
Yeah, I think everyone that's been in an audience come out to watch the final 20 minutes of this British Scooter Endurance Club race live here from Teesside Autodrome on the Alpha Live Productions YouTube channel and across multiple social platforms, as well as the 16s come in. That looks like that could just be a walkthrough for a rider change. Looks like the rider might have just...
it's a very nice helmet, that, David.
Yeah,
Seen that? It's lovely.
Looks like they've just got to the end of their riding time. As we mentioned earlier, riders, as part of a team, have to ride for a minimum amount of time.
Yeah, yeah.
But then they're only allowed a maximum amount of time at any one time on the bike.
As I saw the 155 and the 38 having a good battle over there. Obviously the laps are different between them, but yeah, the 155 and the 38 having a brilliant battle. Still, I think they're having a battle earlier as well. So, but
yeah.
It's nice to see that 77 still out there running after the. I think it was a clutch failure.
Yeah, it was, wasn't it, earlier?
Clutch lever failure.
Yeah, so good to see them back out as well. London Lambretta going.
There's a rider swap there, I think, for 41.
Is that the 41 back out again?
41 back out again.
The worries that SRP Racetech Essex might not be able to take their P3 have been quashed fairly quickly. After that, they are back out on track. CST once again. Looks like they might have had a problem on the outside of the outside there with 20 minutes remaining.
It's all getting quite exciting now, David. So, we'll have a look if there's any more battles coming up. So
while you're doing that, just as a quick one, if there is anybody from CST, the number 30 bike, available down the front, just pop up to the commentary box for a few moments. I've got something for your team. Been really impressed with your pit stops, your endeavours and stuff throughout the day. The issue's always getting that bike back out. So if you are a member of CST, just pop up. It's nothing massive, but it just shows the appreciation from us here at Alpha Live for your endeavours throughout the day. That'll be wonderful.
There may be a battle between 20th and 19th place.
Yeah, it looks like Odd Mod Squad have got past 2 sheds, doesn't it? In the last couple of laps. We're still focusing as well on that battle for the final step on the podium between Valley Scooter and Spire Tarmac Terriers. In a few moments, I think Spire Tarmac Terriers may well get back onto the same lap as Valley Scooter Club. They're starting to close in, although still by around about 7 or 8 seconds a lap. So hopefully they'll be closing in. It might just go right the way down to the wire for that one. I've seen somebody down there that I need to go and give something to. Just give me a second.
Will do. I'll keep going with some words. Yeah, well, the battle in between them, I'll have a quick look just to find out where it is. But as David Gunn gives the prize to that very good team for their good deeds all day, like he said, the pit stops have been brilliant, and they've been just all round good, and then the team's been very supportive of each other, and the riders have been quick as well. So they will receive a little gift. But the battle in between these two riders, which one was it again, David?
Valley Scooter Club, for me, the 210 are going to have to work incredibly hard to hold off.
Oh yeah, there we go.
Spire Tarmac Terriers.
Yeah.
Just because whilst the time is now ticking down to 18
they're bombing
minutes,
on. Yeah.
This is the battle in a few moments. I'm expecting to see. They are
Baines
now
racing,
actually there. Spire Tarmac Terriers on 216 laps. Valley Scooter Club as well on 216 laps. Valley Scooter Club should come over the line in a few moments to make that 217. There they are over the line. But they've got half a lap between them, which round here now is going to be around about 40 seconds.
Yeah.
They've got 18 minutes to close that gap. Have Spire Tarmac Terriers the final step on the podium then in the club class up for grabs. And Spire Tarmac Terriers that did lead the way a lot earlier are really closing in. The only thing now that really could stop them could be the time elapsing at the top of the screen. 17.5 minutes remaining then. We got past the bottom of the hour through the thing, so I'm just going to have a quick run through of all of our remaining runners then. SL UK Racing have a lead of 9 laps and now just have to keep that bike going round to take the checkered flag and an outright victory, and what will be an outright victory for a race class team, which isn't the top class here in the British Scooter Endurance Club. So they'll be taking an outright victory as well as a Class 1 for SL UK Racing if they hold on. SRP Racetech are in P2 with SRP Real Taft Speed in P3. Dukes of Essex are in 4th. RFS Tune are in front of SRP Racetech Essex. That's the top 6. IDK Endurance Racing, P7, and on their way to to winning that club class in front of Foster 56. Numpties, DC10 SERT, London Lambretta, and all road class 9, 10 and 11, all within 3 laps of each other. Then we've got Valley Scooter Club in P12. Gunson Baines are in 13th. Spire Tarmac Terriers 14th. Wearside Wanderers are in 15th in front of Team Escargot. Independent Idiots, CKMB, and then the Odd Mod Squad and 2 Sheds complete the top 20. Then we've got Valley Scooter Club, their 207 entry in front of Nunu Podard Twig, RFS Tune 2. Team Jet Set, Rushden Lambretta complete the top 25. Taz Race Team are in 26. CST are back in the pits again. Once they should hopefully get back out for the end, though. They're in P27. Against all odds, 28th. United Colours of Bemberton are in front of Tutu Dinar, Vespa. Then we've got DS Liege, Mobile Chicane. Then the number 12 Dinan entry, McNair Motorsport, Team Vespa, Privateer Racing, 10-foot Special and Hornet Racing. So it looks like most of them from 28 down have had some real issues, maybe not even circulating at the moment. Don't think AART are. Not seeing them, although United Colours of Bemberton seem to have a tracker on them, so we might see whether they're still out as well. I think they are, going down the back straight. That beautiful number 81 machine. Now the battle is here, is that Gunson Baines are now going to start closing in on the Valley Scooter Club for P12, and that will then put Valley Scooter Club and Spire Tarmac Terriers next to each other in what will then be 13th and 14th. 15 minutes remaining then in this 4th instalment of the British Scooter Endurance Club Series race here, live from Teesside Autodrome in Middlesbrough. I do hope you've enjoyed the coverage so far as much as we've enjoyed bringing it to you here at Alpha Live. Do give us a like and subscribe, and feel free once again to comment in the live chat. I think we're going to dip into that possibly for the final time. Grease Monkey there just says the last 30 minutes are always the most exciting. Also, though, the most nervous if you're in a podium position.
Yeah, you've really got to work hard for your position.
Yeah, I would not. Well, I'd like to be, just because it's a fly-on-the-wall situation, but I imagine that it's getting quite twitchy down there for the number 71 Scooter Lab UK Racing outfit. They do have that 9-lap gap, but like I say, got to take that checkered flag. No, only 14 minutes remaining then, and now it's a case of whether Iggy Granger, Martin Round, Sean Hodgkin and Sam Round can bring that bike through to take the checkered flag.
We've got a very kind person here, David. We've got quality viewing today. Cheers, guys. Great commentary too. First time tuning in. Go Team 70, LL or IIC. South London Vespa Club.
Yeah. That's
brilliant.
Team 70. That'll be Independent Idiots, won't it?
Yeah, it will be.
Team 70, yeah.
And then we've got Come On Valley, and then we've got Ditto Kev, which will be a nickname, I think. Hashtag 70 got Bob on for the last stint, and then Go Bob hashtag 70.
Yeah, apparently there's a battle between the 70 and the 54. I need to have a quick look at that one. So we bypassed that one a little bit. Let's have a quick look where that might be. There it is, the Odd Mod Squad. I think we picked that up late, didn't we? Because I think Odd Mod Squad had made their way past Independent Idiots. Who,
well, sorry for missing that. The viewer who was interested
Idiots, they got Argent. Looks like they're going to finish inside the top 20.
But can the 114 pass? Can the 114 pass the 210? That's the question.
What I am going to say, I'm going to shout out Independent Idiots here, because whilst they've called themselves quite a playful name, having watched the coverage on Alpha Live from Wilton Mill and just thought, let's have some of that, let's go. Yeah. First race, obviously, then in this series, inside the top 20, they're going to finish in this one. 5th place in class if they can bring it to the line. Currently 211 laps in, so as we expected, it looks like Gunson Baines actually may well have been overtaken by Spire Tarmac Terriers.
Yeah, maybe, yeah.
Now Spire Tarmac Terriers are only 10 seconds behind Valley Scooter Club.
Let's see how this goes.
Let's have a quick look, see if we can pick up
that's a podium position.
The 210 of Valley Scooter Club. I think they're actually coming out of hairpin 4 now.
Yeah.
No, that's
Oh, no,
they're heading down towards Rib Bend. It was just I saw two blue bikes that look a lot like the Valley Scooter Club colours.
Right, so we'll look for a 210 because
here we are.
That 210 is going to be.
There's the 210 going into the mountain section now with 11 minutes.
And 114 is absolutely on his tail. So do you reckon they can get it down the straight, David? Or
I think so. Well, it's a long run, isn't it? All the way back down there as one of the bikes struggles to make it up the mountain section. The 210 following actually behind the 207, so the two Valley.
So we see him coming just down the straight there.
Yeah, I think. Can he get the move done down the back straight? I don't think he's going to get there actually before South Bank.
No.
The thing to note there for me, Jude, is that the actual straight line speed between the two bikes isn't actually that different.
No,
I just think that one.
That 114 is literally.
Bike, I think it corners.
He's just corners brilliantly.
Yeah. And here we go, though.
And here we go.
Will he try and get the job done? Hairpins 3 and 4 here at Teesside. It will have to be round the outside, I think, of the 210. He's going to go round the outside of the 210.
And he gets it.
Yeah.
That's brilliant.
Changing the podium position then.
So that's the 114 up into third. That's brilliant.
Oh, it looks like he actually got booked there on entry behind the other scooter. Behind the other Valley Scooter Club 207 bike.
And he goes down the inside through
down
there.
The inside and now moves away. So I'm saying I think that bike, I think it just corners really well.
Yeah, the balance of it's brilliant, I think.
In that one, in the road, is it the road class? No, it's a club class, isn't it? The green background there. I'm just having a quick look for that 114. Spire Tarmac Terriers, obviously Wayne Barker, Andy Vass, Ian Smith, Nick Prince. Looks like they could be stepping onto the podium as it stands. The number at the top is about to tick into single digits. Just going to drop below the 10-minute mark. There we go. 9 minutes and 59 remaining then of this race. And as I say, haven't seen anybody come into the pit lane recently, which basically means now anything's going to be an issue in terms of a technical. And there's the two Valley Scooter Club bikes, the 10 and the 210 and the 207 running together around that South Bank corner. And we see it a lot, in a lot of series areas, that corner's got a lot more bank to it than what actually the camera doesn't really do it justice round there. Even the inside is banked.
What, the South Bank?
Round South Bank,
it's like the German track that F1 was at. Is it
Zandvoort, Zandvoort, in Holland,
yeah, that's the one.
It's around there, certainly. Around the outside is obviously a lot higher. It's noticeable. Even the inside is banked, and it's
in the wet though. The outside line is a premium.
Yeah,
so
can't be easy. Luckily, though, today we've seen no rain at all. Yesterday, I know we had a little bit with the puddle in the middle of the track that we can't use, and really good actually that it's been nice and dry all day. Seen some really good racing here all the way down to that last 10 minutes. And we saw I think Team Numpties have moved up a place actually at the expense of Foster 56 on the last lap. They're starting to open up. Numpties are a little bit quicker there, but it's not a class position. It just puts another bike between Numpties and DC10 SCRT. That's the gap there with Spire Terriers have got past Valley Scooter Club, so the gap now is 6 seconds. Gunts and Baines are likely to move up into P13 at some point. Their pro race bike is likely to move up in there. So it looks like, as it is at the moment, looks like we have got most of the podiums already sorted out as we head towards the.
I think the leaders. The end of
this race.
The leader's already there, really, isn't he? Unless something.
Got to keep it running though.
There's not 9 laps left.
Now it's a case then of just keeping it. There's the London Lambretta bike. Really pleased to see that one as it stands to be stepping on the class podium, because that was one of the bikes that we saw early on that had some real issues. Just didn't get away. Looks like we are going to finish with around about 33 runners here. Looking at it, I don't think anyway. I think McNair Motorsport, Team Vespa, Privateer, 10-foot and Hornet are the 5 runners that aren't going out there. I haven't seen Team Vespa. That doesn't show them in the pits, but it never did earlier, did it? So
no.
I don't think that that's got a huge amount to do with it. 7 minutes remaining then. It's around about 5 laps, isn't it, if you're lapping
5 laps, Well, no, will they not do... Will it be checker flag on 0, or will they go 0 then plus 1
I don't
lap?
know. I think we might get a last lap board out down there at some point. So at least the the front runners will be notified here. So I think it might go down to a bit and a lap. Obviously, very much depends on whether they cross the line, doesn't it, for that for that last lap. But there.
But how many laps do you reckon we're going to have then, David? Do you reckon it's going to be 270 or something?
I think we might get to 269. I think 270 might be too much. It's 5 laps.
Yeah,
so it's certainly doable. Working out, I think it's 5 minutes will be 3 laps. So I think we might just fall short of 270 laps of this slightly revised Teesside International Circuit with the infield section removed. But as it stands at the moment, it's going to be a race class outright winner as it stands, and it's going to be the Scooter Lab UK official race team on their number 71 Underdog Machine, the Vespa 90 SS bike with 133cc, and it's used every single one of them today, with the exception of being off track for around about 5 or 6 minutes down between Rib Bend and the mountain section. The bike has run absolutely faultlessly throughout this race.
Just proves it doesn't have to be the fastest bike; it has to be the most reliable.
Yeah,
I mean, to be honest, I think there's been so many, different types of offs and mechanicals today. It's unbelievable.
Yeah, I think it's been, a lot of it's been, getting the bike back out. A lot we've seen the teams down there, towards the tail end that have had some real issues.
Yeah.
Been really impressed though with the teams that been getting the bikes back out, getting them back on circuit, get them out for that checkered flag. In 5 minutes time. 4:59 now on the clock here, so certainly 3 more laps we're going to get in. I think Scooter Lab might, as we say, just fall short of that 270 mark, but have got a comfortable lead now.
Who's doing the finishing honours then? I
think Martin Round is on the is on the bike at the moment for them. So it's his bike, and it looks like he's going to have the honour of taking it over the line first to take the checkered flag.
Yeah, definitely.
So just having a quick look at some of the colours, and he's the only one with red on his suit, so that really does narrow it down because he's got red all over it.
You'll probably even see the relief of some people's faces as they come across the line.
Yeah, I think so. That's the 38 machine. That exhaust still wobbling around in second place. Yeah. I think hopefully we've got a last lap board out down there to let our driver know, so at least we'll be able to pick it out as well.
Yeah. I haven't seen that 41 yet, but the different types of bikes out here, it's quite hard to tell which ones they are. So we'll probably be having a look into but when it finishes, we'll be doing a big rundown of the grid and saying well done to this and that. So you will if you're tuning in at the end of the race or whatever, or if you're not watching now, we'll be giving you a big rundown.
Stick with us, and if you have only just joined us with 3.5 minutes remaining, you have missed an absolute treat.
Yeah.
This previous 6 hours, it's been here, there, and everywhere at times, with SL UK leading the way. I think Race Tech had a go. Hornets obviously at the start as well. Dukes of Essex, who won the class last time out in race, are going to have to settle for 2nd and 4th overall.
Yeah, well, this is still a good result for them.
Yeah, let's see whether they've still not replaced the side of that bike.
No.
But I wonder if he knows where it is, because on the slowing down lap he could collect it from the marshal's post, couldn't he?
If someone radioed it into the marshal down at hairpin 3, they might
hand it back
to him on the cool down lap or something. That'll be all right. So he's not going home with a bike.
It's not really affecting it though, is it? He's still carrying a lot of speed around there. We were talking earlier about how much we felt that may have potentially affected that bike.
Yeah.
Going round,
and it looks, David, like the organizer and the creator of these races is going to do the finishing honours. Yeah, on the checkered flag.
Checkered flag is out, is ready to go in 2.5 minutes' time. Not sure whether we're going to get a last lap up on the digi flag or not to let them know when they are coming through, or whether we've got a board down there or not. I know we certainly do for the sprints, but we'll find out.
He's getting ready with it down on the start line.
2 more minutes.
2 more minutes. Halt.
Hold on. 2 more minutes then. So, before the checkered flag comes out, let's have a quick look at the leader then. He's currently making their way down the back straight as they go. Looking at the
114 there is accompanied by the 38. So that 114 that we were focusing on earlier for that battle look is currently with the 38.
Still got some really good pace in that bike though, hasn't it? 118's London Lambretta at the moment, really the fastest bike out there on track. Doing a 117 last time round. That's even quicker than our race leader.
The fastest lap, apart from Horton. Is it Horton this morning?
Yeah, I think it was this morning. Who went 107.
Yeah, he was at 07. But the fastest lap since then is the 155.
Dukes of Essex.
Yeah,
Dukes of Essex. They as well went. That was on their first lap out as well. So they obviously went well.
Yeah, so they've gone really well.
Yeah, 1 minute remaining then for this race. Just have a quick look. The leader's already gone through and down towards the bottom end of the track. Might be a case actually that he might actually have gone a little bit too soon. Is that if he goes round and he's doing 119s and he's already down there?
Yeah.
You know, you've seen it before at Le Mans where they've had to do an extra lap because they've come over the line too soon as a panel goes missing off the side of a bike at the D chicane. It's well offline though and well out the way, so I don't think we're going to need to cover that under a yellow. Actually, it's well out the way, well offline, so we're going to have to see. 30 seconds remaining then. Keep an eye out for the number 71 bike coming through,
which is our race leader
round here, round South Bank. 20 seconds remaining.
Do you reckon he'll come over on a zero?
Well, I don't know. It depends.
Slow down.
Does he need to slow this down because he's going to come through with 15 seconds remaining? He might just cross the line. I think he might get one final lap here, actually.
Maybe.
I think he's going to cross the line. Let's have a quick look. I think he's going to get one more go at this.
Yeah, he is.
And then at least we're going to have to go through. Zeros at the clock. He did actually cross the line 2 seconds before there. So he has gone for it. He's gone for it. He's going to have one lap. And it will be a victory lap for the SL UK Racing 71.
It's a parade lap for him. He can celebrate his victories. So for that 71, he'll be going around feeling the happiest chap in the world.
Well, I mean, you don't want to do like Mansell in 91 at Montreal, do you, where you start waving to the crowd a lap early. But even so, making their way round through the mountain section and onto the back straight, half a lap then for our race leaders.
I wonder if you can wheel your scooter across the line.
Well, let's see. We're about to find out. I'm fairly sure you can. One team said that they like to do wheelies to conserve front tyres.
Fair enough.
So down they go. Rejoins the circuit, leaves the Bob Pope straight. The circuit named after the circuit crate here at Teesside Autodrome. Rejoins the back straight and goes round South Bank. SL UK Racing, the Vespa 90 SS, the 133cc machine. Iggy Granger, Martin Round, Sean Hodgkins and Sam Round. It's going to be Martin Round who's going to get the honour of bringing this one over the line. Ladies and gentlemen, your race winners here at Teesside, SL UK Racing 71 take the victory. The 38, we await the 38 then of Race Tech. They'll take the class win if they come over the line for in the pro class. They'll be through ever so shortly. You'll see everybody else picking up checkers variously. Numpties have come over the line to take the victory in the road class. We are waiting the London Lambretta come through for a podium as well after a difficult start to the day. We're now waiting for the 347 for them to come over. Here they come, your class winners in the club class, IDK Racing. We're still waiting for Race Tech to come through though. They're going to come through to bring the 38 machine over to take the class victory. We're still waiting for them. SR Taft Speed have already come over. The final class winner will come through in a few moments time though
here, David.
For the 38. So huge rounds of applause.
The crowds are loving it.
Team. They are. They're coming through. There's a huge amount of bikes actually making their way through the bottom end of the circuit. We're still waiting for the final race winner. Here's the 38. Your pro race winner comes through for SRP Race Tech to take the checkered
and
flag.
there's a 77 that crosses the line after all the engine failures and that
after all of those issues.
And the oil seal and that. So a big well done to 77 and a thank you for the chocolate brownies.
Very much so. So let's run you through then your podiums in each of the classes. We'll start then with the pro class. For their podium, SRP Race take the class win in that. SRP Real Taft Speed and RFS Tune on the podium in that one. Here we are on the start and finish line. to take the checkered flag. Are we going to take that checkered flag round for one lap with the checkered flag? I think we should give it to him and let him do a lap of the Teesside
parade
circuit.
lap with the checkered flag.
Wonderful there.
There we go.
Unbelievable there. So SL UK Racing take the outright victory and the class win in race
and
in front of Dukes of Essex and SRP Race Tech Essex. Team Numpties are on the top step of the podium in our road class from DC10 SCRT and London Lambretta Club. And then in club, it was a very popular victory for IDK Endurance, holding off Foster 56 and Spire Tarmac Terriers, who got themselves onto the podium.
And the number four, who was third in the road class, just give the 71 a handshake. A big well done to him.
Yeah,
so.
London Lambretta Club there, showing their appreciation. There is your winner. There's applause all the way in then for the 71 of Scooter Lab UK. And their bike, all the bikes then will be off back into the paddock. There's the cafe and race control here at Teesside Autodrome. And let's see whether the rest of his team are there to join the rider of the 71. The bike's up there. Congratulations for the rider of the SL UK Racing Machine. Thank you very much, of course, for joining us here at Teesside all day on the live stream, or whether you've been in the paddock. Thank you, as always, to the medical team, who thankfully haven't needed too much work to do today here at Teesside. The marshals as well, for keeping everybody safe out there on track, keeping everybody okay.
And there we go. He's got his panel for the 155.
Yeah, bringing the panel back in for the 155.
He was second in class.
Yeah.
So.
Thank you very much, of course, for joining us on the Alpha Live channel. Thank you. Do give us a like and subscribe. Plenty of action coming up, as we mentioned, tomorrow from Bayford Meadows and PFI. Certainly next weekend, keep an eye out for the Rich Energy British mini bikes from Three Sisters, mainly because I'll be on it, so I'm certainly going to give it a double plug. Bambino Kart Club as well from GYG. Jude, thank you very much for joining us here on commentary. I'm fairly sure you've enjoyed it. You've been smiling all day.
Yeah, it's been brilliant. It's been a brilliant experience to come down and have a go at it, and I'd certainly have another go at it.
Thanks,
one day.
mate. I think you've grown into it as the day's gone. Thank you very much, of course, for joining us, everybody here at Teesside Autodrome and from Alpha Live Productions. I've been David Sullivan. Thank you very much, and we will see you again.